How would you like Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff to be remembered from generations of fans from now?
Well, what they say, a fool speaks his mind. I guess that's me. And that's, I've done it pretty much, you know. I mean, if somebody said something, or if you don't think something right, don't you think you should be able to say that it ain't right? So if that's being a fool or speaking up when you think something wrong or goes against what you believe or the way your style is or something, you should be able to do it. I never once not did anything anybody ever asked me to do, any promoter. Never. I questioned it, yes. Never have I ever not done what they wanted. Now, I might have done it my way, but it still got done. I did it my way rather than the way they did it to fit me more, because it's me, you know.
Right.
I'm the one that...
You weren't Paul Orndorff. I mean, you weren't a character.
I got to keep my character just like Hogan kept his and Savage and all them. Well, I had to fight a little bit more for mine, and I did.
Unbelievable. So, a wonderful story, a wonderful career, Paul. Thank you so much for coming back and joining us again so soon. Johnny, Jack.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, good evening. Another cloudy summer weekend here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, in the zip code of Champions 02176. It was a challenging week, but have finally started to catch up on things after taking 2 whole days off last month, trying to change my sleep schedule a little bit in order to try to come in even earlier, 7 days a week, to make sure content is ready in advance for your viewing pleasure. My never-ending challenge in life, especially with our live wrestling events coming back into the picture. We welcome you to our Saturday Night Wrestling Insiders Week in Review here on July the 17th, 2021, on the eve of MWF Junior Ambassador Devon Brent's big birthday. He's getting older, but it'll always be Baby Marotti to me. The format here on Week in Review is simple. We bring you all 5 of our weeknight shoot interviews and one-stop shopping and hang out with fans on the Premier Chat. Your super chat tips are greatly appreciated and much needed to keep these shows on the air. I hope you've seen the plugs for our Wrestle House 2 plans in Tampa next month, as we are trying to put together 9 featured superstars for as many as 36 Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to try and find a new permanent Tuesday night co-host, but we simply cannot do it without your help. Our Indiegogo campaign is ongoing, and as you can tell, the results have been as rough as the New England weather, to be quite honest. We have great rewards for you, live experiences, I should say, and advertising opportunities available on the Indiegogo. You are our tag team partners when it comes to producing these shows. Again, we need your help to make it happen. We can't produce these shoots without your help. The death of our friend Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, who was slated to be with us at our 20th anniversary event, November the 13th, it highlights the fact that we need to interview and document the careers of so many of these great talents, superstars, and legends that WWE has forgotten about or doesn't care to give the time to. Just because WWE doesn't want to put together a network documentary or a 3-disc DVD set does not mean they're not worthy of having their careers archived. Boston Wrestling Patreon family members, do not forget that in mere hours, as part of Money in the Bank Sunday, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest live wrestling event and autograph photo fan fest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, will be made available to you with a special link that'll be posted on Patreon. After that, remaining VIP packages and tickets go on sale to everyone on Friday, August the 6th at a special price for a very, very limited time before they go up. Because if you see everything that you get, especially in the VIP packages, it is the best value in professional wrestling. Already announced, WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, fellow WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, and many more to be added in the coming weeks. Along with these wrestling icons that will be part of the VIP exclusive Q&A session, plus the autograph and pose photo sessions, we're bringing the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow together for a night of hot action that will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall. You're not going to be attending a wrestling show, quote unquote. It's going to be an event that you'll never forget. The emails, the texts, the social media messages have been coming in nonstop. It's really exciting to be back in business. Look for MWF Extra episodes forthcoming for the latest in our in-ring universe outside of these great talk shows. When it comes to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, fans, there are plenty of ways you can help grow these programs without spending a penny. Please, if you enjoy the content, simply give the video a Jim Duggan-sized thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Both absolutely free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy the content, so they'll share our videos with the millions and millions of fans that have no idea we exist. Millions of fans left wrestling after the 80s boom. Millions more left after the Attitude Era and Monday Night Wars. They may not like what's on Raw every week right now, but they may very well love our labor of love. That's very important, because if we don't keep growing, we're going to start to shrink. Also, your comments in the comment section below help a great deal, as well as interacting during this premiere chat. If you're watching the premiere, please, folks, share the link to the video on social media, whether it be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere there could be fans that would enjoy 80s, 90s, and current wrestling event talk. Share the link so they can sample what we do and hopefully become new friends. Fans, I ask, have you seen the brand new Iron Sheik studio shoot interview DVD we've added on Patreon? We're looking for more of you to become members of the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. At patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, you get early, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, as seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show, Patreon exclusive videos, plus you help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Die-hard fans, try it out. I believe you will love it. It was another busy week here in the world of professional wrestling. Let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review podcast style with WWF Tag Team Championship Manager Oscar of Men on a Mission with Monday Night Mission. Oscar shoots this week on the passing of Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, Terry Funk's health issues, Jimmy Uso's latest DUI arrest, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the post-WWE Monday Night Raw installment of the Monday Night Mission. I am Dan Marotti, of course, joined by a man much more important than I, the former WWF Tag Team Championship Manager. of Men on a Mission, the man that nearly blew the roof off of the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, at WrestleMania 10. I could be only talking about the one, the only, the man that rocks us every Monday night, Oscar. Again, Oscar, I say that's a hell of an introduction for a man who only has 5 letters for a name.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Well, you know what? We're always happy to have you with us on the show, but, probably the worst of times to have a show today. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a little therapeutic in some way, shape, or form. You're traveling again. Do you want to update the fans what you're up to this week?
I'm just on vacation.
Oh, you're just on vacation. That's it.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to have some big announcement.
No, I'm just on vacation.
You and Mimi are getting matching Mickey and Minnie ears.
Yeah, that's what we are.
All right. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know how much I love Orlando, and old JC, John Cena Sr., is a fan of Universal Studios. We're going to have to delay our episode. We were going to have focused more on the happenings of Boston Wrestling MWF with the live events coming up, especially the big one, the 20th anniversary, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. For our great Patreon fans, remember those VIP packages and tickets go on sale Sunday. To the rest of the world, they go on sale Friday, August the 6th. Mark the date down on your calendar. We had some big announcements already, and that will be joined by WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, who I consider to be the greatest tag team in WWE, WWF history, along with fellow Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts. But, it's even more glaring of a hole today. We've discussed it in previous episodes. The YouTube video that was put out by Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff's son, of him at some kind of, I'd guess, medical facility where he was in a medical gown and his hair was all long and raggedy and he had a mustache and he was trying to eat, I don't know if it was a salt or a pepper packet. And then on July 4th, though, spirits seemed to be lifted a little bit. The son took him home. He was dressed in regular clothes. He had a nice haircut. There was no mustache. It looked like he was enjoying a cold beer on America's birthday. And then this afternoon, you get the news, and it feels like you get hit in the stomach with a baseball bat that Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff passed away at the age of 71. He's a gentleman that was here in this studio several times, and he was originally slated to be with us at Back to the 80s WrestleFest. He's not just the first, but now the second original superstar we had booked for this event that we lost to go along with the late Joe Laurinaitis, Road Warrior Animal. So just a tough day all around. Oscar, your thoughts, your memories on Mr. Wonderful, and maybe the thoughts to go along with what happens to one once they suffer from CTE.
He's one of those ones that I watched on TV as a kid. So I was an avid fan. I mean, I loved Paul Orndorff. I liked watching him. My father liked watching him. We were, we were real super fans. And, when I was much younger, and he's one of those life comes full circle stories that I didn't work with the man. I didn't really know him, but life comes full circle where I met him in person.
Mm-hmm.
And, got to talk with him a little bit on more than one occasion. And, he had a great spirit about him. And, so like I said, there's not much I can say except it's just sad that another one in the Brotherhood has fallen unexpectedly, because like you said, the last you saw him, he looked like maybe not the picture of health, but he was doing better. Drinking a beer on 4th of July, which 4th of July was like last week.
Yeah, and he had a nice haircut. He was in clothes instead of a hospital gown. He was in a home instead of I don't know what kind of a facility that he was in when that video appeared on YouTube where he was trying to, eat the packet of, I don't know if it was salt or pepper or whatever it may be. But,
right.
At least it looked like things were if not getting better, they were going to be stabilized. You know what I mean? And then 6 days, where are we now? The 12th? So 8 days later, there we go. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff is unfortunately left us. And it's sad. It certainly leaves a hole in our event. With us, once you're around a little bit, we consider you to be part of the family. So, this one really stings. We have a lot of wrestling losses that we hear about and that we go through. But when it's someone that we know and consider a friend, it's very, very, very difficult. I've felt miserable all afternoon. I've been trying to put up some of the links on social media for fans to enjoy some of the video clips of Paul. The full-length DVDs of him are available, of course, on the Patreon over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, just to get one cheap plug in. But we do want to note the family has put together a GoFundMe campaign to try and help with not only Paul's funeral costs, but his final life expenses, which, those can add up sometimes. Sometimes there's a lot of bills that still haven't come in the mail yet that still need to be paid at the end of the day. So the Orndorffs are reaching out to folks. Paul was part of the main event of the very first WrestleMania. He was Hulk Hogan's greatest drawing house show opponent. They had a house show in Toronto that they had to move to Exhibition Stadium in August of 1986 that drew, I believe, over 65,000 people for a house show. I mean, if that doesn't show you how hot the industry was at that point and how hot the Hogan-Orndorff feud was, I mean, that says it all. And to me, I think back to a little 5-year-old Dan Marotti. That was the first angle I remember in wrestling history, was when Hogan and Orndorff teamed up to face John Studd and King Kong Bundy on, I'm not sure if it was Championship Wrestling or All-Star Wrestling, one of those two syndicated shows. And then Orndorff, his buddy, hit him with that big clothesline and turned heel and joined the Bobby Heenan family. And I was never a Paul Orndorff fan after that, after he turned on the Hulkster. So that and Adrian Adonis and Roddy Piper on the Flower Shop are the first two angles I remember as a little kid when I started watching wrestling. What about you? Do you have a favorite Orndorff match, Orndorff angle, anything that stood out during his career? Because I remember even back then, you've got a few years on me, but you were probably a teenager around that time when WWF was booming.
No, whenever Orndorff and Hogan got together, that was classic.
Yeah.
I mean, he helped fortify Hulk Hogan's career, in my opinion, because they had some really, really, really classic stuff going on. And like you said, I mean, 65,000 people for a house show, that's WrestleMania numbers.
Right.
So that just speaks to the popularity of, mostly what Hogan did, but, Orndorff was no slouch in the situation.
It takes two to tango, right?
Yeah,
Hulk can't wrestle himself.
So, but what makes me sad right now, and is the fact that Orndorff gave that kind of an impact to wrestling at that point, but now the family got to set up a GoFundMe page in order to bury the man. And, in my opinion, I think that, when things like this happen, especially when you have your seasoned legends pass away or get real sick, does WWE need to step up more than what they do?
Well, you know what? A great argument could be made about that on both sides of the coin. I will say, before I share my personal opinion, that I did speak with WWE officials today, and they did speak with Paul's wife, Rhonda. So there at least has been communication between the company and the Orndorff family. How they may be able to help, I don't know. They can be very creative in the ways they do it when they choose to do it. So knock on wood, that'll be the direction things go. So the Orndorffs aren't overwhelmed beyond the loss of Paul. From the Dan that looks at it as a brotherhood and a fraternity and so on and so forth, absolutely. I think that WWE, you know, some of the current talent today making monster money could literally chip in and cover the cost of that, as if they were going to have, you know, a nice dinner.
Let me stop you right there.
All right, stop me, brother.
There's the fans, the talent now, you know, I hate to say it like this, but I wouldn't be surprised if a handful of the talent, yeah, a lot of the talent walking around the back right now barely know, if know at all, who Paul Orndorff is.
That's
So
sad.
as far as them chipping in anything, I don't expect you to expect a nickel, not from that circumstance.
Well, you look at someone like Goldberg, he's making 7 figures a year for 2 matches a year. You know, Paul helped train him. Would it really hurt Goldberg to come up and help a drive?
No, Goldberg, okay, Goldberg maybe. I mean, you know, no, I could see that. But if you looking at, and I am not trying to mention no names because I'm not trying to get no heat.
You don't want heat, right?
But if you looking at some of these younger hotshots that's on TV right now to give a damn, I would be shocked if any one of them did anything, and I'd be willing to bet folding money that you not getting ready to get money. You're not getting ready to get money, respect, or maybe not even a card from that direction. And I would even be surprised if tonight on Raw they all come out and they do a 10-bell salute and everybody's out there, you know, to even do it. They might, because they should, because of who Paul Orndorff is. See, my problem, and I'm veering off to another conversation. My problem is the respect level. Understand the pioneers that paved the way in order for you to be who you are in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
All right. Well, I think, you know, you make a valid point. Outside of one disastrous match where Orndorff was injured, I believe it was either on a September pay-per-view or a Nitro. I just remember it being the fall of 2000. Outside of that one match with some of his trainees, you know, Paul Orndorff's last match on television was in the fall of 1995. So when you say a lot of the younger talent today have no idea who he is, a lot of them weren't even born, you know, when Paul Orndorff was at the end of his career.
Yeah, no.
You know, but as noted, you know, I have my thoughts on how the Brotherhood should look after each other. We have the Cauliflower Alley Club, of course. But at the same time, then I look at it as, okay, let's eliminate that this is a professional wrestling situation. Let's say Paul Orndorff worked, let's say he worked at Walmart for 20 or 30 years and he's been retired for the past 20. Does Walmart owe him, you know, a funeral service and help with the post-life expenses? I don't know. I mean, should WWE be put in the position where they're accountable and responsible for everyone when their time comes and they pass? I don't know the answer to that question. I think it lies somewhere in between. I don't think the answer is, you know, they should do nothing, but I don't think the answer is they're responsible for everything for everyone. What the actual correct answer is, you know, we'd probably have to sit down and have a long conversation about that to try and to figure that out. But
no.
I think, you know, with the money that they have coming in right now, they could probably sneeze and you know, take care of every.
Right. No, they're not responsible for everything and everyone. I agree with that. But there are certain individuals that kickstarted the making it rain experience that they're having right now that they should respect, at least in that way. I mean, what is it really going to hurt them to make sure one of their legends is put away properly? No,
Right.
don't. I don't expect them to do it for everybody, but there are some people, and Paul Orndorff is one of them, that deserve that do deserve, and it's not about the money. That does deserve that respect.
Well, exactly. When you were one of the main eventers of WrestleMania 1, I think that maybe
Exactly,
that
that's
puts you in
my
a special
point, right.
category. Yeah.
That puts you in a special cat. I don't expect them to do nothing for me. I don't expect them to send flowers. I don't expect them to send a card. I really don't. I don't expect it to be acknowledged on television. I
Well,
mean, I think I might be legendary in the mind of some, but I didn't make that kind of impact, in my opinion, and I realize that. I'm humble, my humbleness certainly drives me enough to realize that I'm not talking about me, but I am talking about I'm talking about you know,
the top guys.
right.
Well, like I said, it's almost a catch-22. You're almost damned if you do and damned if you don't. If you do it for one and it comes out publicly, then it's going to be, well, why didn't you do it for that one? And if you do it for no one, you look like an asshole. So what's the common ground is what I don't know. You know what I mean? And there are a lot of guys that were in those top positions that, if they manage their money wisely, they wouldn't even need the help. So I don't know. Every situation is different, and I guess you almost have to look at every circumstance differently at the end of the
Yeah,
day.
no, right. No, every circumstance is different, but that circumstance truly does merit respect.
Well, where Paul was a top guy during one of the great boom periods of the era, it's not like they're never going to utilize his image in the future. You'd think almost like a situation with your old buddy Mabel, they could help ahead of time with what future residuals may be.
Yeah, I mean, in that regard, the whole Mabel situation, it took a little time and a little doing, but they did wind up stepping up majorly, you know, in that situation. And I personally thank them for that. I mean, they did wind up doing something.
Yeah,
So here it is. If they can do it for Mabel, and Mabel certainly wasn't a Paul Orndorff, then Paul Orndorff certainly does deserve. Paul Orndorff certainly does deserve, a helping hand.
all right, you know what? When you look at it like that, you're absolutely right. I'll agree with you on that one. And now that Paul is gone, we look at the other sad story in the world of professional wrestling right now, that another one of the all-time greats, former NWA and ECW world champion Terry Funk, is in an assisted living community right now. Don Morocco made it sound like it was really bad. Tommy Dreamer on the podcast that he's a part of said he still speaks with Terry on the phone regularly, and some days are better than others, but he's still with it enough to hold conversations. I just certainly hope that we're not going to be hearing any dire news about Terry anytime to come, because, as you know, just from the Cauliflower Alley Club, he is one of the treasures to the king of sports professional wrestling.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm just sorry at the state of the world. But see, here's the thing. I mean, I've been watching Terry Funk too since I was a kid. We all gotta grow old. I mean, getting old and death is the only guarantee of all of us. I mean, we could all feel bad, but these days are inevitable for all of us. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not that spry 30-year-old that blew the roof, as you say, on Madison Square Garden. I'm not. I'm almost 30 years older. I could not do that today like I did it back then. I was 30 years old, much younger, with a whole lot of energy, a whole lot of power in my voice, and I could jump around and finagle around the ring with Mo and Mabel. I couldn't do that today. I'd go in there and drop dead right. That'd be what killed me.
Well, I could see you in Dallas next April in front of 102,000 people.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you can see it. I could.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, everybody, it's a fact of life. Everybody grows old. You know, everybody's time will come in some way, shape, or form. Terry Funk put his body through a lot of abuse at a advanced age, not much younger than you, when he had his big ECW run and he was doing those barbed wire matches. And
right.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, I imagine that poor man is in a lot of physical pain. And with that, I'm sure there were many, many concussions over the years, especially with that ECW style and just the style that he worked all over the world, whether it be WWF, NWA. Over in Japan, he would do those death matches. The King of the Death Match with Cactus Jack became legendary. He did the Landmine match with Oneida back in 1993, amongst others. So, you know, Terry was a wild child, and unfortunately, as much as the fans came to love him for it, it's unfortunate that he's paying for it right now. I don't know of any kind of fund or that Terry needs any assistance. I don't want to say that. But I certainly hope that folks will keep that in mind. I hope they'll keep it in mind if, you know, Paul Orndorff ever touched them. I look at it like this, and the same goes for the campaigns that we run on our own, whether they be charity drives or to try and raise money for, you know, the talk shows or the live events. You know, if everybody listening sometimes just chipped in $1, imagine how quick the problem would be alleviated. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it will be. All right, but there's another matter that we got to discuss now. We know that, and I'm not getting into the whole story of this. I'm going somewhere. We know Marty Jannetty need help.
Oh, dear Lord.
He refused to take it. No. I'm going somewhere. I'm going completely another direction.
Well, do you think we should take a brief time out first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, fans. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more of the final WWE Raw at the Thunderdome post-Raw Monday Night Mission with Oscar. We'll be back after this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to the Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, former WWF Tag Team Championship Manager of Men on a Mission, OSCAR, Oscar. Oscar, a pleasure to have you back here with us. We've talked about the unfortunate passing of Paul Orndorff today, the issues that Terry Funk is facing right now, but you were getting a little fired up before the commercial break.
Yeah, my Jimmy Uso got his 4th DUI.
His 4th arrest, his 3rd DUI.
His 4th arrest, his 3rd DUI.
One of those arrests came, I believe, when his wife was arrested for a DUI, and he took off his shirt and he kind of charged at the cops and was charged with trying to prevent them from arresting her or something along those lines.
No, right, but this is his 4th arrest, and just as importantly, his 3rd DUI. Now, I would imagine that the company, you know, and they believe me, they release Happy as It Is.
Yes.
Cannot be looking too kindly on a situation like this.
I agree with you 110%. I mean, you know what? I think the world of Jimmy Uso and the Anoa'i family, but you know what? I also look at my real life that was decimated at the hands of a drunk driver, an idiot that wanted to go out and have fun and drink and was irresponsible enough to get behind the wheel of his pickup truck and fall asleep behind the wheel, and he almost killed 3 people as a result of it. For Jimmy to go and put himself in the situation, not once, not twice, but 3 times, and also a drunken 4th arrest when he was in a situation that could have gone a lot worse than it did. If I'm WWE, I'm looking at if this problem can't be resolved, the problem has to be eliminated. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, no. Number one, like I said, they're lay off Happy as It Is.
Right.
So in order for him to save his job, he gotta show some kind of contrition. Mm-hmm. And the way you do that is you probably need to volunteer to go into one of these programs that we trying to get people that we know have problems have. Because I don't imagine that they can't say, oh, we got one Uso, that might be enough.
Right. And I mean, right now, look at the landscape. When Jimmy was out injured, look at the successful run that Jey Uso had as a single with Roman. I think he kind of proved that he can succeed on his own without being in the tag team ranks, teamed up with his brother. I don't think there's ever been a more time when Jimmy's been more expendable.
Yeah. And that's not a wish that I got.
No.
He worked well with his brother.
I just wish the man was making wiser decisions. Right now, he's in the biggest push of his career, and that angle with Jay and Roman on SmackDown each week. It's some of the most compelling television that WWE has put out in years. Tip of the cap to the creative in WWE that's involved in that process. Tip of the cap to the people involved in the faction, Roman, Jimmy J, and Paul Heyman. But, you have to look at the real-life Jonathan Fatu, and he's really screwing up and messing up big time. If he's been arrested 3 times, or if he's been arrested 4 times, 3 of which were for DUIs, I ask you this, Oscar, how many times did it happen that he wasn't caught?
Yeah, exactly. No.
That's what's really dangerous. Not only to himself, but again, like me, my life was decimated. I didn't get drunk. I didn't have an alcoholic beverage the day that my life almost ended, and my body was crippled as a result of some idiot going out and getting wasted and feeling he could drive his pickup truck on Route 495 North after one of our live events down in Blackstone, Massachusetts, that severely injured myself, WWE Hall of Famer, the Iron Sheik, and then former MWF Commissioner Vaughn Johnson. But, what do you think the solution is? I have an idea in my mind. I shared it on Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair last night. But if you're Vince McMahon or you're one of the powers that be in WWE that could lay down a judgment, what would you do with Jimmy Uso right now after this arrest?
What would I do?
Yes.
He would have gotten a significant suspension the first time, and in all likelihood let go the second time, because number one, and I'm sure that this is a consideration. I'm sure this is a consideration. I'm sure suspension or termination got to be a consideration, because not simply because of the act, because we don't need that kind of press.
Right, because in all the headlines, beyond, wrestling websites, in any mainstream news media, it wasn't Jonathan Fatu was arrested for a DUI. It was WWE superstar Jimmy Uso was arrested for a DUI. And that makes the company look bad.
No, you're right. I don't know. If it was me, I'm all right. If it was me, I wouldn't tolerate it. And I'm surprised Vince is, letting it go. But is he letting it go?
Well, at the same time, look at the precedent they've set with Jeff Hardy. How many DUIs has he had over the years? How many drug arrests has he had over the years? And he's in a very plum position right now himself.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And Jeff Hardy, I'm not trying to. I like Jeff Hardy, the human being, an awful lot, but he's made a lot of poor choices for himself, and he's made a lot of poor choices that could have potentially hurt other people in the process.
Yeah, I mean, you can't keep letting this go.
Well, if I'm Johnny Ace, if I'm Vince McMahon, I say this: look, this is ridiculous. This is out of hand. You either A, have an addiction problem of some kind, or B, you have
Exactly.
zero self-control or respect for yourself and the other people that are out there in the Pensacola area when you're driving. We're going to suspend you for 90 days non-paid, and you're going to go to rehab, or we're going to release you. That's how I would handle it if I was them.
No,
right now.
I'm
No?
100%. No, I'm 100% in agreement.
Oh, you agree? Okay.
Yes, you need to go. That's what the wellness program is for. You need to go.
I think doing nothing sends a very poor image for a publicly traded company.
That sends a poor press, because I would say you have to show some contrition in order for us to continue to even think about keeping you.
Right.
Because if not, if not the way your real actions, you are guaranteed to do this again. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Right, because his track record is it's going to happen again.
Because obviously, it's not just 3 times a good time out. It's you got a problem.
Right.
That problem needs to be addressed. And I understand it. Alicia Fox is off TV, probably released. They just ain't said it yet because she came to the ring tipsy or drunk or whatever it is.
Well, she has a Legends contract now. She's no longer a regular performer. She's a legend.
Okay, well, I guess that's the road that Uso's traveling to go down. If he don't get it together.
Well, you know what? Alicia Fox's story is a little bit more unique because there was an incident with a WWE employee, a non-wrestler, that involved alcohol at one point. But we're not going to go there on this show, at least on this episode right now. But with Jimmy as a talent, I mean, imagine if you're Mattel. Do you want to make action figures of this guy to sell to little kids?
I mean, it's getting to the point where you can't.
Right. And it's sad because he's one of my favorite talents to watch on wrestling television right now.
You see, action figures are so based on the role model of the person.
Yeah. And even video games, you know. Does 2K want to put him in the games?
Everything that you want to sell to the demographic of children has got to be, 100% spot on.
Yep.
And, that's not going to work out.
Well, if you watched SmackDown last week, you wouldn't think that the man encountered any kind of issue at all the way he was booked. They continue to use him in that main angle. And you know what? To be fair, I can see WWE maybe needing a week or two to write him out if that's the direction they're going to go. But I think at this point, it's the direction they shouldn't want to go. It's the direction they need to go. And I say that as someone, again, not just a human being that's been crushed by a drunk driver, but also a stockholder right now,
No, I don't want to see nothing. I don't want to see nothing bad happen in that regard. But as far as the integrity of the product, and as far as him needing some personal time off to deal with his demons like that, all that need to come into play, and he need to he need to take a step aside.
And even for WWE, they should look at it from the point of view that they need to cover their own ass. Imagine if there is yet again a next time. Imagine Jimmy Uso goes into a telephone pole and cripples himself or kills himself. Imagine Jimmy Uso does what happened to me. He cripples someone on the highway, just an innocent bystander driving home or wherever they may be going, and because he had too much to drink, he lost control of his automobile and severely injured someone. If I'm WWE and that happens, how bad does WWE look that there's this long track record of incidents and they did absolutely nothing about it?
Yeah. I mean, right? And they need to cover their ass
Right.
in a way where it's, like, all right, well, this happened and we dealt with this individual accordingly.
They can at least.
It's like I told Triple H about the what did I tell him about? About the network.
Mhm.
When it comes down to the network, former talent are starting to ask questions about royalties from the network.
Right.
Now, and I told him straight up, you have got to get in front of this in a manner of, you got to say something about it. I mean, you got a newsletter that come out every couple of months. You ain't got to call everybody, but you need to get in front of it and address it some kind of way. Some kind of way. Saying nothing, that is what's going to cause a whole bunch of problems that you really don't need to have. That's saying nothing.
That'll be the next class action lawsuit.
In this manner, in this manner, doing nothing when it come to this, without getting in front of it some kind of way, because you just can't ignore it and act like it didn't happen, act like everybody ain't heard about it, and everybody's not concerned about it and talking about it, and for that reason, the company is taking a hit one way or another.
Yeah. Well, for the good of Jimmy Uso and for the good of the WWE brand, some kind of action needs to take place. It'll be interesting.
And you have to, and I'm sorry, Jimmy, but you put yourself in this position. It has to be dealt with publicly because the public already know the story.
No one asked him to go out and get drunk and do it.
Right. I mean, yeah, I hate to say it like that, but I'm saying it is what it is right now. And whatever the penalty is, it's got to be done publicly so everybody know at least it's being dealt with.
And you know what? I hope at the end of the day, I hope something positive comes of it. Maybe Jimmy can learn from what's going on. Maybe Jimmy can go and speak to kids at schools about drinking and driving and things like that. He's a good soul. Again, he's one of the great talents right now in the industry, but personally, he's made a lot of disappointing choices for himself and the community around him. We'll knock on wood for him again and just hope that WWE will do something suitable to try and save his career and save his health.
And I want to say, what I'm saying right now, I would say to any nephew, which that's what the Usos are to me. I remember when they were kids. I loved them boys. I worked with their father. Their father taught me a lot. Their father knocked the shit out of me with the first match I had. I mean, he knocked me out.
I remember you told that story, yeah.
Yeah, he knocked the hell out of me. But instead of me being mad about it, I learned something from it. And I did not make the same mistake again. And we have been up and down the road more times than I can count on 10 fingers and 10 toes. And we remain great friends today. So I love him. I love them kids. I love the whole Honore family. They the most humblest, hardworking people in the business, from The Rock on down to Lance and beyond. So what I'm saying out of love to get yourself together, because I don't want nothing to happen to you. But the road you on, that pretty much is what you risking happening. You hurting yourself or somebody else, dog. Come on, man. But but if it's a problem, if it's alcoholism or alcohol problem, it's no shame in it. Get you some help. When I felt like I was falling apart, here I am saying it publicly for all the world to hear. I got some therapy.
Directly at Reese's Pieces in Las Vegas.
I actually went to a therapist.
Did you? Well, good for you.
Yeah. Started sorting out my problems because I realized I couldn't deal with it all. My life was falling apart. I was on the verge of losing everything. So I had to get stock of my mind, and I had to get some help.
And look at you now.
Yeah, so I feel a whole lot better now. Since I was a kid, the one thing I had, no matter what was happening in life, because I grew up dirt poor, and I had everything in life against me, but I had the same smile all the time. I had joy. And that joy took me to some incredible places in life. But when I got to be a certain age, not very long ago, I lost that smile. I lost that joy. I lost it. Didn't know where it went and didn't know how to get it back. So that's when I had to go and see somebody. And lo and behold, with the help of the Lord himself, I got above. I got my joy back. I got it back. I am happy as hell now. And things started to look up. Things started to change. I got back to work, got back to doing projects. My old ass started rapping again here and there. I'm doing this show, doing that, a whole bunch of things. And I'm more happy with myself now than I've been in a very long time. And like I said, it took talking about it and realizing I had a problem in order to solve the problem.
Well, and you know what? Sometimes really that's what you need to do. And I, as your friend, am very happy that you went that route. I don't know the nature of the issues, but I'm glad that you realized you had them, and I'm glad you went out and found the help that you needed. And I'm glad you're doing so well today, and you're the very upbeat, spiritual person that I've come to know since we became friends now, my gosh, about 7 years ago now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if you can do it, anybody can do it.
If I could do it, anybody can. That is the message that I'm sending, because you are so incredibly right.
All right, before we wrap up this week's episode, Oscar, an interesting week in the Duggan family when it comes to talent relations. That name may not mean much to fans on the surface, but the husband and wife duo of Zelena Vega, she's returned to the SmackDown brand of WWE Raw, and the new look, Aleister Black, Malachi Black, has debuted in AEW. So, healthy paychecks for both, I imagine. Just not partners in crime, so to speak, right now. They're going to be not on separate brands, but in separate wrestling companies. Kind of awkward, maybe?
Yeah, but as long as everybody is working, bringing home the bacon, it don't matter where they doing it at, as long as they doing it. And I'm happy that it turned out, I'm happy it turned out for the both of them. And that just goes to show you, kids, releases don't mean that they permanent. The things that your chapter is over. Especially in WWE, you get released today and get brought back next week. I look at case in point. Look at
Samoa Joe.
Look at Samoa Joe. Thank you. Look at Samoa Joe. Samoa Joe got released. We was all crying like, why? And Samoa Joe's right over there at NXT, probably making more money than he was making behind the announcer desk.
I don't know about that, but I'm sure he's making a very healthy living, as he would have had, I imagine, every full-time wrestling promotion in the United States and beyond would be interested in utilizing his services.
They snapped him up before AEW could offer him that fat deal. I promise you that.
Yeah, so I think it was a wise move for the NXT brand. They bring back someone that NXT fans like an awful lot. They've put him in a very, kind of a different, unique role as the enforcer for General Manager William Regal. The fans are happy. Joe seems to be happy in the interviews that he's done since re-signing with NXT. And you know what? It's another familiar face to add to the quote-unquote third brand of the company.
I mean, I'm happy, I'm happy for Samoa Joe, because another one. He's got another one. He's a Samoan, and he's got another one of those humble spirits about him. Really nice guy. I got to meet him at a WrestleCon, a few years back for the first time. Enjoyed meeting him. I'm a Samoa Joe. I'm a Samoa Joe fan. I admit it. If I'm a fan of somebody, I'm quick to say it. I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of so and so. I found it hard to be a fan of a lot of people because I got to see up close and personal, who they are in real life, and that just turned me off.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
I'm a fan of the New Day. I got to talk to him, and the New Day actually acknowledged that a Men on a Mission was instrumental in their upbringing and who they are, and that really touched my heart. They even mentioned Men on a Mission on TV one night.
Yeah,
I was so stoked about that. I couldn't believe it, but anyway, back to what I'm saying. Samoa Joe's back. He deserved to be back. He deserved everything he's getting, and kudos to the man.
Well, as far as these returns go, as far as Zelena Vega, she couldn't have picked a better time. Bailey, I guess, in training to go back live on the road in front of the fans, was injured, and she's going to be out for the next 9 months.
Bev's going to be out for the next 9 months.
So it's a great time to be a female heel on the SmackDown brand right now.
And I honestly believe that Zelena Vega rivalry with the current champ is going to be more interesting to watch than Bailey. I was never a Bailey fan. I never got it.
I think the original version appealed to kids an awful lot. The version that's there now, you know what? Maybe the time away is the best thing that's going to happen, and they can repaint her a little bit
when she had the balloon things up and hugging fans and kids were all into and all that. I don't know. And it even go back to the Men on the Mission story. I don't know why they take a successful thing and turn it around into into being heels before it can actually play out and you can't do nothing more with it.
I think in the case of Bailey, you couldn't do any more with it. I mean, how many years are you going to go each and every week that the woman is healthy and throw her on television, coming out waving her arms to used car lot balloons that would pop up and down? To me, I thought as a baby face she was dead, and as a heel she's even worse. So, I mean, in the olden days, you'd say, okay, it's time to move on to the next territory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, guess what? For the next 9 months is nothing, so it ain't even a discussion right now.
Well, we wish Bailey well in her recovery. We hope she physically gets better ASAP. As far as the creative goes, that's not always in the hand of the talent itself. But did you get a chance to see Aleister Black's debut in AEW, Oscar?
No. I'm afraid I did not see it. How was it?
Visually, it was overwhelmingly impressive. The soundtrack provided by the commentary team was a complete and utter disaster. I don't know what happened, but they did a tease where the lights kept going off and on throughout the show as opposed to the typical wrestling angle where, the lights go off and then, ta-da, there's a surprise in the ring. They teased that there were actual technical difficulties, which I thought was creative of AEW. He was in the ring when Arn Anderson was cutting a promo, and let me tell you, he took a kick from Black, and he took a hell of a bump for a guy that hasn't wrestled full-time since the mid-'90s. Cody Rhodes came out to try and save his coach, and Black laid him out. The problem was, if you had no sound, it would have looked tremendous, but you had the mass commentator Excalibur, he didn't know what his name was supposed to be. First, he was calling him Tommy End. Then he was a name he's used in the indies for the fans that may not be aware of that. Then he started calling him Malachi Black, which I guess is what he started to use on social media and is going to use in AEW, and it was just complete and utter chaos. No one knew what to call the man. The guy Excalibur started saying, I wrestled this man, and over in Switzerland or Germany 15 years ago, and, his over-exaggerated commentary, which I'm not a fan of, but from the physical presentation, it was excellent. From the soundtrack provided by the commentary, it was almost mass confusion. You'd think they would have been a little better prepared for it. I don't know.
Well, maybe they getting all the bugs out. That's what comes to my mind.
You should have someone in someone's ear to be able to tell them at least what the man's name is. I think that would have helped.
Oh, well, maybe right now they probably don't even know them. They probably don't know. They can't call him Aleister Black. So, I mean, you gotta call him something that.
Oh no, I understand that, but for the lead play-by-play guy not to have a clue whether he should call him by the name that he used on the Independents or the name that he's using on social media now, I think someone at least at the very least should have been in his ear and said, refer to him as Malachi Black. And I think that would have eliminated a lot of confusion.
That's smart. You can keep the black, certainly.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Anyway, all right, we got to wrap it up.
All right, you're busy down there in Orlando, baby, the Sunshine State, soaking up the sun as it's not even 70 degrees here in Boston, even though it's July. Welcome to New England weather. From my partner in crime, the man on the mission.
Wait. What is with the Boston weather? It wasn't 70 last week. Y'all ain't got no summer?
We had the hottest June, I think, in the history of them keeping weather records, and then July, half of the month so far, it's been under 70 degrees. So I don't know. We had the tail end of the hurricane on Friday, which was quite a storm, but luckily I was able to get in and see my Red Sox play. The sun had come out. But then the past couple of days again, I mean, I almost need to be wearing a hoodie and a pair of jeans as opposed to what I have on right now. Borderline.
What is this?
Global warming. I don't know what else to say. It just doesn't feel very warm.
Okay, because, I had to bring that up because I remember last week you said the weather was kind of cool. I'm like, wait a minute.
It's July. I told you, it takes a while for it to warm up here in Boston, but I know down in Orlando.
I've been watching, it's been hot in New York, right?
Much warmer than this. From a friend of mine that lives in New York City telling me, laughing at me.
Yeah, that's sad. All right, you can wrap the show up now.
Right, have you found any nude beaches down in Orlando?
No, I'll wait for Reese to get down here and show me.
Reese will show. Reese knows where they all are. All right, fans.
Yeah, Reese knows where they are.
Again, all joking aside, we send our best thoughts and well wishes and prayers to the Orndorff family on the loss of Paul, and we certainly also want to send out some positive thoughts to Terry Funk. It's also worth mentioning that Chris Youngblood died recently at the age of 55. He was in Puerto Rico the night that Bruiser Brody was murdered and conversing with Tony Atlas as it happened. He was a star in world class, competed all around the territories. He never made it to WWF, but, he wrestled all over the world in Japan, Puerto Rico, throughout the United States. If you check out old world class footage, the Youngbloods are there. So, again, we tip our cap to the family.
He was related to Jay, right?
Yeah.
Jay Youngblood and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, they used to tag. They were the baddest.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what YouTube is for if it's not on WWE Network, right?
No, exactly. You're right. Take a look at some matches with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Jay Youngblood. They were a really, really tough tag team. Really, really hot.
All right.
Wrap it up.
All right, wrestling fans. For Ross Grumdy and Marty, the next time we join you, it is going to be after the first WWE Monday Night Raw with fans in attendance since March of 2020. It is going to be a happening. I know you're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully all the great fans in Texas head on out and support WWE this weekend with 2 big television tapings and a pay-per-view. For the Man on a Mission, I am Dan Marati. We'll talk next Monday, 11 p.m. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Dane County Coliseum in Madison, Wisconsin, Tuesday, July the 12th, 1988. In the opening contest, Tito Santana beat Terry Taylor. Joss LeDuc with the win over Jerry Allen. Dino Bravo defeated Ken Patera. Bad News Brown victorious over Jim the Anvil Neidhart. The Powers of Pain, replacing Strikeforce, defeated WWF Tag Team Champions Demolition in a non-title match. Brutus the Barber Beefcake with the win over WWF Intercontinental Champion, the Honky Tonk Man, via disqualification. And in the main event, Andre the Giant defeated Hacksaw Jim Duggan. If you were in Madison live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission is back with new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, don't forget to check out our Wrestle House 2 Tampa Indiegogo campaign, where we're trying to bring you another week of Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, cyber autograph signings, and more from the Sunshine State. You can find the link in the description box below or during the premiere chat in the blue bar at the top of the chat itself. Again, we cannot produce these talk shows without your help. We don't want to risk having to cut back on the schedule. We want to increase the schedule. Also, don't forget you can also help by using the Super Chat button. It is open for business, and baby, we need all the help we can get. April was not good. May was not good. June was so-so. Like any fine, upstanding human being, tip the bartender. For hours of great entertainment tonight, it's truly appreciated, along with your viewership and just simply being a friend of the show. Every dollar helps as we prepare to return to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 in less than a month's time to find you a brand new co-host for Tuesday night, since Tony Atlas chose to take the money and run. Speaking of old Tony, coming up next is another classic Wrestling Insiders at your house, as Tony discusses abuse he suffered as a child, life after exiting WWF in the summer of 1986, working for World Class Championship Wrestling in Texas, the Von Erich family, going to WWC in Puerto Rico and working for Carlos Colon, and more. Segment 3. Continue to enjoy classic Wrestling Insiders at your house episodes with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. following WWE NXT, as we continue the manhunt, a global manhunt to bring you a new co-host on Tuesdays. As noted, the Indiegogo campaign for Wrestle House in Tampa next month is open for business, where you can create our next Tuesday night tradition. It's fan interaction, fan ownership at its finest, because we can't do it without you. That is not a rumor, it is a fact. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, again, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. You get access to over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube you guys are interacting and enjoying with what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premier Chat or in the comments section below. As always, that gray Super Chat button right under the Premier box. It's open for business, baby.
Wrestling fans from around the corner, around the world. I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Tony, Mr. USA Atlas.
Can you believe, Tony, we're approaching Thanksgiving already?
Wow, I'm ready to eat.
I'm hungry.
I want some turkey dressing, cranberry sauce, and I want some green beans and lasagna to go on my Thanksgiving plate. And I don't like pumpkin pie, I like sweet potato pie.
All right, well, I'm sure you wouldn't say no to a free meal in any
No,
case.
I would not. I eat that pumpkin pie.
Of course not.
Put a little whipped cream on that bad boy. Yeah, I tear that all to pieces. But I tell you what is real good. You got to try this one day. You take pig's feet, and put it in vanilla ice cream.
Oh, I think I'm going to skip that one, Tony. I'll take your word for it, though.
Pig feet.
You're an honest guy.
Yeah, pig feet and vanilla ice cream.
All right, as we speak, Tony, it is a monster weekend for WWE.
Yes, it is.
The Staples Center in Los Angeles, they have NXT TakeOver LA, Survivor Series, then Raw and SmackDown. 4 straight nights at the Staples Center. That's remarkable for any genre to go to the same building 4 nights in a row and do that big business.
Well, yes, but you see, most of the time what people don't realize, many of the time wrestling fans, when they have one event, a big event like a lot of wrestling fans is not able to get in. I mean, the building only holds so many people.
Right.
So if you got a building that holds 20,000 people and you got 60,000 people on the outside, how you going to accommodate the 40,000 people that's not be able to get to see that show.
Right.
So by Vince being the person that he is, he wanted to make sure that every wrestler fan have opportunity to see it. So he booked the building for longer days. It's kind of like a Broadway movie, Broadway show like Cat. The first month the building sold out. You may have to. It stayed there 6 months to a year, sometimes years.
Right. Yeah.
In order for everybody in New York City and surrounding area to see it, because if they have it there for just 1 month, there's a lot of people who will never see that program.
Right.
So you got a large amount of people, and what a lot of people here in America don't realize about WWE. Most of their fans that come to these pay-per-views,
Like WrestleMania. Yeah.
like WrestleMania, they don't even live in the country.
Nope.
I mean, they got fans coming from Germany, Spain, France. They come from all over the world to see WrestleMania.
I'm going to put over my buddy from England that I met at WrestleMania this year, Jamie Ryder, and he had a friend that had a few too many adult beverages at WrestleMania and almost got tossed. We did an interview following WrestleMania. We had a great conversation, and I hope you're going to come out for WrestleMania in New York this year. We had a great time sitting with him. You never know who you're going to sit next to in an event. People can say, you've been involved in wrestling for 25 years. How can you still go and watch those shows? That's what the marks do. Well, I tell you this, Tony, I learn something every time I go.
Yeah.
Whether it's something in the ring,
That's
whether
right.
it's something good, whether it's something I don't like, whether it's the way the merchandise is displayed, whether it's the way their light rig is set up, whether it's the way their cameras are set up. When I go to a WWE event, I enjoy the ambiance of the wrestling, but I like to see what they do well and the things that I think maybe they should do a little different.
And now I like to say my good friend from Germany, Sabrina. She comes to every WrestleMania, and I wrestled in Germany a couple of times, and she came out to see us, but all the wrestlers, they all know Sabrina. She's a big blonde-headed girl. She's probably about 6 feet tall, but her and her friends come from Germany every WrestleMania.
Well, I think we have to extend the invitation. Sabrina, if you're ever in the Boston area when we're taping Memories and Legends, come on down. We'll have some fun in the studio. We try and make admission free for everybody. If you want to help the cause with an autographed picture or DVD, these productions, they're not cheap, Tony. We've said it before and we'll say it again.
No.
All right. Full-length episode, Tony. We had a great episode last spring when we talked about your career from 1984 through the middle of 1986. You got a little feisty in that one.
Yeah.
As we went off the air, you kind of rolled, or you didn't walk off the set, you rolled off the set in your chair and you were angry.
Yeah, my hip was hurting during that.
Well, you had a cane too. We
I
were
had a
like
cane.
We were like Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader with
Yes.
dueling canes. But anyway, I want to talk about, and I think this is going to make a magnificent Thanksgiving week because we haven't, as of the time we record this, we haven't taped our second November episode yet. We're going to get there as we do our tapings, usually in advance, to try and give us time to make a nice edited product. But I want to talk about the time before we get to the homelessness. I want to talk about from when you left Vince in 1986 to that difficult time in your life when you wound up in Maine.
Well, see, what ended up happening, they took the belt off of Rocky Johnson and I.
Now, that's 1984.
Yeah, but they took the belt off
Right.
of us, me and Rocky. Rocky went up to Vince McMahon Jr. And he said, Vince, you are not going to make me into a jobber like you did S.D. Jones. So Rocky Johnson left. I stayed thinking, listening to what, my problem was I was gullible. Vince said, stay here. I'm going to take care of you. And I just left Vern to Gagne, and Vern Gagne had put the title on me and Jumping Jim Bronzell. So I left there, Vern, I was champion with Jumping Jim Bronzell. They were, before his death, they was working a program with me and Bruiser Brody. So I was involved in two programs.
You and Brody in the AWA?
Me and Brody in AWA. I got a picture of me and Brody wrestling in AWA. You look through some of the magazines, you see the program they was building.
That was a couple of years before I started watching. I didn't know that.
You're right. So they had me in a program with Bruiser Brody in AWA. Plus, me and Jumping Jim Bronzell, we beat Animal and Hawk for the AWA tag team
They were
title.
white hot at that point.
And they were super, super hot. So Vern had a lot of plans for me, and Vince convinced me to come back.
Tricked you almost.
Yeah, and he convinced me to come back to the WWF at that time.
Yep.
And he said, we're going to take care of you, Tony. We're going to take care of you, Tony. But he said, every time we turn around, he said, you got to do me a favor, do me a favor, do me a favor. The straw that broke the camera back for me and Vince was I was going to wrestle Hercules Hernandez on TV. Now, he had me to do jobs, but not on TV.
Not a televised
This is the
job.
first time he want me to lay down on TV, and Slick was his manager.
Right.
And the finish was I pick him up over my head, and Slick would reach through the ring with his cane and trip me, and Hercules fell back on top of me. Then he said, we're going to have a rematch, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. So finally, I went for it. And I even talked to Pat Patterson. I said, Pat, why is he doing me this way? I said, I left Vern to come this guy, and I said, all he's doing is crapping on me. You know, I said, I hadn't done nothing wrong, hadn't missed no shows. I was perfect. I was early
During
to the
that
show.
run.
I was the first one there and the last one to leave every show. Did everything that man asked me to do. And all he did was crap on me, crap on me, crap on me. Well, you know, what happened to you is your fault. Yeah, I realized that, Vince, but how long you going to punish
Hold
me
it
for?
over your head.
So finally, I went to Philly one day, and Gorilla Monsoon came up and told me, said, I hate to tell this kid, but you fired. I said, for what? He said, well, Vince said he's done with you. I said, for what? There was no explanation, no nothing. I'm just fired. So I went to stay at a hotel on 49th and 8th Street, and I was paying like $500-600 a week to stay there. S.D. Jones' wife, Kate, heard about it. She said, you go get Tony. He could stay here.
Oh, that was nice.
So I stayed at S.D.
People that
house.
cared about you.
Yeah, S.D. wife had me to stay at her house, and then S.D. mentioned it to one of the wrestlers. Well, Vince told S.D. Jones, you either kick Tony Atlas out your house or I'm going to fire you.
Wow.
And S.D. said, no, I'm not going to do that. That's my friend. Because that's my friend. So S.D. came to tell me what Vince said, and I said, S.D., I leave. I said, I don't want you losing your job because of me. You know, I said, I already cost you in the past where I screwed up with the tag team thing. So I left and stayed at another friend's house until I was able to go, until I was able to get booked somewhere. So finally, George Scott got me booked down in World Class. But I was able to save money by staying at S.D. house until I was able to go. Because the hotel by itself would cost me almost $600-700 a week just for the hotel.
Oh, you were living there.
And that was including eating out. I'd eat out every day. I was living at the hotel, And even though they gave us a good deal, we was only paying like $80 a night. But still,
it adds up if you're not booked.
Yeah, that's add up with no income coming in.
All right, Tony. August of 19...
That's why I got so angry about that, because it brought back all that.
Some bad memories.
He's going to tell this. He fired SD for letting me. He started using SD because SD tried to help me, and I wasn't even working for Vince.
What is amazing is August of 1986, to me, it was one of the great times in wrestling. I had just become a fan. The first live event I ever went to at the Boston Garden, back when it was monthly, you were actually featured on it. I think you wrestled Ted Our City on that back in August of 1986. Yeah. Funny enough, on that same show, Sheiky Baby was also on that show live, and little did I know, back as a 6-year-old me in 1986, that 19 years later, me and this guy would be hit by a drunk driver and become crippled together.
America, hot poor.
But you were getting ready to leave, Tony. Late August 1986, you do a job to Adrian Adonis at MSG. MSG, they usually kept you strong. And you just kind of, no-sold it and just kind of got up and left. What was going on in it? Do you remember that night at MSG? Yep. Tell me about the night at MSG.
Well, the most embarrassing thing for any wrestler in my day was to get pinned by a drunken, fat, out of shape guy in a dress. Vince used Adrian to embarrass wrestlers. Back in them days, for the guy in the dress to beat one of the strongest men in the world, I'm bench pressing 600 pounds, I'm laying down in the ring for a guy in a dress that was out of shape. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And that's what made Vince let me go. Because Vince told me that night after Madison Square Garden, he said, I can't use you on bottom because you're too good, and I can't use you on top. And he walked away.
That happened the night of that Adonis match?
Well, if you listen to that crowd, the whole crowd was hollering bullshit, bullshit. No, they didn't buy it.
Well, I could see your point of view as you being Tony Atlas.
I was the wrong person to put in that match.
Right, but you have to be fair. They were grooming Adonis for the semi-main event at WrestleMania 3. It's not like he was an undercard guy. I don't disagree with you on that.
Because the fan never bought it. It was too unbelievable. It was not believable to the fan.
They were using you, to be fair, almost as mop-up duty for the heels they were trying to push, and the fans, they didn't take to it.
They didn't take to it. It didn't work. And that's why Vince let me go and I went to World Class.
And you wound up missing what turned into a huge phenomenon, what was called the Big Event in Toronto. It took place a few days after the MSG show. I think you were scheduled to wrestle Hercules there. It was a house show that sold out a stadium with 65,000 some odd fans because Hogan and Orndorff was so hot.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Yep.
And you didn't really care.
No. I was not booked there.
You were booked.
No.
Yeah, you were advertised.
I know.
So you no-showed?
No.
You were fired?
Yes.
All right. That's the truth.
That's the truth.
You wish you had a chance to go
yes.
I'm sure there was a nice payday at the big event.
I was at WrestleMania 1.
Right.
And didn't wrestle.
We discussed that in our 80s episode.
Right. Vince would do that.
All right, so...
Because he didn't want to let you know you was fired. And he would send one of his agents to you after he get in the building and everything. And at the last minute, he would have somebody come and tell you you're not... I went when Monsoon fired me. You know where I was at when he fired me? Sitting in the dressing room in the Spectrum.
Really?
Yeah. Madison Square Garden of WrestleMania 1. I was getting in the cab to go to the Gardens. And Skolin was sitting outside waiting for me to come out.
Wow.
They sent Skolin to the hotel. We were the Ramada Inn on 49th and 8th Street. Son Hogan from the Gardens over there with $2,000 in cash to give to me, not to show up.
Not to show up.
Right.
All right, Tony.
I was getting ready to go to the town, and then they tell me, oh, you're not booked tonight. You got the night off. That's what they would tell you. You got the night off.
We covered 84 to the first half of 86 in that great episode that's available now on BostonWrestling.com. Who has no balls?
Vince ain't got no balls.
He's got no balls, huh?
No balls.
Tell us how you really feel.
He got no balls.
So let's just say...
Stephanie got bigger balls than he got. At least she tell you what she think to your face. She won't tell you nothing behind your back. I got a lot of respect for Stephanie McMahon. I got a lot of respect for Triple H, and I got a lot of respect for Shane McMahon. Vince, I don't have that much respect for, and that's the honest to God truth, because he got no balls.
Man gave you a lot of opportunity.
Tell me, talk to me.
If he was better communicating with you direct, you'd have more respect for him.
Yes, but he would tell you, don't worry, Tony, everything is okay. You good with us. And 5 minutes later, he's saying something else. He'd tell you one thing to your face and something else behind your back.
All right, let's pretend this, Tony. We like to go, when you're here sometimes, up to the Kowloon restaurant. Let's say we bumped into Vince McMahon in a non-WWE, if it were a non-WWE event, you're just two guys that ran into each other. What would you say to Vince?
I'd say hi.
That's it.
I wouldn't have I got no animosity. I like Vince. We all got faults.
You like the man.
I love him to death. I really, really like Vince a lot. To me, you know, he's a great guy. I like him. It just, he got one fault. I didn't say everything about that man was bad. It's just one thing. We all got something about us that people just don't like. There's certain things about me that my wife don't even like. Don't mean she don't love me. Don't mean that she want to divorce me. It's just this certain particular thing about me that she don't like. One of the things that people in the wrestling world in the older days didn't like about Tony Atlas, when I was young, I had the worst temper in the world. I had a very, very short fuse. And S.D. Jones used to always say, when Tony is sober, when he's not messing with drugs or nothing, Tony is the nicest guy you want to meet in your life, sober. But as soon as Tony gets something, you give him that, as S.D. would say, as soon as you give him that shit, it changed him. He become a different person.
So in '86, were you drinking and abusing drugs?
No, I was clean then.
You were done? Oh, you're talking about the previous run in the 83, 84.
Yeah, then yes. Yeah, back in the early 80s. When me and Rocky got the belt, I was clean during the belt. I stayed clean.
So in '86, when you left after that Adonis match, there was.
I was clean.
I'm sure you had a beer from time to time.
A beer, yeah, I had a beer, but
no drugs.
No drugs at all.
Fair enough.
There was absolutely no drug. My worst drug days happened after my career. My worst days a year with drugs was in 1989.
Well, we're gonna get there.
Because I got stoned every freaking day.
We're gonna get there, Tony.
Every day.
We're gonna get. Let's hold my hand, baby. We'll keep going.
Every day.
So what happened? You're gone in August, September, October, November. There's kind of another gap there in your career. You wound up in Texas in December. What were you doing for those 3 months?
I was cutting SD grass.
Really? Now, how did it feel to go from a superstar on national television? I can't imagine there were too many restaurants and airports that you could go through where people wouldn't say, hey, that's Tony Atlas.
Yep.
And now you're mowing S.D. Jones' lawn.
Yep. It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It was very, very embarrassing.
Did you have to take up work of any kind outside of wrestling?
I did a little bodyguard work. It used to be this. I had a friend, and his name was, they called him, his name was Charlie. He had a little group they called Chucky Angel, and he was part of the Hell Angel. He was a Hell Angel leader, and I took a bodyguard to Tony Awards. I bodyguard for Cheetah Rivera and Liza Minnelli, where they did the Rank on Broadway. So I did a bodyguard work in New York, and I worked with this guy named. He's still around. I saw him probably about 2013. He go to these mixed martial art things because that's what he's into, and he's looking up. He call himself Chucky Angel. Instead of Charlie Angel,
Chucky.
It was because that's what they called him. His name was Chuck. And I can't remember his name right now, but I got his picture at home because me and him was in the same program. We went to M&A, and Scott Epstein, God rest his soul, took me there, and I got to see him. It was in 2013, I believe it was. You know, and he still stocky, and he used to have a ring they called the phone booth because it was so small you couldn't run. And he's a guy, and they just beat the crap out of him. But I did bodyguard work, and that's what I did.
All right, wrestling fans, I think that's a great spot to take a time out. We're going to check out some of our great friends, what they have going on, and we're going to come back, talk about Tony's time in Puerto Rico, world-class championship wrestling, which for a time when I was a little guy, believe it or not, that was my favorite promotion, not WWF. I loved watching World Class on ESPN. We're going to continue to tell Tony's story
from when he left WWF until he truly hit rock bottom when he became homeless. Stand by.
The World Wrestling Federation was live in El Paso, Texas, Sunday, July the 13th, 1997. In the opening contest, Bob Holly beat Leif Cassidy. The Godwins with the win over the Headbangers. Rockabilly defeated Flash Funk. Brian Pillman victorious over Jesse James. DOA beat the New Blackjacks. Ken Shamrock with the win over WWF European Champion, the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith via disqualification. Goldust defeated Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Stone Cold Steve Austin and Mankind victorious over Bret Hitman Hart and WWF Intercontinental Champion Owen Hart. And in the main event, WWF World Champion The Undertaker retained the title over Vader in a casket match. If you were in El Paso live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Memories and Legends. It's a great holiday week. It's one of the great traditions in professional wrestling nowadays. Survivor Series in Los Angeles. Again, Season 2. Unlike the first season of Memories and Legends, we had a great plethora of guests. For Season 2, David Reese and I decided that we're just going to keep it all Tony Atlas. And we'll see where Season 3 goes next spring. But Tony, you talk about great traditions. One of the great traditions in Puerto Rico is the anniversary show they have every year. One of your first stops when you left WWF in 1986 was to go to Puerto Rico. You competed on their anniversary show. Yeah. Was that the first foray for you into Puerto Rico, or had you been there before?
Oh, I've been there to see
before WWE. Oh, that's right. He owned Gorilla Monsoon on the piece, right?
Monsoon was our partners back in the old WWE F days that we used to do show that. In fact, Hulk Hogan wrestled there on one of the shows. It was the same week as the bumming of the hotel.
Really?
Yeah, that was when Hulk Hogan was on that show. Where they bummed the Dumont Hotel there, and the people were jumping off for the fire. Yeah, I was there when that happened. I saw people jump from that hotel.
Wow.
To show you how lucky we were, we all checked out the hotel the day before the bombing in Puerto Rico. And I was dating at that time a Puerto Rican girl by the name of Lisa. And I asked Gorilla Monsoon, can I have a couple of days off to spend time in Puerto Rico? He said, yeah. He said everybody gonna be off for a while. He said, yeah. He said, we get you a ticket to fly out 2 days later. So I went to stay at Lisa's grandmother's house. And so we were downtown because the gym was downtown. As I'll come for the gym, there's people, I saw the smoke and everything, and people up on top of the building, and people were jumping off. But that same show, that week, Hogan wrestled there.
I think it wrestled John Studd, and it turned into a giant rainstorm.
Big
if I remember
rainstorm,
right.
that's right. That was the same week
Same
as the
week,
bombing
really?
of that Dumont Hotel.
Wow.
Yep, same week.
The experiences you've had. Sometimes you tell me you're a dumb man, you're a foolish man, but the memory you have, and you claim your memory isn't even that good, I'd like to see the stories you'd have to tell if your memory was good. Because you and I could go on for years with these stories.
See, but when a tragedy happened, it sticks to you more than anything else. It's like I remember what happened to me when I was 6, because I got pushed in the creek by Jerry Hayes and split my skull open. So I never forgot that. When I was 7 years old, this guy came along. He was a child molester. He worked for what they call Big Brothers, and he tried to rape me in the pond. And
this is back in Virginia?
Back in Virginia. I was like 7 years old, but I remember that guy. I'm telling my mom about it, and my mom had to go and confront the guy. The guy wanted to fight my mom because my mom wouldn't let him get to me because he was trying to get me to change my story. And we was told not to lie to our mother. So my mother asked me, said, what the guy do? I said, he'd take us to the lake, and he would go underneath the water and put our thing in his mouth. And I told my mom, Mom said, I don't want y'all around no. Back in them days, they didn't use the term gay. They just called him and say he's funny.
Wait a minute. You went in the water with this guy.
Yeah, we were.
And he went under the water.
He go in the mud.
And he
put his
blew you.
Where he put your thing in his mouth. Yeah, I thought it was a fish biting my thing. And then my oldest brother Charles saw him doing it, and she said, "Get out the water." Told us to get out the water, so I got out the water real fast. Then another time, I was about 11 years old in Covington, Virginia, and this guy came with a police badge, told me he was a policeman, and he took me up in the woods and he tried to rape me. And my brother Norris took a tree limb, and he beat him with a tree limb. So I almost got raped twice by guys.
And your brother saved you the second time?
Both times, yeah. Because we all stuck together, all us brothers. You know, it was 5 boys and 4 girls.
You didn't even get into this in your book.
Well, no, he wouldn't put it. I told him the story. He wouldn't put it in.
I wonder why.
He didn't want to talk about that stuff.
Well, it's part of your life story, you know.
Well, if you read my book, he talked very little on my foot fetish too. He didn't want to get into that stuff. That was just.
He wanted to stick to the wrestling.
Yeah.
Well,
mainly what he really wanted to talk about was drugs. I mean, once we got to talk about the drugs, I mean, they were like the whole freaking book was about drugs. It was 1 year of my life, and he made it sound like it was every day of my life.
You know, when I do get in,
drugs were big during that time.
When we get on those topics, Tony, I like to be very zoned in on it, and I like to get the facts straight on that because it's very important that the story is told honestly.
Yeah.
But I had no idea that you were sexually assaulted as a kid.
Yeah.
Did it affect you?
Yeah.
Did it have anything to do with the feet?
No. What it did for me though, I joined the police athletic league. I want to learn how to knock your ass out when you touch me.
So what happened with this man that?
Well, the first guy
got you underwater.
Where the first guy, he came along. They had this thing called Big Brothers.
Right.
And he would go around. He was supposed to take kids and teach them how to hunt and how to camp and how to fish and all this stuff. So we was fishing, and he said, "Ain't y'all hot?" And we go, "Yeah." And he said, "Come on, let's go swimming." And we said, well, I got no trunk. He said, you ever hear of skinny dipping? I go, no. He said, just take your clothes off and jump in. There's nobody around, nobody gonna see you. So, you know, we kids, we don't know nobody. We take our clothes off, we jumped in the water. Wow. So he take all his clothes off, he jump in the water. So first we just wrestled around in the water and everything. And then all of a sudden, you know, he disappeared and I'm looking around for it. Whoa, what the world is that? And then all of a sudden I tell my brother, I said, somebody's messing with me on the water. And my brother Charles said, what is it, what is it? So then I felt it again. So my brother Charles went underneath the water. He told me, he said, get out the water, get out the water. So we got out the water. So my brother Charles, we get up on the bank, and the guy was staying in the water. My brother Charles, he said, get your clothes, let's go, let's go, let's go. So we take off running with our clothes, and we got no clothes on.
You were naked when you were running away?
Naked, and we running home with no clothes on. So finally, when we got out the woods, we went behind the church there, because that was close by. It was and then we put our clothes on before we went home. And so he came the next day, and all my brothers saw him coming, and they all ran and hid. Well, being Tony, I wasn't the brightest kid in the family, you know, so I was too stupid to run. So he saw me in the house, and my mother said, "Well, I don't know where them other boys at." She said, "But my mother name is Gerald, and my mother called me Gerald because my grandmother gave me that name. It's Anthony Gerald White." They said, "Well, Gerald is here. Gerald, come on, so and so is here." And I go, and she said, "Well, what's wrong?" I go, so my mother knew something was up, so she pulled me back in the back room, and she said, "Now what? Why you don't want to go with him?" I said, "Mom, he messed with you." And she said, "What's wrong with him?" I said, "Mom, he's funny." And she said, "Well, did he touch you?" I go, "Yes, ma'am." So she went back to him. She said, "Look, I want you to stay away from my boy." And he kind of made a lunge like he was going to go towards me. And I remember my mom just said, bright in my day, take both her arms and put them up on the door just like that. She said, "Look, I don't want no trouble. I just want you to leave my boys alone. I don't want no trouble." I remember she saying that to him. "I don't want no trouble. I just want you to leave my boys alone." And he gave me a look like, if I catch you by yourself, I'm going to do something to you. It was just a mean, mean look. And he turned and walked away. I never seen him again.
I wonder if anything ever happened to the guy.
No.
I'm sure you weren't the only one he ever did it to.
No.
What a despicable human being.
But there was a lot of
I can't imagine what would make someone go through their mind to want to do that
there
to
was
a
a lot of-
7-year-old kid.
But there was a lot of that going on. There was 12 and 13-year-old girls in my neighborhood that was pregnant. And the guys that did it was in their 30s and 40s. That was common back there. And like if a man...
those are the type of people that deserve a severe case of cancer.
What kind of look at... what was the
what
guy...
a horrible human being.
What was the guy Jeffrey Dahmer there, the guy that was killing all them kids? One of the kids escaped, and the police took him back and said, "Oh, they're just two gays."
Yeah, they didn't
That's how they look at it there. It was not looked at child molestation there. If they see a man and a boy, they say it's two gays. They didn't look at the fact.
Well, you were 7 years old, Tony. I mean,
back then it didn't. It was no law against it.
There was no. What do you mean there was no law against it?
It was not implemented.
There was no law against a man with big brothers.
No.
Trying to give you oral sex in a pond.
Nope. They went on all the time.
What do you mean it went on all the time?
There was a lot of guys that got raped. I see a lot of guys coming out the woods crying, and then see some grown man walking the other way. Yeah, it went on all the time. Yeah, I seen it a lot when I was a kid. That's what got me into all this shit.
To protect yourself.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Wow.
I started my career with the police athletic leg.
Right.
They just called it POW. And I went there and I used to box at first. I started off as a boxer. Then I saw them weights. Then I turned into weightlifting because a guy called Buddy Ball. They called him Buddy Ball because when he was young, he was fat. And they used to call him Buddy Ball because he was fat. So what he did, he started lifting weights and lost the body fat and built up muscles. But the name stuck, Buddy Ball, because I said, why they call him Buddy Ball? He got he was big, had a chest out like this, all up about it, no legs, but just upstairs. So he told me, he said, "Yeah, kid, if you get big and strong, ain't nobody gonna mess with you." And that's what got me into weightlifting.
Well, I'm glad it did.
I did it for protection.
I never knew you had to go through that, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry you did.
Yeah. A lot of guys did. A lot of guys did. But luckily for me, that when we went somewhere, when you called me to go somewhere in the olden days, all my brothers went with me.
Yeah.
If I was by myself, I probably would have gotten more would have happened because I couldn't defend myself against a grown man, But because my brother was there.
As far as you know, that man just vanished? You never saw him around town again?
No.
Really?
No.
Did he?
See, once the parents found out, see, that's what a lot of kids, kids that get molested don't understand. They would tell you not to tell your parents, because once the parents find out, you safe. As long as nobody don't know, you are unsafe. I became safe the next day because I told my mom, and from that day on, I was safe from every predator in the neighborhood. And that's happened in Lowmore, Virginia. The first time it happened to me was in Lowmore, Virginia. But I didn't have to worry about nobody in Roanoke, Virginia, because every predator from that day on knew that I would tell. Then
you were dangerous to them.
Right, it was dangerous for them.
I hate to use the word, but you'd break kayfabe.
Yeah, I told, I was a stooge. See, in my neighborhood, it was bad to be a stooge. I was a stooge. I told.
No, you had to in that case.
But that was my protection. Once I told, I didn't have to worry about anybody messing with me again, because my mom would tell my neighbor, watch out, if you see anybody messing around with my boys, you let me know. So the neighborhood started watching out for me too. So that was my protection by telling. Then when I went to Covington, my brother Norris, he must have broke the limb off the tree. Because the guy, me and him, we were fighting like hell. I had a black eye, a busted lip, my nose was bleeding. So he beat the crap out of me.
The second time, when you were 11, I think you said.
I was about 11.
A guy, did you know the guy?
No, he showed me a police badge.
He pretended he was a cop.
He was police,
and he wanted to rape you.
Right.
And you started to have a fist fight with him?
Yeah.
And your brother broke a limb off a tree.
Yeah, and how I knew it was a limb off a tree, because when he hit him, leaves and everything went that way. I mean, you could stick the branches. It was just, they had leaves. It still had the leaves on it. So I figured it didn't fall off, but the leaves been dead.
Right.
And he started whacking him with the thing, and he told me to run. And I ran, and then my brother ran behind me, Norris. Now my brother Norris, he lives in Washington State now, and he served 35 years in the military as a Green Beret.
You've told me about him before on the phone.
Tough boy. But he saved me. My mom the first time. Well, my brother Charles, because Charles looked under the water and saw there was no fish messing with me. If this guy go in the water, he feel on you, touch you under the water. And he would go under the water like this, and do things. And my brother Charles saved me then, my big brother Charles. And then my other big brother, Noah, saved me the second time for being molested by a guy.
Does it bother you nowadays?
No.
It's not something you... I know a lot of...
No, because the way I see it, what don't kill you make you stronger. If it hadn't been for them two incidents, I probably would have never got into sports. But once I started learning how to box, then when I was in the 7th grade, I got on the wrestling team. Then I went to the YMCA, I lift weights. I took up judo. I was in a judo class. I was in a wrestling class. I was lifting weights, and that's all I did all day long was box, wrestle, and lift weights. Box, wrestle, and lift weights. I did nothing else. I was a lifeguard for a while too, because I wanted to learn how to swim. So I would just...
You took a negative and you made it a positive.
Yep, because back in the olden days, what kids did was something happened to them, they would fix it so it don't happen again. See, I didn't want to be a victim. Some people make themselves a victim. They cry about what happened to them. Where crying about what happened to you is not going to fix what happened to you. What will fix what happened to you is so that you do something to make it not happen to you again. Like I tell I work with a lot of females, and I tell them, if you get molested or assaulted by a man, learn karate or learn how to shoot a gun. Learn how to protect yourself. Don't sit around and cry about what happened to you, because it could happen again. You have to fix it. It's kind of like your tire. You're driving down the street, you get a flat tire. Now you can stand out there complaining about having a flat tire, or you could fix it. Instead of me complaining about the flat tire, I decided to fix it. Now there was one time in my life where I didn't do that. I started blaming Vince. I started blaming WWE for my failure. Then I woke up one day and I said, Tony, it takes two to tango. So now when I do, I look at not what someone else did wrong to me. I look at what I did wrong to put myself in that position for them to do that to me. If I had been making my shows and doing what I was supposed to be doing and was sober and not stoned every night, Vince, I would have never been in the position for Vince to do what he did to me. So how I look at it now, my success in life I owe to thousands of people. My failure I owe to just me, you know, and that's how I dealt with everything. Yes, I got a problem here. I could sit here and I could complain about my problem, or I could do something about my problem so I don't have this problem in the future. Well, and that's how I live my life now. That's why you never hear me blame Vince for what happened to me, because I put myself in the position for him to do that.
Well, I tell you, I have a very good friend that was molested and raped by her stepfather, and it stuck with her whole life. It's good in a sense that you overcame it. I mean, you can talk about it like it's the back of your hand. And
because I did. The reason I can talk about it because I know it could never ever happen again. Never.
Wow.
And that's what makes me feel good about that. Something tragic happened to me as a child. And I put a stop to it. I put a stop to it. I didn't wait for the law enforcement to do it. I didn't wait for the city to do it. I didn't wait for the state to do it. I didn't wait for the government to do it. I took the bull by the horn and I did it for myself.
Yeah, I don't know how comfortable or uncomfortable you are talking about it at different times, but yeah, I'm glad you've shared it. Maybe there are people that can hear your story and get something from it.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Because if you know something could happen to you and you take no precaution to keep it from happening again, then really you are, the first time that a person get molested, they share no blame the first time. The second time a person get molested, they share some of the blame because they are aware of the fact that this could happen. And they took no precaution to keep it from happening again. You have to take precaution for when tragedy happens in your life. Instead of sitting around playing the victim, you have to do something to make sure that you don't have to repeat that. So that's where I look at it. It happened. I can't change it, but I could make sure it don't happen again. It could never. Nobody could stop anything from happening the first time, but you do have a little bit of say so in what happened to you the second time, because you should have took some precautions.
Right.
Like if you drive in your car and check engine light come on and you ignore it, then all of a sudden you find yourself standing on the side of the road. Well, you got warning. You had a warning. You didn't heed to the warning. Yeah. When that first molester came out to me and then the second one came out to me, there was 2 warnings that this is possible. This happened to kids. So how can I protect myself as a child? My mother taught me one way. I was good with rocks.
Oh, I'm sure that would do the trick, yeah.
We used to take rocks, little rocks, we put them in our pocket. And when something grown up go to mess with them, we reach in our pocket and throw rocks at them.
Wow.
And you have five little black kids rocking your ass.
That'll make you go away, right?
Yeah. We will rock you, let me tell you. And we was good too, we had good aim.
Well, I just think there's more good that can come out of your story than you even know with what you're sharing tonight.
You have to do something about things that happen. You can't sit around and wait for the government to do it for you.
That's for sure.
And you can't blame the government. They can't be everywhere at once. You can't blame the policemen. They can't be everywhere at once. The policemen get there as quickly as they can, but you have to take some precaution yourself so things don't happen to you. Any man that raises a daughter and don't teach that daughter how to defend herself and take care of herself in life, when something happens to that little girl, he is just as responsible as the person that did it, because he did not teach his daughter how to survive in society. Because there's 96,000 sexual assault on women every year. 96,000. It's kind of like, this is my message. If I go too long, let me know. This is my message, my message to Black Lives Matter. Great message. Wrong audience. 90% of black homicide is done by blacks, not by cops. We want to blame the policemen for their 1% and ignore the 90%. Black men, if you is man enough to make a baby, be man enough to help that woman raise that child. 70% I don't know the exact number, but it's over 70% of black kids grow up without a father. Now, how can you desert your family, leave your family to struggle for themselves, and then blame society for your lack of responsibility? How can you blame the police department for the killing of black young men when you kill, it's killing 90% of black homicide is done by blacks? How can you blame the government when black on black crime is the highest crime rate in America? How can you blame the government when blacks make up 13% of American population and 60% of incarceration? Sometime in our lives, and I'm a black man, sometime in black people's lives, they're gonna have to take responsibility. Now this is for black men only, because the black woman has been the backbone of the black neighborhood since I was born. That's why if you ever want to make any black man mad, talk about his mom. Because our mothers are dear to us because she was there for us when nobody else were. My mother went to work at 7 o'clock in the morning, got off at 2, went back at 3, and worked until 11 o'clock at night, 5 days a week, and went to work on Saturday from 7 to 2. On Sunday, she would not work. They tried to get her to work. She wouldn't work on Sunday because it was God's day. She believed in God. She was a Christian. Now, if my mother could do that to raise us kids, how come my dad couldn't do a man can't do the same thing?
Your dad left you.
If you can't take care of children, don't have them. Don't use a woman for your own sexual gratification. And as soon as that woman needs you more than she ever needs you anytime in your life, you're not there. 70% of black kids grow up without a father. And when I say without, I mean nowhere, not financially, he's not there financially, he's not there emotionally, he's not there. My dad was one of them men. Luckily for me, I had a strong black woman to raise me. She said, boy, I had to be both mother and father to you. So if black people want to find what is wrong with the black neighborhood, look in the frickin' mirror.
All right, Tony. Certainly, we weren't planning on tonight, but
it's
been a night of revelations, to say the least.
It's the truth. Look at the statistics.
All right. Well, what we're going to do is right now, I can't get into wrestling at this point. We're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to continue through Tony's journey through the late 80s after leaving WWE. Stand by.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet.
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
Yeah,
yeah.
there you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to what's turned into a very emotional Survivor Series weekend episode of Memories and Legends. We went some places I never even imagined we would because I didn't know we were going to go there, Tony. But we talked 1986. Your first stop was the big anniversary show in Puerto Rico for Carlos Colon. You said you'd worked there before during your WWF run. What was it like to work for Carlos Colon himself here now semi-regularly?
I'm going to say what every wrestler that ever said before the death of Bruiser Brody, it's a paid vacation. I mean, you couldn't find a better place to work nowhere on this planet. I mean, you got the beaches, you got the palm trees, you got the Caribbean food. You got
beautiful
the
Spanish
music.
women, as my good friend
Beautiful
Dr. Scott would
Spanish
say.
women's running all over the place. And McKean is, I may add, you know, beautiful white sand beaches, beautiful the blue crystal clear water, hotels, beautiful hotels. The food was marvelous, you know. It was a paid vacation. The longest trip. The whole island is only 90 miles long and 40 miles wide.
Wow.
The whole island.
How many regular stops would there be for the territory?
We wrestle all the way down. We wrestle in San Juan, Ponce, Aguadillos.
But were these weekly
Bayamon.
stops?
No, they did 4 days a week.
4 days, okay.
Yeah, we wrestle 4 days a week and then 1 day of TV. So it was 5 days a week, but most of the time, like I said, the trips were so close. I mean, the longest trip was an hour and a half.
Wow.
And the show back then didn't start at 8 o'clock. So
You had all day?
We had all day to do whatever the tarnation we want. Then sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, we leave to go to the town about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So you have from the time you got up all the way until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, do whatever you want. Was a paid vacation. And the money was good.
Yeah.
I mean, there was guys going in and out of Puerto Rico back then making $70,000, $80,000 a year.
Wow.
Just from
That's
Puerto
good
Rico
money
alone.
for a paid vacation,
Very
right?
good
Yeah.
money. I don't mind saying it now because my taxes been paid and everything. I used to average about in 4 days about $3,500
Wow.
Yeah, for 4 days.
And
And,
how did that-
that's back in the 80s.
How did that compare to WWF money?
It was good too. WWF money was good too.
Comparable though between Puerto Rico and WWF?
To me, the WWF paid less now. The reason is because the price of living have went up.
Yeah.
You take a man now making $100,000 a year with the WWE, it's like in my day a guy making $25,000 a year because of the cost of living. back in the 80s, you could buy yourself a brand new. Well, I bought a brand new 1980 Corvette. I paid $15,000 for it.
Wow.
So you could get a brand new Cadillac for $20,000.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Now that Corvette is 40. You could buy a home back in the 80s for anywhere between 35 to 65,000 back then. Now that same home would cost you 200,000. You see, you could go to stay in a hotel back in the 80s for 50, 60 bucks a night. Now a cheap hotel is $150.
Right? Right? Look at some of our adventures this year, right?
You know, it's $150.
Right?
You know, for I wouldn't say a cheap hotel, but you know, a hotel that don't have a lot of accommodation.
Right.
Now, if you want to stay in a hotel like Ramada Inn or
This
you know,
goddamn fly has been bothering me the whole show, Tony.
Eat him.
I don't know if I got him or not.
The price of living have
No,
went up.
I didn't.
Have went up. I mean, gasoline have went up. The price of automobiles have went up. I used to go down to Garden State Parkway in the Nannies, the Garden Way Park State in New Jersey. The tolls were 35 cents. Now them tolls are, $2. I used to cross the GW when the tolls was $1.50 in the 90s. Was maybe $2 or $3 at most. I remember one time when it went up to $5, I couldn't believe I paid $5 to cross this bridge. Now it's $19.
To go into Long Island, it's $15, yeah.
$15 just to cross that bridge. It used to be $3.
Wow.
So the cost of living.
Yeah, that's life, yeah.
Yeah, the cost of living have improved, but the income for most, not all wrestlers, but I would say a majority of them is not up to today's standards. So for a lot of the guys, I made more money in the 80s than what they making now, simply because of the cost of living. $100,000 a year is not much, because one thing, you're self-employed.
You have to take out the hotels.
Right.
And the, yeah.
Well, not only that, $100,000 for a person that's self-employed, 52,000 of that money is his. 48,000 is Uncle Sam.
Before all the write-offs, right?
Without write-off. Without write-off is 40.
Right.
Yeah, unless you got write-offs.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have no write-off. It's over $40,000. Almost 40% of that is gone to, over 40% is taxes. So what guys have to do, they have to have a lot of write-off. So when they pay their taxes, instead of paying taxes, if you got like $20,000 or $30,000 worth of write-off, instead of paying taxes on $100,000, you pay taxes on $70,000.
Right.
The old-time wrestler believe anything you make over $60,000 is for the government. Every penny over $60,000 on $100,000 is for the government. So really, in reality, 60 is yours, 40 is Uncle Sam, because you self-employed, and Vince takes nothing out of your check.
Right.
Nothing. So you just get a flat check.
A lot of guys get in trouble that way.
Well, a lot of guys are uninsured for that too.
Right.
Because they can't afford insurance. They don't have insurance. The state and federal tax. You go to the state and what wrestlers do, they have to pay taxes in every state they go.
Right. Complicated. All right, Tony, all in all, was Puerto Rico a good place to make a living for you?
Puerto Rico was a wonderful place to make a living for me.
From mid-'86 to 1988, when the Bruiser Brody tragedy happened, what would you grade it like it was in school? A, B, C?
I would give it an A+.
A+, really? The money was good enough?
Who did not want to go? I mean, most of the guys couldn't wait. You take there's one guy that made his whole living in Puerto Rico and Japan, Abdullah the Butcher.
Yeah, sure.
He became a millionaire from just wrestling them two places. He wrestled a little bit in the States.
He didn't need the U.S.
The late Bruiser Brody.
Same thing.
He made most of his money in Japan. The Funk, Turd Funk, he made most of his money in Japan. He didn't make his money here. The guy that Vince got right now, this kid right here, AJ Styles.
Yeah.
I mean, where was AJ all these years?
TNA.
See, and Japan.
He had a short run in Japan before he came to WWE.
That's right.
Like I said, I really wanted to play the name game with some of the superstars and wrestlers you were around. With the turn this program took
We're going to have to do a separate episode on that in the future, which will be a lot of fun. Also want to talk about 1986. We mentioned it before. You headed into world-class championship wrestling down in Texas, run by the Von Erich family.
The Von Erichs were their own worst enemy.
Why is that?
They would not let anybody get big if you was not a Von Erich. And that's where they ran into their bigger mistake. They thought more of the brand than they did of the fans. And whenever you put yourself above the fan, give you a prime example. They had the Ultimate Warrior.
Dingo Warrior. And
he was a Dingo Warrior. And he was a heel. And he was drawing them a lot of money. So finally they put him as babyface. And to put add injury to it, then they stopped booking him.
Wow.
That's when I left and went to Puerto Rico, and he left and went with Vince.
WWF in 1987.
He was in World Class, and they was not even using him. They even left him off the card because they couldn't find no way of destroying him in the ring.
They even went to the extent of making up pretend Von Erichs. He had Lance the cousin.
Yeah.
In the tragedies of all the deaths. When you arrived in World Class, did you know in late 1986 that this was a promotion that was headed for a nosedive?
I did not.
It was, how, well...
Well, George Scott had it, when he went there, he had it going.
Yeah.
But the problem that he ran into them, George Scott wanted to develop other talent.
Other than Von Erichs.
Other than Von Erich. He did not believe in wrapping the territory around one person. Because if you don't have that one person, you got nothing. See how smart Vince was? I think he got Hulk Hogan to where Hogan needed to be. Mm-hmm. He reached back, he built Paul Orndorff.
Right.
He built Randy Savage. He built Stone Cold. So when Hogan was no longer with the WWE, Vince was able to continue drawing big houses with Stone Cold Steve Austin, with Bret the Hitman Hart.
Right.
You know, he didn't wrap the territory. It was the brand WWE is what draws the crowd, not the wrestler. You take like right now, all these guys, AJ Styles, all these guys, every one of them could lead them off.
And it wouldn't hurt the brand.
It would not hurt the brand.
It was different in the territory.
But in the olden days, if AJ Styles had left or not showed up, it would have killed everything.
Were you in World Class when Kerry Von Erich lost his foot?
No.
You weren't? Okay.
No.
I know you were there. I think it was Mike passed away. Were you?
Yeah.
And take us back to that. Mike, not someone that really had the look of an athlete or a professional wrestler. Was he someone that you think was just kind of pushed into the family business?
Well, all of them was.
Well, I mean, Kerry was a great athlete. Kevin could get in there and work.
Yeah.
Then you had Mike, and you know.
Well, the father wanted all of them to be in the business. You know, it was just that thing, because these were the kids that were going to take over when the business for him.
Right.
But he wanted to keep them, and they was good athletes, don't get me wrong, and they drew money. But like you said, once a book been read, it's old, and there was so much good talent that never got they wouldn't let it grow. You know, they had Bam Bam Bigelow there.
You won I think the TV title from him.
Yeah, and they did nothing with Bam Bam. You know, they had.
What was a young Bam Bam like?
The same as always. Just a very nice, big, strong, very agile, a great athlete.
Yeah.
One of the
for
best
a big guy,
men,
sure.
For a big man, I mean, one of the best big men I've seen in the business. But the same thing with Bam Bam. They didn't do much with.
He wasn't even Bam
him.
Bam there. He was Crusher Yurov.
Yeah, but they never did nothing. A great talent. They had Black Bart there. They didn't do much with. Barry Windham came through. Everybody came through, but they wasn't the only one. That's why it was so easy for Vince to put these people out of business. You take like in Memphis, Jerry the King Lawler let nobody get above Jerry. I mean, when you started drawing money, Jerry found some way of knocking you down. Same thing in Florida. Dusty Rhodes, as you start getting bigger than Mike Graham or getting bigger than Dusty Rhodes, you out the door, brother.
On to the next territory.
You on to the next territory. And what made Vince so great was the fact that he let the wrestlers be the wrestlers. If you could put asses in the seat, he's going to push you. You know, he didn't.
There was no McMahon he had to worry about.
Exactly. And even when he did win in the ring, he went in to make other
Make the
wrestlers
other-
look good.
look at what
not
he did for
himself.
Austin, right,
Not
yeah.
himself. I mean, look at what he did with Stone Cold
Right.
Steve Austin. Stone Cold would not been as big as he was, believe it or not. Stone Cold Steve Austin's greatest opponent was Vince McMahon.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Vince made Stone Cold. That when we were fighting the establishment.
Right.
He represents the establishment. And here comes this redneck gimmick he had, biker redneck gimmick. And this guy to come from the other side of the track going to come and take on the establishment. That was the biggest thing that ever happened.
You know what?
It was as big as the Hogan Hulkamania.
Hogan might have been a bigger mainstream star. Rock might have gone on to Hollywood to make all kinds of money. But when it comes to putting asses in the seats,
Stone Cold
television
Steve
ratings,
Austin.
merchandise, I don't know if we'll ever see a superstar
Yeah.
bigger than Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No, even now.
No
Even
one.
now. I saw him last year, and he had a line of people to see him a mile long.
Down in when we were in New Orleans.
New Orleans,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. You know, and Stone Cold is he's just that type of person, and he's legitimate. Well, World Class had him first, and Cactus Jack,
Yeah.
Nick Foley,
Yeah.
went there to Bill Watts and Dusty Rhodes. That I was standing right beside him because I rode to the TV with him, and he told the booker there, he said, y'all need to do something with this kid. He was stunning Steve Austin there, had long blonde hair. He said, this kid is one of the best wrestlers we got. Y'all need to do something with him. And they ignored Nick Foley.
Yeah.
And then Vince got a hold of him about a year or two later and made
Well, he had a
millions.
lengthy stay in WCW, yeah.
But they did nothing with him.
He was really, look at him as someone they were grooming to be maybe like a top heel, almost like in the Ric Flair type style.
Yes.
Never would you have seen that guy and think he's going to go on to become what he became. And I thought he was great as stunning Steve Austin.
Yes.
But what he became in WWE is just, it speaks for itself.
Vince turned him loose.
The biggest superstar in the history of the industry.
Vince turned him loose. Vince gave him the green light.
And
Turned him
that's
loose.
one, you know, John Cena Sr. and I debate things hot and heavy sometimes when he's here. But that's one I'll fight until the death about. There is no one that did the business that Steve Austin did.
No.
No one. There
No.
is no one.
No.
Take your Cenas, your Rocks, your Hogans, your Brunos, anyone you want to name in WWE history, they didn't do the business that
When
Stone
that glass
Cold did.
broke, when he had that breaking
Yeah.
glass, and he come down that aisle, boy, the face went. And you know, right now today, if that music star, the billing would come unglued. Today.
Want to hear a fact, Tony? WWE had me as a guest at the WrestleMania in Dallas, WrestleMania 32, and they did a angle where the League of Nations, I think they were called, and they brought out three legends: Foley, Shawn Michaels, and then Steve Austin to just not a match, but just fight with them in the ring. Austin's pop was so loud, it was almost like the building went silent. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but there was 100,000 people in the venue. It was like there was no sound in the building. It was so loud. It was amazing. It was amazing.
And I'm going to tell you something that I forgot about.
What's that?
But if you watch my introduction, when I got inducted in WWE Hall of Fame, Steve told me something that I forgot about.
What's that?
In 1988, in Denton, Texas, I competed in the World Bench Press Championship. And with this football team that came they was wrestling fans, and they came to the powerlifting meet to see one Tony Atlas. And one of them guys that was on the football team in 1988 was Steve Austin.
Really? All right.
Steve Austin came all the way he was going to school there. He was in college. And he used to follow me when I was in World Class.
You've ever been a guest on his podcast?
No, never had.
You should. I think it'd be great.
But
on his
he's the
show.
one that told me the story, and then he tell the story about me that he went to the gym to work out with me. And he was just in the football team. And he said he was doing reps. He was over there working out with 225 pounds. And he looked over and he saw me doing reps with 500.
Wow.
And he said that at the Hall of Fame there. And he said he'd never seen nothing like me. He said every time I used to go to a contest, he would go to watch me lift in the contest.
We ran into a funny situation with him. It was back in 2007. WWE was releasing a movie with him called The Condemned, and they did a premiere here in Boston, and on very, very, very short notice, they wanted to get a crowd in there for it, and we helped them get 200 to fill the movie theater, and he came in and he did a Q&A, and great guy.
Oh,
I like
he's
Steve
one of
Austin
the best
a lot.
people you want to meet in your life.
Like him a lot.
I thank the world of Steve.
A man's man.
Yes,
A guy.
Yes, yeah, but
Not
a
a prima donna.
No. Steve, when I was in, he had a crowd, like I say, a mile long, and somebody told him Tony Atlas was out there. Tony Atlas, come on in here. So he just, and another guy that never changed. If you ever meet him, it's gonna be one of your greatest people you'll meet. Believe it or not, no matter what they say about Hulk Hogan.
Hey, we had a great
Hulk
show
is
on
a
that. Hulk
great
Hogan loved the
person,
show
brother.
that we did about him.
Yeah. Hogan is a great person.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Steve
And Steve.
I'm
Steve is
very
one of the
impressed
best
with
people.
Hogan. Two different types of guys,
Yeah.
but
And
good guys.
The Rock is good people too.
Well, I don't really know him as well.
Well,
as
if
the
you
other
ever
two.
meet him, he make you feel like you the star. He's a wonderful person.
All right, Tony, you went up after you left World Class around Thanksgiving 1987. It was on to the ICW with the Savoldis. That was a promotion that was also in decline almost before it even got started. It had a good run, but it never really reached what you'd consider a full-time territory status where you could make a good living.
Well, this is what happened.
All right.
They had Bob Orton Jr.,
Yep.
Alvin Puskett, myself. Had a lot of good talent.
Mm-hmm.
During them days, and I'm not blaming Vince for doing it, every time you run a show, Vince would come in the night before.
He did it everywhere.
That's how come they never got off the ground. But we sold out the Augusta Civic, so the Mario was selling out a lot of buildings.
In the Savoldi family, Angelo was in it with Vince Sr.
Yeah, but he
many
was the only,
decades back.
Well, he was the only one that didn't sell out.
Oh, really?
Monsoon sold out, Skolin sold out, Phil Zacher sold out. All the promoters sold their shares to Vince.
Vince McMahon Jr.
Jr. Senior, Angelo Savoldi was the only one, he said he wanted to keep it for his sons. So Vince said, well, if you want to sell, I would just run you out of business. So every time the Savoldi run a show, Vince would book the billing the month before. I mean, the week before or something. He would run a show.
So the fans spent their wrestling money.
He would divide the money.
All right, Tony, so take us through what would be a couple of difficult years for you. You were in ICW, nowhere else full-time in 88, 1989. You developed some bad habits. Take us through that, Tony.
Well, after Mario folded.
Now, you were kind of stranded in the Northeast,
I
didn't
was
you?
stranded in Maine.
Now, where were you living at that point?
I was staying in first I was staying with this girl.
All right. Now, what state?
Louis, Maine.
Okay.
And then what ended up happening was Vince put Mario out of business.
Okay.
Mario put me on a $75,000 a year contract. He
Gave
said,
you a guarantee?
Yeah.
Really?
Said,
Okay.
He said, I know it's not what you used to.
But it's something.
He said, but here you can live good in Maine, you know, $1,500 a week. You can live real good in Maine. He was running 4 shows a week. So then 4 shows went from like 4 shows down to 2 shows, down to 1 show a week, down to 1 show a month.
Wow. So that guarantee was...
Right, because what Vince did, he would buy the building. So you couldn't get the big buildings. I mean, Mario was stuck with running, you know, little armories and little high school.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it was hard to pay top guys.
75 grand a year.
Yeah, because like when you book a wrestler, a lot of people don't realize a wrestler want a certain amount for his pay.
Sure.
Then you got to pay, like let's say for example, one night you're going to pay this wrestler $500 for one night, but you got to fly him in. So that's another $400 for his plane ticket. You got to give him a hotel room. So that's another $100 or $200.
Yeah.
Right. So by the time it's all said and done, just for this one guy, these promoters, even though the wrestler only getting $500, these promoters putting out $1,200 to $1,500 for one wrestler. So you got 2 guys coming in. That's $3,000 just for 2 people. Plus you got to pay for the advertisement, pay for the book. So
you get it. I love it. I wish everybody had your mindset.
Well, yeah, but there was a lot of costs. Little overhead costs
that had nothing to do with wrestling.
That had nothing to do with the wrestling at all. Then the guys that were doing that, they had the commissioner. We had to buy the guy's license. They got to have license.
Oh, the commissions,
right?
Please.
And don't forget the insurance.
Yeah, the insurance.
And the insurance the way it worked with wrestling because you're not what you call a regular run business. You can't get a yearly insurance. You got to get insurance per show.
Really?
Which costs you arm and a leg, you know, under the commission. Every show you have to get commission. Had to get insurance for every. You couldn't get it for the year. Had to be
Couldn't buy it in bulk.
Couldn't buy it in the bulk. It would be cheaper in bulk. They couldn't do that way. And plus, with Vince coming into town every week, every time you ran a show, he would book one in the same town. It made it very, very, very hard. So what ended up happening to me with Mario Foley, now y'all got to realize, I got into pro wrestling right after high school. So I never had a chance to make a living doing anything but wrestling.
Right.
So when I took it, my wrestling career came to a squeaking halt.
So the Savaldis tell you we can't live up to the $75,000 a year.
Right.
And you're in Maine.
Right.
1988, 1989. You
Right.
just went through the Brody murder that you had to witness.
Right.
Kicked to the curb by WWF.
Right.
Left World Class.
Right.
Puerto Rico you weren't going back to.
Right.
Developed some drug problems.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I was staying, back then they had rooms at the YMCA.
So you were living at a Y?
I was living at the YMCA and I was paying $120 a month for a room. A month? Yeah,
but
yeah. It was
that
just
bad.
one room. I was nothing
Yeah,
in it.
but
The only thing they had in it,
$120.
the only thing was in it was a bed and a dresser. So I went out and I bought myself a little TV. So I had a little small TV there. And then I had one of these little portable refrigerator that I could put food in. And I had a hot plate. I used to cook on a hot plate. You know, it had 2 burners. And I had my pot, one pan, 1 plate, 1 bowl, 1 cup. And I had a little plug-in coffee pot so I could get my coffee in the morning. And that's all I had. And
After all your years traveling the world, being a celebrity in WWF,
yeah.
all you had was a $120 room at the YMCA
Yeah.
with a bed and dresser that weren't even yours.
Right. Yeah.
It's amazing.
That was
How
it.
did you get to that point, Tony? How did you have nothing?
Well, you see, what ended up happening after of all that moving around, and I went through 2 divorces, and a lot of guys went through that. And what Vince was smart. He wait until you need the job when he fire you. That's what he do. See, what I did every time I got divorced, whatever money I had, I left it with that woman and my child. You know, and that's how I did. Because I always
do you have
felt,
1 or 2 kids?
I had 1, but
One,
I
that's what I
always
thought.
felt that I would make it again. Wrestlers in the younger days, they always felt that they would make it again because there was territory.
Right.
There was always a place to go. So if they didn't work out here, we could go here and start over again. So I came home one day. I was living off the money I had, and that lasted about 6 months. And then all of a sudden, I came 1 month. I couldn't pay my rent. So I came to my room one day. I was out job hunting, and every time I put down a job, they said occupation. I said wrestler. You know, wrestler. So I couldn't find a job.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I had no trade. I started wrestling when I had my first match when I was 20. So I mean, I never did nothing. So finally, they set my stuff outside my door.
They took everything out of the Y, really. You couldn't even afford the $120 a month. What drugs were you doing, Tony?
No, I wasn't on drugs then.
You said 88 and 89.
Yep. That's where I got started. But first, when they set me out the Y, I was working for a construction company doing roofing.
Okay, I could see you doing that.
Yeah,
You're
I
a
was
big,
doing
strong
roofing.
guy.
See, in Maine, they're my summer jobs. Construction.
Not year round.
Most of the guys during the winter in Maine, what they do, they put a plow on the front of their truck and they go plow. That's how they make their winter money.
Yeah.
Unless you button up, if you got a big project and you get the place buttoned up before winter hit, then what the guys would do, they would do the outside, and then you got the indoor work, you know, the sheetrock, you know, doing sheetrock and doing inlaid and stuff like that, and building cabinets. You know, you could do that if you're lucky. But most of the time, they would lay off a lot of help during the winter months because there's no construction going on in the winter. Hell, you can't dig nothing in the winter. That ground is froze solid, brother.
Oh, in Maine,
it's
absolutely,
like concrete.
yeah,
I mean, that ground like concrete. Even the backhoe have a hard time getting through that dirt.
Right.
So anyway, I end up leaving the Y. So then I went and took all my stuff, my trophies, and I was sitting at sleeping at the city park. Then I saw
So, what year are we talking now?
89.
And this 89 was when you became homeless.
Yep, 1989.
How were you able to wrestle? How were you able to contact people?
I didn't wrestle any during the 80s.
In 1989, you didn't wrestle at all. Really?
No, just Mario.
So was it that you were spending all the money on drugs that you were getting your hands on?
I was just working for Mario, and Mario would run a show maybe once a month.
Well, what about when you were doing the construction work?
Well, they pay you under the table a lot up in Maine.
Right. Okay.
So you get $200 a week. That don't go very far. So and then when winter came, Mario had no shows.
Yeah.
Did no construction work. So I went about six months there with no work. So I ended up homeless. I couldn't work construction no more. I couldn't get a job nowhere. And Mario was not running any shows.
And you had nowhere to go.
I knew nothing about independent. I didn't even know independent existed.
There was nowhere you could go.
Nowhere to go. Stuck in the rocking place. So I went
Stuck in the middle of Maine.
In the middle of Maine in the dead of winter. So I spent the first winter.
All right, Tony, you know what, though? With the way we're going with this, we were going to wait for our good friend, Dr. David Reese, to join us about how the situation really came to an end. As far as 86 to 89 goes, I didn't realize in 89 you didn't wrestle at all. Really? Well, we're going to talk about the homelessness and what got you back into the game. And
My career started back with Saba Simba.
Well, we're going to talk about that once we have Dr. Reese with us.
I was home,
An amazing story about, like we said, how you were, even if you weren't being used the way you liked, you were still a nationally recognized figure from WWF, and you went to living in the YMCA for $120 a month, and that wasn't even rock bottom. It even got worse from there.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Well, Tony, again, WWE's having a big week down in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, NXT TakeOver, Survivor Series, Raw, and SmackDown. We can only implore you to take part in our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlock, something that makes me happy. A guy that was like a second dad to me. This is going to be the
Percy Pringle.
Well, I know we need to talk about him. We're going to do a Holiday Headlock special, because that's just a special human being when it comes to my life. We want the fans to take part. We're going to have some great bundle offers, some great experiences that we're going to offer to try and help. You know, the way we have to run it in kayfabe, Tony, is that in 2018 there are some kids that Santa Claus can't find on his GPS, so we got to try and help the cause a little bit, right?
Santa Claus?
Santa Claus.
I like Santa Claus.
You and I are still thinking it's summertime.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way.
Well,
oh, what fun it used to be in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey!
All right, well, at least you had free Christmas trees when you were homeless, but we're going to continue this conversation next time. For my good friend, the Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas, check out BostonWrestling.com. There he goes. We got merchandise galore. Check out the Patreon as we go over the top.
Saw him, you even say it.
Anyone want to adopt him? For Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marotti. Look for another great episode of Memories and Legends this week. Goodbye.
Frosty the Slow Man.
The World Wrestling Federation was live in El Paso, Texas, Sunday, July the 13th, 1997. In the opening contest, Bob Holly beat Leif Cassidy. The Godwins with the win over the Headbangers. Rockabilly defeated Flash Funk. Brian Pillman victorious over Jesse James. DOA beat the New Blackjacks. Ken Shamrock with the win over WWF European Champion, the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith via disqualification. Goldust defeated Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Stone Cold Steve Austin and Mankind victorious over Bret Hitman Hart and WWF Intercontinental Champion Owen Hart. And in the main event, WWF World Champion The Undertaker retained the title over Vader in a casket match. If you were in El Paso live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join Rotating Legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's It's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Crime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
Continue to enjoy classic Wrestling Insiders at your house episodes with Tony Atlas every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. following WWE NXT as we continue the manhunt, a global manhunt to bring you a new co-host on Tuesdays. As noted, the Indiegogo campaign for Wrestle House in Tampa next month is open for business, where you can create our next Tuesday night tradition. It's fan interaction, fan ownership at its finest, because we can't do it without you. That is not a rumor, it is a fact. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, again, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. You get access to over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube you guys are interacting and enjoying with what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premiere Chat or in the comments section below. As always, that gray Super Chat button right under the Premiere box, it's open for business, baby. Again, that gray little dollar sign, just like the service you'd get from a waiter or a bartender. Recognize the great entertainment myself and the superstars bring to you. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with. Coming up, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insiders Special Edition with the return of our friend JTG of Crime Time for another awesome episode. Jay discusses being a young fan in New York City, going to MSG house shows, breaking into professional wrestling, training at OVW as an unsigned WWE talent, teaming with Abraham Washington, Shad Gaspard, part-time jobs he had prior to signing with WWE, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition, our Wednesday night delight to go along with the mix of other interesting characters we have in our series. Thursday night, we have maybe the main event of the week, the No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll look at the 80s and 90s through the eyes of Marty Jannetty, which has led to some extremely interesting content. I tell you this, a man that maybe could have used some of the products that you are presenting now to the world online, John Cena Sr., where he's had the issue with the moss going on upstairs. It's gonna.
Oh, really?
Well, you know, under the hot light, sometimes the glue can get a little loose. You know what I mean? Get a little loose.
Get a little loose. Okay.
Sticky. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sticky situations. We've got Oscar from Men on a Mission, the man that tore MSG down at WrestleMania 20 with that great rap for Men on a Mission. He started with us podcast style. We're not sure what's going to happen with Tuesday with Tony Atlas, but Wednesday night we have the rotating guests, and we're happy that you've rotated in as we look for more permanent co-hosts for the show.
Thanks for having me.
Had such a great vibe from the first one. I want more and more JTG.
We'll try to make it happen. You know what? Let's not take the tryout. We're going to make it happen.
We're going to make it happen.
Yeah, we're going to make it
the
happen.
trial is over after episode 1. But I thought the first show we did, I thought it had some great stories, some great memories. We had some laughs. It got a little deep at times. I think that's what this series should be
it's
all
a roller coaster
about.
ride. Just join us. Ride with us.
All right. We are going to talk now more about his career as he entered the world of professional wrestling. As you mentioned in the first episode, you were really even a younger guy than me when you started watching right around the same year, 1986.
2 years old.
When Maji was taking you to MSG to enjoy. Do you remember do you even remember the first show, or maybe who was on it, or?
I don't remember the first. I do remember.
You were really young.
Yeah, I remember my mom used to always get us nosebleed seats and try to walk down as close as we can to the ring until someone kicks us out or we get escorted back to our seats. I do remember being ringside and seeing George the Animal Steel up close and personal. The only reason why I know George the Animal Steel because he had a green tongue sticking out, and I was like, oh my gosh! I was like, Mom, what is going on here? And then getting escorted back to our seats afterwards. Yeah.
When I was a kid for a period of time, he was actually my favorite.
Really?
Because he was just so crazy. He didn't speak. He had a green tongue.
The turnbuckle gimmick, the turnbuckle spot.
He had a turnbuckle.
Yeah.
I mean, his wrestling really wasn't wrestling. It was just this.
And to find out he was a teacher.
Right.
A professor. I'm sorry. Blew my mind. Wow.
And isn't it funny, back in the days of the territories when you could get away with things like that? I mean, you'd really have to be a diehard fan to go out and buy magazines and say, wait a minute, is that Mr. Myers?
Yeah, that's
Is he
him.
George the Animal Steel? Because that television didn't air in the part of the country that he lived in. So he'd do weekend shots and he'd wrestle full-time in the summer. And he'd be a high school football coach on the Friday nights before he'd fly out for the wrestling. He had a...
Wow.
Did you ever meet him?
No, I have not met him. He's still alive?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. But we had a lot of fun with him. He knew some interesting magic tricks and things like that. And
wow.
He did something. And I should have asked Mark Henry when we had him in, but he told me the story about how he basically, with some little trick he knew, you're talking about a guy in his 60s now, took down Mark Henry.
It took down Mark Henry.
Took down Mark Henry. And we're talking like a 98 Mark Henry.
Wow.
When he went back as part of the Oddities. I don't know if you remember that. When George Steele went back for a short time with
short-lived.
Giant Silver in them. And so I forget exactly what it was, but now I want to text Mark and ask him what it was that George Steele in his 60s after recovering from cancer did to him to take him down. It was a really odd physical maneuvering. I don't know. But fans, I'll get the story for you.
I want to see.
Because it was a cool story.
Hear about this.
George told me the story.
Okay.
Because obviously you know Mark. He's like a refrigerator with legs, especially back in 98.
Yes.
Yeah. So, big fan growing up.
Yeah.
Who were some of your favorites?
So I went through my phases. Of course, in the 80s, I was a big Hulkamaniac. And then the 90s came around. I was a big Bret Hart fan. Still am. Bret Hart fan. And then when Bret Hart, left in, was it 98? 97. Then I started transitioning to a rock fan. Big rock fan, yeah.
You were smelling what he was cooking?
I definitely smelled what he was cooking, doing the eyebrow and everything. Posters on the wall. I actually have some old, I'll send it to you. I have some old footage, my first time in a wrestling ring training.
I'd love that because we could, roll it over.
Yeah, I have my rock shirt on.
Do you?
Yeah, I have my rock shirt. Training in my rock shirt, yeah. And then after the rock phase, then it became, I was now looking into being a wrestler. So I had to look at who was like my built and style so I could, emulate. And it was Jeff Hardy, RVD, I could say Chris Benoit, right? Yeah, I can say, big Chris Benoit. I started studying Chris Benoit's tape very hard. And then after high school, I had to make a decision. Mom was like, are you going to the Army, Navy? Like that was customary in my family. Everybody would go to the Army
military
or Navy.
Family?
Yeah, or go to college. And I was like, I'm done with school. I took my last test. I'm done with tests. I want to get out of school. I don't want to do no more exams. And then I was like, I wanted to be a wrestler. I didn't know how to tell you, but since you're putting all this pressure on me, I want to be a wrestler.
Well, you shocked your mother with that. She didn't know.
She kind of knew, but for me to say it verbally, like I know he's like a big wrestling fan. Had all the toys, magazines, ordered all the pay-per-views, go to all the shows. It was like, he probably wants to be a wrestler, but he's not, And then I was like, I'm going to be a wrestler, Mom. And it kind of was like, wow. Well, and she supported me because she's a wrestling fan. Mm-hmm. And she's like, how long are you going to do this for? Are you sure you don't want to go get 2 years of community college before have a backup plan? I'm like, there ain't no backup plan. I'm going to be a professional wrestler. And she was like, all right.
At what point did you know?
At what point?
That you wanted to do it?
always knew I wanted to do it. It just coming out of the closet, I guess, to say that I wanted to be
You came out of the closet in a different way. So
yeah,
to speak.
exactly.
All right,
I kicked the door open. I was like, I'm a wrestler.
Now, before Al said you were a walk? I told you Al Snow was with us.
Yeah.
This is the day we're taping this, just a couple of days before. You were kind of a walk-on at OVW. Did you get any training out in the East before you went to OVW, or did you do research to go there?
No,
or
so
how did
this
that
is
come
what
to
happened
be?
first. Since I was a big Jeff Hardy fan and Hardy Boys fan, and I knew I had family in North Carolina, I went to North Carolina first because I didn't hear anything about OVW yet, and I couldn't find any schools on the East in New York. So
Johnny Rods.
I didn't. Well, I'm glad I took the path that I did.
All right.
I went to Charlotte first, and I was there for about 6 months, and I trained. I can't remember my trainer's name, but I gave him
hell of an impression.
Gave my money up front. Gave my money up front. Took me to the ring maybe like 3 or 4 times, and then after that he kind of just dropped me off, and then came back and left me there, and then came back and picked me up. I'm like, I need a trainer. I need to learn how to wrestle. He showed me like the basics, like how to fall, how to lock up, and how to hit the ropes, and how to take a backdrop, hip toss, and that was pretty much it.
Where in the Carolinas?
This was in. Well, I lived in Charlotte, and then I think the school was like about 40 minutes away.
Okay. Yeah,
but it wasn't. I didn't train in Charlotte, but I lived in Charlotte, and I traveled 40 minutes to go train, and it just wasn't working out. And then at an independent show, because some of the wrestlers was like, well, you need to come to the independent shows. You need to like start paying your dues, put the ring up, learn how to put the ring up, get your face seen. Out of sight is out of mind. So I'm like, all right, you're right. And then I started going to the independent shows, and then I met somebody from Tough Enough. And the first Tough Enough, he got eliminated. He's like, yeah, I'm not done yet. I'm going to go down to OVW. I'm like, what's OVW? He's like, oh, that's where everybody's getting signed at. He's like, yeah, that's where Brock Lesnar came from, John Cena, Shelton. What was the manager for for Billy Gunn and what's his name? The manager.
Jackie Gator.
No. The male diva. Rico. Yes, he was the champion at OVW. He's like, yeah, Rico came from there. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go do some research. Did some research. I spoke to my mom, like, Mom, the training here, the guy, you can't get your money back, and I gotta keep moving forward. She's like, all right, come home for a little bit, and then we'll re-strategize. I went home for a little bit, and instead of moving to Kentucky, I decided to take the bus from New York, take the Greyhound bus from New York to Kentucky every weekend.
Really?
Because I did not want to move to Kentucky.
Wow.
It was like, I did not want to move to Louisville. It was just a big culture shock. I had no family there. I wanted to go somewhere where I had family. I had no family there.
Comfort zone
So I needed to go. I just needed to go every week, once a weekend. I believe it was an 18-hour drive for 2 hours of training, but it was worth it.
Obviously, look at how it paid off. But I mean, were you working a job, or was you just
Yes, I was working
wrestling?
at the movie theater, the worst place to work at if you want
Which
to.
movie theater?
I was working at AMC in Times Square.
Get out of here!
Yeah,
Really? I've been there before.
Huh?
Yeah.
I was working there, and I had to explain to him, like, look, I took the word. I'm going to be a professional wrestler. I need to train on the weekends, and they were like, movies.
That's our busiest time.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's when the movies
like,
open.
you think you're crazy. Like, everybody wants the weekend off. Why should we? Like, I'm gonna be a professional wrestler. I have to. Everything's convenient. You're right next to the Greyhound Grand Central State.
Port Authority.
Port Authority.
There,
I'm sorry, Port Authority. It just works out great. I'll make it up during the week. I just needed, and they saw the passion in my eye, and my manager was like, yeah, go, don't tell nobody, but yeah, you go ahead. I'm like, yes.
Wow, they worked with you.
Yeah, they worked with me. I would leave there, have my stuff with me, and I'll take the bus and go straight to Louisville and come back. The weekend warrior.
Did you live close by to Times Square? Or?
I mean, living in New York, a train ride is like, like 15 minutes. And then I did that for so long because the buses started breaking down, especially during the winter.
Yeah.
I was showing up late, like all those hours of traveling just only to get like a half an hour of training. Yeah. At my first train at OVW was Nick Densmore. The world knows him.
Eugene.
Yeah, Eugene. The world knows him as Eugene. He's like, look, you have a lot of potential, but you're gonna have to move it. You can't just keep taking the bus every week.
They must have thought you were literally nuts.
Yeah, they probably thought I was crazy, like some super fan. Like this is a phase he's going through. He's just trying this thing out. Like, no, I really wanted to do this. So I eventually moved to Louisville, Kentucky, and I lived in a motel for a little bit.
Did you get with that weekly rate gimmick that a lot of the guys
got? The Suburban Lodge, yep. and that's how I got how Shad got into my life. Because I was explaining my story to, I believe, Ivory. I believe it was Ivory. Yes, and she was like, "You're staying in a motel?" I'm like, yeah. And then I think she was talking to Shad, and then she told him the story. And I think he wanted to leave his lease and go into another situation. So Shad gave me my first apartment. I took over his took over his lease. And
now, were you working a part-time job out there too to pay for that?
Not yet.
So
my mom was helping me out.
Oh, okay.
I had saved money because I was working at AMC. I was just saving my money, and then I saved some money. Then my mom helped me out. Then I eventually got the apartment. Everything started working out. Then I got a job after that. Yeah, I started getting little jobs here and there.
What were you doing out in Louisville?
I had so many different jobs. I started off at a temp agency. I was washing dishes. I worked. Oh yeah, my first job there. Shad actually helped me get that job too. And he did it in a Shad fashion. It was Hollywood Video. We had just finished leaving the grocery store. We walked, and he was like, I was like explaining to because I would always vent to him like, man, I need money, I need a job, and blah blah blah. And then we left the Kroger, and we went to there's a Hollywood Video right there, and he's like, let's go to Hollywood Video. I didn't know what he was renting a video. He wanted to rent something. So he came through the door. Who's the manager? My boy needs a job, just like that. I'm like, wait, what? And she was like, I think she was intimidated by him. And she was like, what's your work history? I was like, I used to work at the movie theater. I guess this.
Well, it's kind of a tie-in.
Yeah. And she was like, okay, you can fill out an application, come back tomorrow. You're like, thanks, I appreciate that. And we get discounts on the rentals. I'm like, you can't ask for that. I didn't even get the job yet. But I eventually got the I got the job, yes.
Now, what was the discount on a DVD?
No, actually, it wasn't no discount. Actually, it was free. If you worked there, you could just
oh, really?
You could rent, yeah.
That's pretty good. If you like the movies, I guess, yeah.
Hooked Chad up with some DVDs and some tapes.
So you were in a better situation than the Suburban Lodge.
Yes, I had my own apartment.
There were probably more rats at the Suburban Lodge than there were the ring rats.
Oh my gosh, rats, roaches, the police. Me and Mark Henry was actually talking about that the other day because he was like when he had to stay there when he was in OVW. You know, the police was always there. There was like some people who was doing cooking meth like 4 doors down. He was like, man, he had to get up out of there.
There's been some interesting stories that have come from that place on this show over the years.
Oh my gosh. But you had to pay your dues, and I paid mine at the Suburban Lodge. But anyway, Hollywood Video was my first job there. Then it was washing dishes. And then I had some temp agency. And then my last job in Louisville, Kentucky, before I got signed, was working at Go's Gym in the daycare.
In the daycare?
In the daycare.
Really?
Yes, because that was the only position I needed because a gym membership was expensive, and I had to think creative. I had to be smart, and that was an opening. They're like, "Are you good with kids?" I'm amazing with kids. I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take the daycare spot," and then I got paid and I got a free membership, so it worked out great.
And a good preparation for
to come exactly
10, 15 years later or so, yeah?
Exactly, yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting. So what was the training schedule like? Was it 7 days a week? I know they had guys that were under WWE contract that trained. There were people that had no WWE affiliation that trained there. What was it like for you as a
I literally started from the bottom until I got my contract. So I started at the amateur class. And that was once a week. Mm-hmm. And then,
once a week?
Yeah.
Really?
It was every Saturday. And then after that, I moved to the intermediate class. And that's where I got the bulk of my training with Rip Rogers.
Okay.
I think everybody should know who Rip Rogers is.
Yes. Very wise man.
Very wise man. He taught me the psychology of wrestling, how to tell a story in the ring, not just moves. He didn't give a crap about moves. I don't care if you could do a 360 in the air and then turn sideways. I don't care. You're going to learn how to tell a story. You're going to know where to do that move, why you're doing that move, and when to do it. It was like, it was all about psychology with him, and I thank him so much, Rip Rogers. Thank you. And after Rip Rogers...
Now, how many days a week would it be at that point?
I think no. I think it was like two, and then he had like an extra class you had to pay for, and yeah. And then I definitely did that. It was like I think it was like early Saturday morning. I think it was 2 training classes during the week, 2 or 3. I can't remember the exact schedule, and then there was 1 on the weekend. Mm-hmm. And I was gonna get as much training as I can. Then after that, I was stuck there for a little bit, and I knew I had a lot more to offer. And then I wanted to go to. Then there was the advanced class, the contract class. Mm-hmm. You wanted to train with them because you wanted to be seen. They won't probably make you a star of it or like in a few overnight, but you know, you get to job out for the talent, for the contract class. So I did that. And then after that, Chad was doing a program with CM Punk, a championship program. And then after that ran its course, they're like, from what I was told, they were like, okay, what are we gonna do with Shad now? Like, we have JTG here, and I think it was Paul Heyman's idea and Al Snow and Danny Davis. It was their idea to put me with Shad, and we had I made my local TV debut, and then the week later, that's when Chad and I won our first tag team titles.
Now, you weren't a WWE guy at this point.
No, not at all. I didn't even have a contract yet.
And Al said, didn't you have a partner before Shad?
Yes.
And who was that?
The world knows him as Abraham Washington.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the one who actually came up with the Crime Time look. Because we used to have amateur shows, and he really wanted to blow the roof off. And he was like, yo, I got this idea. I was wearing wrestling tights. I had my wrestling boots. I was watching Chris Benoit videos. I was like, I'm a technical wrestler. You
wanted to be a serious technical guy.
Yes.
Okay.
So he gave me the call and was like, man, forget all that, man. I ain't gonna make you no money. Wrestlers don't make money. We are entertainers. I'm like, okay, what's this idea you have? He's like, you're gonna represent the East Coast and I'm gonna represent the Dirty South. My name's gonna be Dirty. You can keep your name JTG. We're gonna have grills. We're gonna have chains. We're gonna have bulletproof vests because 50 Cent is popping right now. We gonna wrestle in straight Timberland boots, fitted hats, and we're just gonna be raw with it. I'm like, this sounds so stereotypical. He was like, but it's gonna make us money. This will get us signed. This will get us noticed. And I'm like, we could try it. We could try it for the amateur show. That was just the look. We did the look at the amateur show, but we're both charismatic. Abraham Washington, if you remember, he had his show on ECW with Tony Atlas. and Abraham Dirty at the time. He was great on the mic. He's still great on the mic. He's actually doing stand-up right now, too.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's doing stand-up right now in Florida.
I think he follows us on Twitter, as a matter
He does?
of fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
might even come across this.
Huh?
He might even come across this.
Yeah, he might come across, yeah. So he was good on the mic. I was good in the ring. We had great charisma. We had a great look. And we blew their house off. And we were a tag team. We were known as the Gang Stars.
I heard that, yeah. Now, I wonder what New Jack would have thought of that.
Yeah, no, they were the Gangsters, and then we were the Gang Stars.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
Even though with my Boston accent, they all sound the same.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But we did that for a little bit, and then he was having some personal issues outside of wrestling that he couldn't come to practice anymore, come to any more of the shows. So I was kind of like left solo with the gimmick, and it looked great. And then they decided to put me with Shad. That's when he put him with Shad.
Were you known as Neighbor
Hoodie? Yes. Paul Heyman gave me that name. He was like, we need a name. I have one, it's JTG, but I just kept on.
JTG you came up with?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was using JTG. And then he's like, we're going to call you the Neighbor Hoodie. How do you feel about it? I'm like, I love it. Best thing I ever heard. I'm like.
And I'm going to guess in reality, not so much.
Yeah. So as soon as I was able to get JTG back, I got it back immediately. And they put us, Shad and I, we won. At that time, I was going through so much. I was like, my partner quit on me. I was thinking about quitting because I've just been here for like 2-3 years, and it's kind of like.
Really? You were there that long?
Yeah, 2 years.
Really?
Yeah. I got there when I was 18. I didn't get signed till I was 21.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
And the world was just coming. It was just like so much. Like, what's going on? My mom's calling me like, what's going on with this wrestling thing? And I'm like.
She was kind of losing patience.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. And what did your dad think about the whole thing?
He lost. He wasn't a big wrestler. He stopped wrestling, watching wrestling in the 80s. So he definitely wasn't. He wanted me to go to school. So
he wasn't feeling it as much as your mother was.
Yeah. But that perfect timing. Everything happened perfectly, and everything happened so fast. Well, I'm making my TV debut, and then next thing you know, I'm winning the titles with Shad, and then I think 2 or 3 weeks later. That's when I got the call in June of 2006.
All right, and you speak about perfect timing. I think that's time for a timeout, folks. If you got one of these gimmicks going right here, I think you're going to want to stay tuned. Check this out now. We'll be right back.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. This is a man that is almost like a walking home shopping network. Literally, you have a little bit of everything going on outside of the squared circle right now. And again, I think that's done you so well, especially where so many of your peers have been literally crushed by the lack of financial opportunity to be made during coronavirus.
Yeah, you had to create your own. You had to create your own opportunities, man, and that's what I did. And I saw a void in the market, and I filled it.
And you keep filling it. You keep filling it. All right, and never mind that, with the kids that keep popping out. So there's a lot of filling going on in the world.
There we go.
Now, we mentioned Al Snow, a man that is near and dear to my heart. He had many compliments for you when he was here the other night. Your memories, thoughts on Al Snow himself?
Oh, I love Al. Al sharpened me up. Like I was saying before, Rip Rogers polished me up in the ring, psychology-wise. Mm-hmm. Al Snow did the same thing, but he also polished me as to knowing the business. You know, he'll break it down like how WWE works up there. Like when you get up there, you know, use that as every time you're on TV, it's an opportunity for you to be seen. It's a commercial. Mm-hmm. And I never really thought about it like that. It's like he really broke it down, and he's like, you're a business, your brand that's your business. And he taught so much about the business aspect that I never thought about it before. And he taught me how to tell a story with telling a promo. And if it wasn't for Al Snow, I don't think I would have ever got signed, because he's the one who said, all right, we won the titles. We wrestled a bunch of tag team matches. And he was like, all right, look, you don't have to wrestle every week. You guys could do some vignettes, do some stuff outside of the ring to get yourself over. You don't always have to get yourself over in the ring. So me and Shadow was like, okay, we're going to have some fun with this. And Shad and I got a cameraman. We came up with some skits, and we shot it on our own. And
Oh,
those
really?
skits got us signed.
Really?
Because we popped the writers in WWE because they watched it because it was on once it's on OVW TV, local TV, they have to watch it up there to see because they're scouting to see what's
sure.
yeah. So it was so good and so funny that they showed Vince, and Vince saw the skits and said, I want them on Raw, I want them on my program. And he was like, well, the big guy's signed, the little one's not signed. He was like, well, sign him. So I literally got signed without Vince watching me wrestle. Like he never saw me wrestle.
He just saw the vignettes.
He didn't know I could wrestle, yeah. He just saw that me and Shad had on-screen chemistry. We looked good together, and he wanted us on Raw. And that's what I was told. And I got.
So how'd you get the news? You go
I
to
got
class
the news
one day?
No, I was actually going to work at Gold's Gym in the daycare. I opened up. I unlocked the nursery. I sit down. And I think my coworker comes in. I get a call from Connecticut. And I've gotten a call from Connecticut before. It was somebody was messing with me because at the time John Laurinaitis was the head of talent relations,
right?
And his voice is so
raspy.
Yeah, raspy, and anybody could impersonate it. Yeah, very anybody could do it. So I got called before. It was actually Kenny from the Spirit Squad. He got me good.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, yeah, we want to check you out. You're doing good. And then he got me, and then he started laughing. And I was like, oh, he gave himself away. But so this time I got the call, and it was John Laurinaitis. He was like, you're doing some great work out there in OVW, and everybody's raving about you and saying that you're professional and blah blah. You're young. The work that you're doing with Shab, how do you feel about signing with the WWE? I'm like, yeah.
Sure, you had to give it a lot of thought.
Let me get back to you. Let me think about it. I was like, yeah, I'm definitely interested. And at the same time, I'm still thinking it's a rib, so I'm trying to not get too. And then he's like, all right, I'm gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna let you. I have to put you on hold to my assistant. And then when he put me on hold, and during the hold, WWE theme music started playing. I'm like, oh, this is real. This is the headquarters. Like, this is if not, this is a very elaborate joke, and I have to give it up to you guys. But no, this is real. And then I spoke to the assistant. She started asking for my passport, ID, birth, all this information. I'm like, oh, this is the real deal. When I got off the phone, I had to let that sink in. Like, wow, I just signed a contract with WWE. I called my mom immediately. She started screaming, oh my God, get it, blah, blah. And like, where are you right now? I was like, I'm at work. You're like, you're still there? I'm like, I have to finish my shift. I just can't. I wanted to be like, hey kids, peace out. I'm out. I got my contract.
You're an honorable man.
Yes, I gave him my 2-week notice. I stayed for another 2 weeks, and then after that, it was.
You even did the 2 weeks after that?
Yeah, I did 2 weeks.
Good
yeah.
guy. Good guy.
Put my 2 weeks in, and after that was off to the races. Yeah.
I wonder how many of those kids went on to see you on TV as JTG.
Wow, I don't think they recognized me, man.
You had a different look back then?
Well,
you weren't.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about from then and now. Yeah. But yeah. No, I still had the same look. Yeah, when I got signed.
How long of a contract was it for? Was it 5 years, 3 years?
I think it was a 5-year contract.
5-year deal?
Yeah, it was the first contract. Yeah, it was so many contracts after that because we kept getting new ones. Yeah, and then like I was saying, everything happened so fast. So I got signed in June of 2006. Was on the road maybe like a month or two later after that, just so we could get a feel for it. They wanted us to do the live events, and then in September of 2006. Not September, October, we made our TV debut against the Spirit Squad in the Staples Center.
They did a great job with those vignettes building you up. As someone that was an 80s kid like me that enjoyed wrestling back then, that was how everybody got over. You'd see 4-6 weeks worth of those 30, 45 seconds vignettes. So when you came out, you're automatically a star. Now you see so often they bring out these guys cold.
Yeah.
And, well,
they got NXT now.
Fans, it's cold. Yeah. But NXT, now that almost replaces those 30, 45 second personality vignettes. Yeah. But I thought they did a great.
Yeah, the J job on the skits. Those exact skits that you saw on Raw, those are the skits that we did in OVW on our own.
The ones that you did, or they just kind of recreated
They recreated it. Yeah, they brought, because we kind of used like regular cameras, and they brought the professional cameras. Right. Yeah, we just did the same thing over and over again, same plot and everything.
So bring us back to that day, October 15th, 2006, the Staples Center, Los Angeles, California, your current home now.
Yes.
A man that was babysitting children at a Gold's Gym to get a free membership, hustling free videos in Hollywood Video, and now you're in front of 16,000 fans in Los Angeles.
That was my first time too, actually in Los Angeles too.
Describe the day to us. Before you even get to the arena, what is going through your mind?
What's going through my mind?
Shad
Shad missed his flight. That's what's going through my mind.
Really?
Shad
Where
missed
was
his
he
flight.
coming from? Louisville?
Same place.
How
Yeah.
did he miss the flight? Just
Don't
overslept?
ask. I don't know. He missed his flight, but he was able to get there on time. That was on my mind first. I'm like, oh my gosh.
You were
It's like-
nervous.
huh?
You were nervous.
I was nervous. I was. Other than that, I was great until my nerves got shook when he missed his flight. I'm like, on our debut day, like what? And then and once he got in time, I was able to like reestablish myself. And then I found out we was working the Spirit Squad. I'm like, oh, we know these guys from OVW. We worked them before. We have, because first when you're making your debut and you have to wrestle someone like Kurt Angle, like, oh my gosh, this is my debut match, and I have to wrestle this top guy. Well, they were the top. They were Spirit Squad. They were the tag team champions, but still, we had chemistry, had history with them. They weren't going to big dog us. We all had a great relationship, and we had a great match with them. I was on cloud 9. Like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm at the Staples Center. Just 1-hour match with the Spirit Squad. We had the crowd loved us. And then right after our match with the Spirit Squad, we shot a segment with Booker T, Sharmell, and help me out, Jonathan Coachman.
Mm-hmm.
That went great, and we did it live, hit a home run. I'm like, this is like, I'm pinching, like, is this real? Is this real? Is this real? And then I got brought back down to reality. You have to read the book for this one. I'm not going to say, give you all the details, but I definitely put it in my book. So I'm there just...
Where you can find on Amazon.com.
There you
the
go.
Physical and audio versions.
Yes.
All 3 are available. And the title again?
Damn right I write this book.
And can they search JTG and we'll
Yep.
look them up? Oh,
Yeah.
so nice and easy.
There you go.
They don't even need the title.
So while I'm there just, enjoying it, reading all these texts from my friends and family, oh my gosh, I can't believe, just in myself, like, oh yeah, I know I'm the man, yeah, whatever. And a Hall of Famer comes up to me and starts cutting this promo on me. Like, while I was doing the live events, he accused me of doing one of his taunts. You have to read the book. Well, I'm gonna get
Chia?
Huh?
Chia?
No.
A different taunt.
A different taunt. Yeah, with my hands. It was a hand taunt. Well, I did not do at all. But I guess I don't know if he was testing me or to see how I was gonna react or respond. I didn't react. I didn't even respond. I was just more like in like shock. Anyway, he cuts a promo on me in front of some of our peers in front of the TV monitor where you watch Raw at.
Mm-hmm.
And he accused me. He started sticking his finger in my face and was like, I told you not to do it. You kept doing it. You guys think you just come up from OVW and do whatever you want. I'm telling you, if you do it again, I'm going to make sure you get fired and blah, blah, blah. You just can't do whatever you want and blah. I'm like, and then he storms off. Wow. And I'm just like, what just happened? Like my head was
you
like
went
this.
from there and then you went to there pretty quick, yeah.
I can't remember who walked over to me. I believe it was a diva. And she was like, don't relax, just, let some time cool down and then go over and apologize. I was like, did I do it? He was like, don't worry about it. Just even if you are correct, you're not correct. Just go over there and apologize. I'm like, all right. Later on the show, I apologized. He accepted my apology. And then I was on my P's and Q's from there. I didn't even do anything with my hands from after that. But if you want to know the details, get the book.
Get the book, baby.
Get the book, yeah.
Tell you, and again, we're not talking about one of those $24.99 specials in our Borders or something like that. It's a very affordable book, and while I haven't received my copy of it yet, but I've been told it is
I got some coupon codes for you. I get the audio book.
It's a great, fantastic read from everyone that I know that has read it. They said you'd love it, but with us, we usually get especially with WWE autobiographies and whatnot. They send us commercials to run. They send us a case of books to put on the set and things like that. So if you ever wanted us to
I got a whole
fine set with your book, I would be happy to.
I have a whole box to send you. I got to send you some bed care. I got to send you some books. I got to send you some T-Moss.
Well,
I got to send you all that little packet.
Winnie the Pooh at the TV studio isn't going to know what to think, but that's all right. We're going to have a lot of fun with it again. I get honestly such a great vibe off of these interviews that we've done. We've had a lot of fun, and we're just literally scratching the surface. We talked about your debut in Los Angeles. You go back to the hotel room that night. I don't know, did you stay alone or did you split a room? Do you remember even?
Did me and Shaq split a room? I think. Probably. I think we. Most likely probably did split a room.
Well, either way, when the lights went off, and unless maybe you had some company, and you're in your quiet thoughts. What was going through your head after that first day? Do you remember anything?
I do remember us going out to eat after that. We went to Baby Blues Barbecue. Giving them a little cheap plug right now. It was amazing barbecue, by the way. But after that, I don't really remember too much. I remember going out to eat with Shad and a buddy of ours, and I was still, even though that situation happened with the Hall of Famer, still I'm in the WWE. And I just performed in front of thousands of people and millions on TV. And at the time, MySpace was really popping. Like MySpace was the thing at the time, and thousands of messages. And I you know what? I think I read through those messages that night. I think that night I did go through my MySpace messages. You had chicks, you had dudes, fans, blah blah blah. People who wanted to work with me. I was like, oh, y'all didn't know me before, but now I'm on Raw.
Everybody wants to be your buddy.
He wants to be your friend, exactly.
And go from LA, one of the biggest markets in the country. Next week, you're in Chicago.
Oh,
I mean, so
yeah,
it was nonstop right off the bat. Any memories of, you probably can't break
Don't
down
remember
each
at
Raw
all.
week by week, but
Yeah, exactly.
memories of Chi-Town itself, where it was such a hot city for professional wrestling.
What segment did we do? Did they show the segment?
I think it was another Spirit Squad. Excuse me. Another Spirit Squad match just with different members.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't even remember that. Yeah, so I can't even tell you.
But Chi-Town itself, the city.
Oh, I love that city. One of my good buddies, Armando Estrada. I came up with him.
Umaga's former manager.
Yeah, Yep.
Okay.
He's from Chicago, and we always go back and forth about Brooklyn pizza and Chicago pizza. So I remember I think he did take us to get some pizza. I can't remember the name at this very famous pizza spot. If you say the name, I'll remember it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Very thick pizza, and I'm like, you call this? It's not even pizza. It's like a big pie. And he got insulted.
Really thick, you mean?
Huh?
Really
it was really thick.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want all this. Yes. I mean, but all the boys went. We enjoyed the pizza. It was cool. But yeah, I remember just always going back and forth with him about pizza and who had the best food, Brooklyn or Chicago. But I love Chicago. I love the energy there.
It's a great wrestling city.
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Early on the house show loop, you worked a lot with Lance Cade, Trevor Murdoch. Any memories of those guys, those matches early on?
They definitely broke us in there. We had a lot of ups and downs with Lance Cade and Trevor Murdoch. Those were the reason why the first time we got fired.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah, we get to that. That's also in the book. But I'm definitely thankful for them. You know, looking back in retrospect. They definitely toughened me up. You know, they were definitely hard on Shad and I, and they wanted us to not just be wrestlers, but learn how to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So thank you guys for that. You know, looking back when I was younger, I'm like, man, why are they so hard on us? No, they wanted us to get it. They wanted us to get it, not just be wrestlers, not just to do moves, but actually to work.
To show what a thin tag team division it was at the time, other early opponents you had was the unique duo of Charlie Haas and Viscera.
Yeah. And then after that, and then it was like Charlie Haas, like you said before, thin. They put Shelton and Charlie back together.
Which was for the better.
Yeah.
But any memories of working with Big Viscera, and did you physically survive someone that wasn't the smoothest to work with in the ring, to be kind?
When we were on the live events, we worked Charlie Haas and Viscera a lot. And then I think we did a pay-per-view with them. And then I think after that, it was we didn't wrestle with Vis that much.
You lucked out.
Yeah.
Did you like working with Vis?
Yeah, it was cool. I didn't really have any
no injuries.
Yeah, no injuries.
He didn't
nothing.
Break your face like he did the Undertaker.
Damn,
Well, that's probably for the best.
Yeah. I don't really. But other than that, I have great memories of Vis outside the ring, but inside the ring, nothing negative. Yeah.
Well, that's good because a lot of guys didn't wind up as good as you did.
Oh, damn! Sorry to hear that.
He was, especially when he got.
I remember the
younger versions of us.
Yeah.
You remember when he got the big push when he won King of the Ring in '95.
Yeah, King Mabel.
There you go, from the guy that's got one of the top heel spots in the middle of the 1995. And by January, he was gone. He hurt so many of the top talents at the time. They didn't want to work with him.
I know. Did he hurt Diesel?
He hurt Diesel in the SummerSlam match.
Okay.
What was the phrase that Chief Jay Strongbow used? He said he thought some organ was going to come out of his ass or something like that. He landed on him so hard.
Oh my
then
gosh.
he broke Undertaker's face.
Yeah.
So he had He wasn't making friends at a
But they brought him back
pace.
like 2 or 3 times.
They did, because you know what? For better or worse, he was a younger guy.
Uh-huh.
He was enormous.
Uh-huh.
He was someone that even if he wasn't very good, he
Uh-huh.
looked like a
Yeah.
monster, a superstar, someone that belonged in what our industry, quote unquote, should be, as opposed to.
Sound like you're describing me.
I think no.
No, without the injuring part. No. Like.
Well, I think we mentioned it. Either it was when we were jibber jabbering before we started to shoot her in the first episode. I think the phrase that Kevin Nash uses a lot is very accurate. Sometimes you put on a wrestling TV show and it looks like younger Abercrombie and Fitch models trying to have wrestling matches doing flips nowadays. Viscera wasn't a guy that was doing flips. Certainly didn't look like he was going to be modeling Abercrombie and Fitch jeans and underwear
at all.
So I think that's why they kept giving him so many chances.
Okay.
Just my opinion. I thought when we used him on our events, I think the first time you would use him in one city, I think he was a unique attraction because you talk about how often does a guy that's 6'8", 6'9", 500 pounds come to town that you can see literally, in a smaller, intimate setting on an independent show and go up and meet him and get a picture and an autograph with him and whatnot. It's just, I think it becomes, once the novelty wears off, like Boogeyman. I think Boogeyman, the first time you bring him to a place, it's unbelievable. But
after the third or fourth time, it's kind of like,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's repetitive. But again, one man's opinion. But just, I'm glad you came out unscathed with those matches. Take us back to your pay-per-view debut, Cyber Sunday. A pay-per-view, I didn't particularly care for that format for a lot of reasons, but you wound up in a big tag team turmoil match. Let me check the notes. A Texas Tornado match.
Yeah.
Again, to show the depth in the division, you came away with a victory over the Highlanders.
Oh, the Highlanders, yes.
And Viscera and Charlie Haas in your pay-per-view debut.
Uh-huh.
That has to stick out in your mind. Your first
definitely.
big pay-per-view.
Yeah.
You were the kid in New York that used to order them with your friends and your mom.
Uh-huh.
And now all of a sudden you are on the pay-per-view.
Yes. And it was a lot of fun. We put the match together. We went over. Crime Time was over. And like, again, another Cloud 9 moment. Everything was just going great. I don't remember too much before and after the show. I'm trying to see if anything else during Cyber Sunday. No, I don't remember anything else other than us going over and just being again on Cloud 9.
Other than you were on it and you went over on it.
Yeah.
You were undefeated on pay-per-view.
Yeah, we were undefeated.
So there you go. After that, a month later on at that point, Raw and SmackDown, which I liked, they kind of flip-flop the months for the B pay-per-views.
Yeah.
To show how dangerous and serious our industry can be, they had that four-way tag team ladder match in Armageddon 2006 when Joey Mercury's face literally exploded.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
I mean, that was a scary deal to see a guy just walk to the back in the middle of a match like he was Bad News Brown at Survivor Series '88. But this was the real deal.
Yeah. I remember seeing him. What arena was that? I think it was in DC. I remember seeing him. I think it was like a day or 2 days later. I'm like, why is he like? He should be like resting up. He was back at the arena. I think they had him do a segment, and then they let him rest up. But yeah, his whole face was bandaged up. His eyes were swollen shut. I'm like, wow. It was definitely a gory moment.
And then to fire him in March, I thought was so cold.
How many months later was that?
3.
Wow.
So I don't know if he became hooked on something heavy where it became a necessity to remove him, but his face looked like a bomb went off on the poor thing.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, we had him, a unique personality, I guess, but as far as his in-ring ability,
he's a great worker.
What a great talent.
Yes.
For whatever, quirks he may have otherwise. But I mean, his body of professional wrestling when that bell rings, what a great talent. I thought that's John Morrison's best work. I love them together.
I love Eminem.
I thought they were great.
They look great. Eminem, you had Melina doing the entrance.
Yeah,
they had the whole look.
And nothing against Morrison as a single, but I just thought Eminem as a unit, when they were at their best, was top notch. Yeah. One man's opinion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They look great together.
And you guys never got to work them because they were on a different show.
Yeah,
right?
that would have been great. Crime Time, stealing their coats. I think we talked
Cena
about
Molina.
Steeler Molina. I think we had a lot of talks like we about there's a lot of tag teams that we wanted to work that we never got a chance to work. That would have been just such great chemistry.
Yeah.
I know Shane McMahon wanted to not Shane McMahon. Shane Helms wanted to work us because he had the superhero thing and we were doing the crime.
Rosie, yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting. Yeah, the crime
the
fighters
chemistry.
against the thieves of the locker room. Yeah, that would have been fun.
We never got a chance to work the Highlanders. Who else we wanted to work?
That was another embarrassment. I think that was right around the time you came back from the issue we'll speak about down the road. But the guy, I don't know, can't even think of his name, but one of them went to the TNA taping the weekend of WrestleMania. Yes. And what a classless thing for TNA to do, to put him on their TV show like that, embarrass him to the company, that brought him in for the weekend. And then after he gets fired, not even give him a job or something.
That was cold.
I mean, that was classless and cold of TNA. They should be ashamed of themselves as human beings for doing that. It did absolutely nothing for their TV show to put it on. All it did was hurt that guy as a human being, whether it was, I think one of their names was Rory and the other one was...
Rory
I can't even think of their names, but I just remember, I thought that was cold and classless when they did it, because you knew as soon as you saw that guy's face on that TV show, he was fucked.
Yeah.
But before we go wrap up another episode that really flew by, maybe to try and help out some of the younger aspiring wrestlers at home, even one in this room that is interested in heading out to Ohio Valley Wrestling.
Nice.
Maybe a reason to go.
To OVW?
Take the leap of faith?
Oh, definitely.
Go out with Uncle Al?
See, if you can, make sure you get in the ring with Rip Rogers. He's the man who trained me and also taught me psychology of the business. And you definitely want to, before you want to do all those flips and all those cool moves you see, learn why, when, and where you're going to do them in your match. And you learn that with definitely with Rip Rogers. And Al Snow is great too. He'll teach you the business side of the business side of the wrestling business. And OVW, I could talk about it all day, but we don't got the time.
Well, Al will love the cheap. Right, we're running out of time now. I will hopefully our friend over there is listening to it, but he has kind of his own issue, like with Mick Foley did with Mr. Socko.
What's
you know
that?
what I mean? Well, he can't get out of his pants though. It's kind of attached. It wasn't removed early on in life. You know what I mean?
All
so,
right.
Al Snetter could be a little bit of a problem with the Kentucky Athletic Commission. That remains to be seen, but. Vicente Rey is a man that he keeps on plugging along, literally. All right, for my friend JTG, I'm Dan Marati. He's going to be back at least for one more episode with us, and then hopefully we're going to get him up to Beantown in the studio where he belongs. He's got a lot of people he needs to see in Boston, literally. And again, the great vibes from this show continue. If you're watching the premiere of the show, the chat box, share your thoughts with what's going on. Questions maybe we can ask down the road. The Super Chat is open for business if you want to tip the bartender for the great entertainment, or if you watch after the fact, leave some thoughts in the comment section below. And if you want a beard, his is looking better than mine, but hopefully by the next time you see me after I sample the goods, me, him, and Kofi, we're going to have a little competition on who's got the best moss on the face. I don't know if any of the females use it a little further south. That's a different story for a different time, but... for JTG, I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you soon on Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Good night.
Sure.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Cape Cod Coliseum in South Yarmouth, Massachusetts, Thursday, July the 14th, 1983. In the opening contest, Frank Williams beat Samoan number 4, the Tonga Kid. S.D. Jones drew Don Kernodle. WWF Tag Team Champion Afa with the win over Tony Gurria. Tito Santana defeated Mr. Fuji. Sergeant Slaughter victorious over Chief J. Strongbow. WWF Intercontinental Champion Don Morocco battled Polish power Ivan Putski to a double disqualification. And in the main event, the Superfly Jimmy Snuka beat WWF Tag Team Champion Sika. If you are in South Yarmouth Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Have to say it, folks, JTG is becoming one of my favorite guests. We're trying to get him into the studio much sooner than later. He's in the best shape of his career. He's still a relatively young guy. He should be on your TV screen Mondays and Fridays on USA and Fox Network. You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insider Special Edition every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. A lot of great content headed your way this summer. Speaking of this summer in August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2 to find the next great co-host for our Tuesday Night Wrestling Insiders program by bringing you more Wrestling Insider tapings, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings. And the Indiegogo campaign is active now for this very expensive proposition where you get to help us bring the show to life. The link can be found again at the top of the Premier Chat in the blue box or in the description box below. Looking to add to your Wrestling Man Cave collection this summer, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great wrestling collectibles from superstars of every era. Along with your purchase, helping keep the wrestling legends working, you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstars as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to our eBay store in the comment section below. Up next, put the women and children to bed as it's time for Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Marty Jannetty is back with his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s. This week, Marty looks at WWF 1990, where he talks about the beginning of superstar Billy Graham's steroid expose in the media, how the Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson fight for the boxing heavyweight championship in Japan was very likely a work, and how it changed the WWF main event NBC primetime special, where Mike Tyson was going to be the guest referee for the Hulk Hogan vs. Randy Savage WrestleMania 5 rematch. He discusses Ray Stevens as a WWE agent, the Ultimate Warrior gay sex scandal, and more.
Wrestling fans, the summer is heating up here on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. We're back in our traditional time slot. We got a lot of great talk coming your way throughout the summer, as Marty and I have discussed. Some old friends, some new friends, as all roads lead to Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, Saturday night, November the 13th, for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, which doubles as our 20th anniversary. Jackie the Joke Man is in the booth right now. He's ready to set up a sleeping bag out front so he can be the first one in the building, even though he's going to be there helping, I'm sure. It's going to be that big of a night.
It's going to be sold out, though, for definitely.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, baby. We continue to roll through the year 1990 as these great fans continue to join us on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. If they are Patreon folk, they may have seen this episode before the premiere on Thursday
Is that
night.
how that's happening? You can actually see the show from Patreon.
They get it early, yeah.
Oh,
they get it
I didn't
early.
know that.
And they don't get the ads on the screen. They get the full screen.
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's what I got to do then.
Yeah.
Because I hate all that crap around it.
Well, that's what, if you're a member of the Patreon, if you're part of the family, no ads, early free access, Patreon exclusive videos, you get treated like a king or a queen because we love you.
Yeah.
Even if you're a fan that watches on YouTube or other platforms, we love you too. But if you're a Patreon member, there's a little bit more in the heart, baby. Just a little bit more. The link can be found again in the description box below. But we continue to plow through the year 1990 in the world
to say, that's
wrestling.
how the guy, there's one dude in Australia keeps telling me stuff. Then I'm like, oh, what's that about? And then I'll see the show and I'm like, how did he see it before it aired? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, Michael, I believe.
Yeah,
Mike, a good man. He's been a long-time fan of the show. And, of course, we have to thank our moderators. You know, we forget to do that sometimes.
Sorry
But
about that, moderators.
Slick Rick B up in Maine, Maria Davis, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania's finest, and your good friend, a woman that goes by many aliases. Some call her Tina.
Tania.
Some call her Tania. Some call her Smokey. And I accidentally, for many months on here, called her Stony. But you know what? We're going to figure it out.
She does have. And
We're on to
there's
you.
one, too.
We're on to you. What's that now?
She got another one done on Facebook. I forgot what it is.
She has another alias.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I always worry about somebody's, on Facebook or something like that.
Do you think
with 5 or 6 different, sites?
Should we take away her moderation privileges?
No, she's pretty good.
All right. Well, I think she's first class.
I do too.
But you might know her better than I do.
We ain't gonna let that out here.
Oh, all right. We don't want to get Annie jealous.
You're Annie.
Not my Annie. Please. Not my Annie. All right, back to the WWF in 1990. We discussed the Royal Rumble in your backyard. Yep. About 4 hours south in Miami, Florida, hosted the WWF Superstars taping the next day. No major angles shot for you for TV, but a very interesting dark match. You guys took on the Powers of Pain as you had been working the loop with them, but...
That was that next day? Or
you worked a dark match with them at the Superstars taping the next day. After the match, as the Powers of Pain beat you down, you and Sean were saved by World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion Hulk Hogan to set up a future match in Miami with Hogan and the Boss Man.
Is that one that's all over the internet right now? They got a picture of Hulk picking me up.
It must have been, as I can't think of any other angles that you guys did.
I'll send that to you. Remind me, though, to insert.
How the hell do you see all these things?
The same way you do somehow. But, that was all over the internet recently. There's a picture of Hulk helping me up, and Sean's on the other side helping me. But for some reason, I thought that was in either Philadelphia or the Gardens, but, I know...
Well, not to say that
go around the loop with
not
that.
to say that this didn't happen, but this one angle was shot in Miami because they wanted to build the next house show, which was Hogan and Boss Man against the Powers of Pain, and Hogan came out to save you guys. What was it like, at least in that instance, to have the power of Hulkamania come to your side? What was the energy like in Miami?
You know what? We probably did, because I've said before that we did this a lot. If you had a TV taping come up, it was going to be, you were going to shoot a pretty good angle. They had 3 or 4 or 5 days, sometimes even longer, according to how long it took you to get it down. They would have you doing that thing, either that match or that little episode, little skit, whatever it would be, to get it down good for the TV. So the TV wasn't your first take, basically. I know we did it in Philadelphia. Sean and I were out in the match. We had gotten over, and the cheer from the Spectrum. Remember, it used to be the Spectrum.
Yeah.
That the crowd, just at pop. We were like, "Oh, this is nice. This and that." And then they called Hogan. We came out. There was our big pop. And then Hogan, and oh my God, our hair would stand up on arm and everything, because it was unbelievable how loud. And you could actually feel a little electricity going through you. Like, you take the old 9-volt battery, put it on your tongue. It's like that. You feel it through your whole body. That's the energy that was being fed into the ring. And Sean and I looked at each other. Do you feel it? I said, yeah. I mean, it was.
You did a 6-man with Hogan?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, in the Spectrum, and I would imagine that's what was the setup for, you're saying?
The setup was for nothing. The Powers of Pain
that was just a one-time?
in Miami at a TV taping. Powers of Pain beat you guys down pretty bad after the match, and Hogan did the save, and to set up the next house show in Miami, which was Hogan and Boss Man. No, it was Hogan and Boss Man against Powers of Pain. I haven't come across in my research this match you speak of, but maybe we'll get there as time goes on.
I'll find it too, yeah.
We'll figure. We always figure it out, Marty. That's one thing about us. We're like two detectives.
But I do know the feeling though that was a one. I've never. Sean probably has, since he went ahead and climbed so high. But that was the only time that and a little bit, but not as much. The time Sean and I wrestled each other in Denver, that one I always talk about. You could feel that little vibration going through your body. But when Hulk, and that was just to come out to the ring. It was, we were amazed. We were looking at each other like, you feeling that?
Well,
you feel it?
They had their issues when they wound up working together in 2005. That didn't go over so well. What was supposed to be a long program, which turned into one match where Sean looked like one of those bouncy balls you get at the supermarket.
But
he almost made Hulk to look foolish.
Yeah, I thought so. No, because he did. He was taking exaggerated bumps.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was. Did you give him a boot? And then Sean jumped like 3 feet over the top rope. I'm like, come on, man. But that's their thing.
Well, you know what? Based upon the way it was explained to me, I could see Sean being insulted by that. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. How was it explained?
Well, originally it was going to be a 3-match series at the SummerSlam, the September pay-per-view, and Survivor Series. Hogan was going to go over at SummerSlam. At the September pay-per-view, it was going to be a cage match with Kevin Nash interfering to help Sean win. And then they were going to do the blow-off at Survivor Series. I think Hogan was going to go over again. Hogan didn't even want to lose any. Hogan wanted to go over all 3 times, and that's when Sean said, well, we'll stick with SummerSlam. And you know what? They lost out on I imagine, some good paydays. That pay-per-view did a very good buy rate back when pay-per-view buy rates were important before the advent of WWE Network. So, it was kind of a dream match that kind of turned, I wouldn't call it a nightmare, but it was just a little awkward.
A lot, actually, for me, because I know what I'm supposed to be seeing, and that wasn't it.
Yeah.
And I can't say why, because I know. That was, what year was that? 'Cause Sean,
2005.
Yeah, I should have been when he'd already changed a little.
Oh yeah,
bit,
he
though.
did.
He had changed by then?
He was a man of faith at that point, but
That-
he didn't want to
but
take.
that don't stop certain
He didn't want to
things.
eat his vitamins, I guess. He
But,
said his prayers, but
I just know Hulk. At one point, I don't know. He wasn't too fond of Sean, and maybe that's because Sean was. Had already been making the fun poking fun of. Remember when he went to NWO? In WCW, and they would do, dress like him and make fun of him and stuff like that. Him and Hunter when they were doing DX. Or do I got that time?
well, no, you have the timeline off because it's funny. Their pissing contest, it actually kind of culminated the following SummerSlam in 2006, which was here in Boston. After DX, of all people, they went over the McMahons. And on the way back to the locker room, Hunter and Shawn Michaels were doing the Hogan pose and the Cupping of the Year. And then, what I thought was kind of pissing on Randy Orton, in what was Hogan's final WWE wrestling match. He went over on Orton, he did the big leg drop, but instead of pinning a guy half his age that was in, the future of the company,
right.
Instead of going for the pin, he stood up and he did the DX thing. And then, at his age, he slowly got down and he pinned him. I thought that was insulting to Randy Orton.
Yeah,
One man's opinion.
I could see Randy getting upset about it.
I don't know if Randy was. I'm just saying I thought it was, from my point of view, I thought it was very insulting. I know Reno Chastain wasn't very happy about it either.
Reno Chastain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a little hot. But I mean, you know, why involve Orton in a situation like that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. I just, but you know, sometimes and this was where they still, yeah. You're getting back at the wrong person, basically, right? You know,
Yeah, right, yeah.
You're getting back at the wrong person.
I mean, he just as easily could have done that on his entrance, on his exit, but why?
Or
if
well,
Randy's going to put you over in his mid-20s, when he, in reality, would probably take Hogan pretty easily.
Wasn't he doing the Starbreaker thing by he was beating all the veterans?
Oh, the Legend Killer.
Legend
Yeah,
Killer.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
By then, or was that?
That was a little before, but it was still
Okay.
part of his gimmick. So I thought that was in poor taste. I think there's many ways he could have gone about trying to get a little.
Well, and I thought it was like you could have done that with an extra, but I thought about that and like, wait a minute, Hulk never and ever's wrestled with as Hulk Hogan. He's never had an extra, has he?
It's funny, as a trivia question, maybe to the fans in Boston if they want to throw it. I mean, to wrestling fans if they want to throw it out. At the end of Hogan's first big run in '93, his final WWF match in the United States was a house show here in Boston, him and Beefcake against Money Inc. And then his final match ever in WWE was that match we just mentioned at SummerSlam '06 against Randy Orton. He went on to do some things in TNA. But as far as WWE goes, his first big run, his final U.S. match was in Boston. And as far as WWE as a whole goes, his final match, period, was in Boston. So
And what was the trivia question?
that was it. If someone ever
who
wants
was-
to ask, where was Hogan's last
okay.
U.S. match for his big first run, and where was his final WWE match ever? Both were in Boston.
Did you go to them both?
I was at both of them, yeah. I was at both of them. I'm a good friend of one of the Hulkster's best friends,
Who's that?
Pat Catino. Do you know Pat?
I know that name.
He
I probably-
ran some gyms in the area.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a good friend to the boys over
Yeah.
the years. The Hulkster used to take good care of him. And I'll tell you this, and this is the side of Hogan I like an awful lot. When Pat
There's
rebranded...
one side you don't like.
Well, you know, there are things you hear about business-wise over the years. You say, just what a scumbag and things like that. But from the personal side of things, when Pat rebranded his two gyms in the area, Hogan came up with his baggage handler, Jimmy Hart, and he did not one, but two free autograph signings at these gyms. He didn't
Those were the Worlds or Goes? Worlds?
No, he
had his own?
was...
At one of them.
He was... I think it was World's... I think it
started-
was World's Gym.
Yeah. That was a nice one, too.
I don't know if I don't know the whole story about how the franchising and whatnot goes, but he rebranded them by the city name. So in the afternoon, we did about I helped Pat promote it. We did about 1,700 people Hogan signed for.
Dang,
He stayed,
wow.
it was supposed to be 2 hours, he stayed almost 4 hours.
Really?
Then after it was over, got in the limousine, went up to Tewksbury, Massachusetts, and probably about another 1,200 fans showed up to that one. And he signed late. He stayed for everybody. I don't know if it's on the set, but he must have signed 20 of those 11 by 14 size
Change the set
pictures
again.
for us for the toy drive and our charity endeavors. I thought he was fantastic. He was very, and it was tough to be personal. Personable with the fans when there's that many, but you want to hear a funny story.
Sure.
And if he ever sees it, he'll probably be embarrassed. But do you remember the enhancement talent, Mario Mancini? He was kind of a regular in the Northeast for a long time.
Dark-haired, well, of course he'd be dark-haired.
Dark-haired guy with a mustache.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I don't know why.
Thick,
Yeah,
medium
yeah, he
height.
wasn't in good shape, yeah.
No, not, yeah, I didn't mean.
Perfect enhancement guy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly.
I know what you mean.
He came to the autograph signing and waited in the line to see Hogan. But I mean, we're talking about 2 hours. He's plowing through 1,200 people. And he wanted to sit there and talk to him. And the security guards were, he wouldn't go, so they had to kind of push him out.
Was he already established as a worker?
Oh, this was in 2014. He'd been done for 25 years.
Oh, okay.
Oh, was that Signal 1, Jackie? Yeah. Thank you, brother. See, that's why we love Jackie. Nobody tells jokes and gives signals better. But so they pretty much had to throw Mario Mancini out of the autograph signing because Hogan was just too busy.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you got 1,000 people, that's just the thing. You can't say much.
I don't even think
all of other people are gonna be cussing.
Hogan didn't even realize it was him.
I mean, it was pretty
Well,
much,
you
hey, how
won't,
you
man.
doing?
You-
Hey, how you doing?
You
Hey, how
get
you
a rhythm
doing?
like that.
Hey,
You
how
really
you
do.
doing? Hey, how you doing?
It's just push, grab side, push, grab side.
And I would,
hey,
and again, you
if
know
you're
what?
going to get all of them.
Where there may be some things that we say that aren't the biggest or most complimentary towards Hogan, I want to pass along another compliment. The year before that, when TNA Impact, they did their Slammiversary pay-per-view up here, and they asked us to help promote locally. The day of their Fanfest, they invited me as a guest, and they didn't have enough help, so I had to wind up pitching in quite a bit. Hogan had his own private session that day when he was with TNA, and they had me do the printing of all of the fans. They paid like $200, and they got an autograph and a photo, and they had me do the printing. Well, I was probably from me to Hogan and Hogan's wife, who was just massaging his poor back the whole time, and Hogan again stayed a couple hours late. And then when he was done, I said, would you mind signing a couple of things for our charity work? And he goes, sure, brother. And, and I gave him what we had. He goes, take, and he had these nice pictures. He goes, no, take these. And he probably gave a dozen pictures he probably gave us. So, you know what?
But see, that's the one I know. That's
Business-wise, I didn't have to do business with him. I don't know. But personally, watching him interact with the fans, he's one of the finest I've ever seen.
He's, and every experience I've had with him, there was, it affected Sean more so than me, but only time that I've actually, because you're going to hear stories. So a lot of people, if they don't get what they want out of a business negotiation, the other person's an asshole. That's just human nature, I guess. But the one thing, and it wasn't, Hulk apologized for it. It wasn't even on purpose, but it was right after, what was that, the Gulf War thing? It was during the Gulf War.
91
it
with
was during
Slaughter?
it,
Yeah,
something like
the next
that.
year, yeah.
And that's what it was, building up for the Slaughter thing. And we were in a
I
room.
think that crossed the line a little.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we'll get there in 91, but you can
Well, no,
shave.
this was just me and Sean and Beefcake and Hulk were in the room, and it started bombing over there, bombing away, and it looked like it could be over one day. And it kind of almost was.
It was quick.
Yeah, and we're sitting in the room and we're hearing it on the news, and I think we was waiting around to go to the show, whatever it was, we was hanging out, and Hogan's like, oh no, brother, and we're like, we're watching, we're doing good. Americans are, or whatever. I don't know if you want to say that's doing good, but they're
They were going over.
Yeah. And I think Beefcakes might have said, what's the matter? He goes, well, you know what they say, red makes green, makes green, to say. And he goes, need this thing to last till, was it WrestleMania that we're going to?
Yes.
Need it to last till,
I love it. That's hysterical.
Yeah,
Only in wrestling. He wanted the program with
wanted the war to keep
with
going.
Saddam to go a little longer.
Yeah, just so WrestleMania would be a better crowd. But then Sean's like, "Fuck you."
Really?
And we all got quiet.
Well, and his dad was a military guy,
his
right?
brother was over in Riyadh at the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And Hogan didn't understand him. He looked at him, like you just gave me a fuck you. What? And you see, Hulk starting to get bigger, and he goes, my brother's over there right now, and you're wanting the war to last long? And Hogan put his head there and goes, I am so sorry, I didn't even think about that, I'm so sorry. I mean, he really shouldn't have been thinking about the other thing, but just because it was more personalized now, but he apologized, and that was that. And that's, that was the only bad thing I might have ever seen with Hulk. Everything else has been great, precious man, for the position he's in. And like now everybody that's had bad experiences with him will think that, no, you're an idiot, MJ, you're an idiot, he's an asshole. I can only judge by what I've experienced, not anybody else's experience. And it's been like what you said, that's the Hulk I know. Put in the extra hours when you don't have to.
We've dealt with, as you know, hundreds and hundreds of superstars over the past 20 years. And like I said, he is one of the most gracious I have ever seen. Not to compare one against the other, but
right.
Back in 2007, at the very last minute, WWE and Lionsgate needed help here in Boston to host the premiere of Steve Austin's movie, The Condemned. and they came to their crippled old friend Dan Marotti, and Steve wound up coming in for the movie premiere. He watched along with the fans, and he did a Q&A afterwards, and he did some autographs and some photos, and he was nice to the fans, but it wasn't the experience that Hogan gave, I think, in my opinion. And that's nothing against Steve, because like I said,
he's good too.
It was a theater with 200 people in it, and he tried to deal with as many people as he could, and and it was a different setup. It's not like they were sitting at a table like Hogan was in a confined setting. With Austin, when it was over, he was standing in the front of a movie theater. So he was kind of getting crowded, and so it was a little different. But
and that's always the thing too. The circumstances involved.
Right.
That day, you never know. What guys just went through what I went through last night.
Right. You can catch anybody on a bad day.
Right.
And you can catch anybody on a good day, I guess.
I was actually 3 weeks ago. I went through that. This is week 3 of today.
Oh, now I got you. All right. Now, 3 weeks ago you had a rough day.
We're coming up here.
All right, wrestling fans, we want you to have the best day possible. Best way you can do that is to join the growing family over on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Check it out while we take this brief timeout.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. What are you doing over there?
I'm looking for my phone.
Well, it's right there. You don't, and especially now with that neon blue cover that you have. I don't think.
I had that for that very reason.
That's
so
probably
I could see it from far away.
And I think you should get one that's glow in the dark at night, because I can see you losing it pretty quick.
I gotta get one with some GPS trackers on it.
Is it an iPhone or not?
No, this is what is it? Let me see. Not iPhone. I don't like them for some reason. LG 52-1.
I'll tell you that about. I don't know how many weeks ago it would have been based upon when this show is, but 2 or 3 weeks before the day we're taping this, that GPS tracker on the inside of it saved my life.
Really?
Because it fell out of my pocket in someone's car, and I didn't know where it went. And I went to the post office, I went to the supermarket, I came to the studio, I sat down at my desk, I took out the keys, I went to take out the phone, and I'm like, oh, where is it?
Man, that's
and
our
luckily,
life.
I was just as simple as going online, going to the website,
Yeah.
and it was able to find it, and they were able to bring the phone back to me. But anyways, as we continue to look at 1990.
They brought it back to you.
What's that now?
They actually brought it to you? Or you mean they found it for you?
No, it fell in between the seat and the side panel of the car, and they found it, and they brought it down here to the studio for me.
Oh, that's
And
nice enough.
all was well in the world. As much as I would love to go without having the phone, you know there's always something going on.
Can't.
And, you know, when you have kids in your world, you worry that anything could happen. But anyway, to maybe freshen up the bottom of the card, WWF brought in Pistol Pez Watley and Black Bart at that TV taping we were talking about. Do you think that
was 1990?
January of 90.
Good God.
And you know, it was kind of surprising to me as a young fan where you saw Black Bart. I think he was a champion for world class
I think
for
he
the
was,
Von
too.
Erichs. And Pez Watley found some territorial success that I'd seen. I was very surprised to see them do so little in WWF, where they were all but, you know, the S.D. Jones and Barry Horowitz of that year, where they were just pretty much enhancement talents that almost never won.
Wasn't that later in their career, kind of?
It was closer to the end than the beginning, yeah.
Right.
Black Bart went on to WCW, I think, afterwards.
Well, they like you said, they both had good runs. Pez had pretty good down there in Georgia Championship, I think it was.
Yeah.
With against going up with, I think the biggest thing was the Buzz Sawyer feud, you know. But he was a big, you know, down there for us Georgia people was pretty big. Maybe it was just because it was on the downswing, you know.
Yeah.
The peak was over. But because they were both great workers.
Do you think it added credibility to having them on the undercard? Guys that were kind of known, maybe to a portion of the fan base?
Yeah, I mean,
and
I think
putting
it would
over
be
the WWF talent?
It's a solid, well, I don't know about that part. I mean, them working with each other would be
Oh,
great.
no, they weren't working with each other.
But I was saying if they were,
oh.
that would have been great for opening a couple matches.
Yeah.
But if they were just used as enhancers, that's basically saying these guys are over, they're done, they're over the hill. But I mean, you do that for house shows because not everybody sees it, and it gets the new guy and gets some really good experience working with a veteran.
Oh, with a young guy to be able to be paired with a Black Bart for a few months or a Pez Watley for a few months, there's some real value
You're
in
going to
that.
learn a lot. Yeah, it's a teaching.
That's what's missing nowadays. I mean, they don't, where WWE is such a youth-orientated company, they don't have as many grizzled veterans as they used to have back in the day that could, you know, do 90-day house show loops with guys and really teach them something new or teach them different ways to work or maybe to think in a different way.
And it comes down to what I always say, which is all these different people opening schools that had one match on WWE as a enhancer, and then they open a school. You can't teach what you don't know. You know.
Well, I can't wait for you to open your own school.
I can't
And I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to come down too. And when we do it, we're going to make a nice promotional video and we're going to air it on this show.
That'll work.
I really want this to
might
do
be
well
open.
for you.
When is this show?
Well, God, the school might be already open for a few months at that point. But I know, from the bottom of my heart, I know that you can do so much for these young people that might not even be in the business yet, that want to get into this great industry, what you can teach them with the success that you've had in the business and the failures that you've had in this business. There's so much you can teach them. I think if someone is in the vicinity of where your school is going to be, it would be to their extreme benefit to heavily look into getting involved in it.
Yeah,
you know me. I am, when it comes to wrestling schools, I'm a prick. There's a lot of the wrestling schools detest me because I look at it like this: unless you, whether you were Hogan or whether you're talking about an undercard guy in 1990 like Pez Watley, unless you in my opinion,
Right.
worked in this business on a full-time basis.
Right, I agree with that.
You
already.
can't teach the wrestling business to someone that you never experienced or never lived.
Right, can't teach what you don't know. And
I mean, I can watch the show ER when it used to be on NBC. That doesn't mean I can teach someone how to do surgery. You know what I mean?
well, it's like what we was talking about earlier, well, weeks earlier, I think it was. You know, you get that psychology is the biggest part of pro wrestling. I mean, you can get a guy that can't do 2 moves, but know when and why, and those 2 moves are enough. The psychology is all the biggest part of wrestling. Anybody can teach arm drags, headlocks, and hip toss, or a slam even. One big move, a slam. There's a backstory on that, but later. You know, when you travel 300 days a year, you're learning even better psychology because you're seeing different crowds. And you know, like I said, this is the part I've told before. Different parts of the country, they react different to different type of matches. You know, some like groundwork, like wherever they got great college wrestling, say in the central United States with Iowa and all them. If you go down south or out in the west California, you got the luchador style that they love the most, and get an even mix more so in the northeast and down south. But you learn so quick from the psychology part of, you know, what do these people like and how fast do I need to adapt and adjust. You can't teach that if you never experienced.
Right.
You read it in the book and then try to say, okay, well, you got to feel it. It's got to come from experience. It's got hands-on experience that you're teaching with. The only one way to get that, you know. I don't begrudge anybody that loves the business enough that they want to be a teacher, teach the guys.
I do.
But I mean, for that.
Because you know what the problem is? They send off people that are
They're
poorly
not ready,
trained and
yeah.
have a poor outlook, or maybe the wrong outlook on the business, and then the promoters are stuck trying to work with them, and then we're supposed to pay them to work the shows that they need work on to improve on. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they lost the race before it started.
Exactly.
And you know, it's a rebuilding. You know, once you get somebody that's already being trained, you got to break all that down. You got to throw all that out. You know, and teach them right. That's why I say with my schools, we get the foundation, which is what you build on. You'll get that, and it'll be solid as a rock. And you know, other people send the foundations that was just thrown together overnight type thing, and you build up maybe 1 or 2 floors. That 3rd floor, it all comes down. It's no good. So that what I was going to say about it, I don't mind, you know, somebody loving the business so much as to want to do that. What I do mind is that they follow through with it, and now you're putting a bad product out there.
Right.
You're harming the business more than you're doing it good. But you know, it's been that way. Probably, hopefully, it's changing from here on out with what WWE's doing with the complex there.
Well, like I said, WWE, they're not taking people off the street. They're taking independent talent that's already been trained other places.
Right.
That's not necessarily always the case. You know, Jerry Briscoe was out scouting amateur wrestlers, and they find athletes from other sports that they bring in. And they do have some that they start from scratch.
That's a new thing, too. You know,
but I'd say at least 3/4 of the people that come into that building have already had pro wrestling matches in some way, shape, or form. So,
or they have that it factor. All they got to do is polish it, you know.
All right, well, before we go to the break, any memories of Pez Whatley and Black Bot? In the ring, out of the ring?
Pez Whatley one time was, you know, he was there towards the end. Oh, in the ring or out?
Either or.
Ricky Morton, remember Ricky from Rock and Roll Express? Man, he'll just say whatever's on his mind. Pez is on his deathbed, basically. I hate to say that. And Ricky walks in, you know, with everybody coming in, and you know, you want to give them encouragement and all. And they were good friends too. I said, but Ricky walks in, he goes, "Damn, son, I hope you made your peace with God. You look like shit." And Pez said he appreciated that more than anything because everybody else had come in and said, "Oh, you look great." He said, "I know hell I look like death." But Ricky, but that was a Pez story. But otherwise, I loved Pez, man. We you know, we didn't really get much road time. I don't think we had but one road trip ever. And that might have just been in town. He'll go up to the store to get something. I know we cut up a lot because he was an amateur wrestler.
Oh,
I
was
think
he?
up at Chattanooga, UTC, and he helped, or he assisted coach there because one of the guys I wrestled with in college went over there, transferred over there, and Pez knew him real well. But in the collegiate style wrestlers all bond anyway. Just as pro wrestlers, they got that special brotherhood. And I liked Pez and Bart. We made a few trips. He was fun, man. He was a cut up, big old burly guy, man. He was but he was fun. He was a lot of guys. I really have nothing that jumps out like this was extraordinary, except that Ricky Morton story, because people just don't do that. Go up and tell a guy who's dead, you look like shit. You make your peace with God. But there were two super guys right there, and they must have been okay with that position. Come in and help out. Which I was asked that by John Laurinaitis. I told you. Did I tell you?
Oh,
I already told that. After the match with
Angle.
Huh?
But after the Angle match?
No, after
La Resistance?
I think it was The Miz was the last one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did that thing with The Miz. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
And
was
you
when the
ran into an
ankles
issue,
were a problem, and I wasn't moving good. And he asked me, like, man, he would have never asked me before that match to come be a guy to come help the talent out, the new guys out by coming in and working with them. In other words, an enhancer, a glorified enhancer, I guess. I forgot where I was going with that one. But anyway, yeah, that was what Laurinaitis asked me after the match with Miz. He was, hey, would you mind? And I actually wouldn't have mind doing that, but I wasn't with my ankles, and I couldn't stay in good shape. Can't train right.
Right.
And I didn't want to, visually be a piece of garbage on TV. So, I didn't. I told them, I said, I'm not ready right now. They actually appreciated I was honest with them. Said, look, I can't do what I should be able to do if I'm going to help these guys get better. And there's one thing, that's another thing I've learned from my schools and my students, most all of them would tell you that I was always hands-on training. And it will be as much as I can in the future. Sitting outside the ring and shooting the instructions is one thing, but when they're in there, you're doing it with them, they can feel it. It sinks in faster and more solid. So anyway.
No, once you decide to open up that school, you got a whole studio here we can use to promote it. It's a great thing.
I appreciate that.
All right, wrestling fans, we got the cue from Jackie the Joke Man right now. We encourage you to check out our eBay store. You can find the link in the description box below. Great merchandise with superstars of every era. You help keep wrestling legends working. You help us bring in more superstars. And you get an on-air shout-out from these wrestling greats. Be back after this brief timeout.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We hope you've joined Patreon, purchased some great merchandise on eBay, given us a big thumbs up for all the fun we're having tonight, and subscribing to the YouTube channel as I spit everywhere. The world-famous Super Chat
spit
button.
again?
I spit everywhere. Oh, really? Well, I'm gonna... And the Super Chat button, again, is open for those that want to help the cause and tip the bartender. Marty, let me ask you this. We've talked about the TV tapings very slowly following the Royal Rumble in, where was it? Fort Myers.
See, we ain't moved at all, have we?
Fort Myers.
We stayed more on subject.
I know.
On topic this time than ever.
At the Wrestling Challenge taping in Fort Myers after the Royal Rumble, it was the WWF non-televised debut of Scott Hall.
That was?
Yes. Now, any memories of seeing?
That was a non-televised?
It was non-televised. He worked as Scott Hall. Any memories of Scott Hall then? Did you think, was he not ready?
You already knew him from, you mean from there on?
Well, no,
you mean from Fort Myers?
Why do you think he didn't get a shot to come in at that point in 1990? Was he not ready for WWF?
I think whoever he worked with didn't give a good word. Who did he work with? Shit, I know. I remember that because it was... Scott and I were buddies from AWA. I've known him, and of course, Sean and Kurt, and we all knew him. But somebody, it was a bad words, although something bad was said. I think it had to do with the match itself, or they thought he had a shitty attitude, something like that, which I don't remember. I didn't get to. You said that wasn't a TV. That was a regular.
It was just a dark match at a TV.
But it was like his tryout type thing.
Right.
And it just. From what I remember, it wasn't so bad. The match didn't stink, nobody was booing or anything. But it had to, somebody said something negative. There had some power, somebody, and it had to do with who he worked with. I think they said he was hard to work with and he was attitudinal. And the combination just, that was his tryout match. And if that's the first thing Vince gets told.
Yeah. It's not looking good.
Yeah.
Well, 2 years later, he would come back as Razor Ramon.
I was going to say, how long before he came back?
In 92, he came in as Razor, so 2 years after the fact.
Okay. So he never did, that's right, he never did nothing in Scott Hall, with his Scott Hall name, I mean.
Post-WCW, he did. They came back as the NWO in 2002, and he worked as Scott Hall then, but not before Razor.
Yeah.
He went on to WCW as the Diamond Stud before he came in as Razor Ramon.
Damn, I forgot that too. I remember it now you said it.
It's a trip down memory lane on these great shows. So there was some kind of an issue with...
the things, though, it was funny about memory is I would have, until you said it, I would never even remembered that. I totally forgot that until you said it. It's like, oh yeah, that was a whole, I don't know about an era, it was a little while.
Well, for Wrestling Challenge, also for a match that aired during February sweeps, it may have been the first ever Shawn Michaels Bret Hart singles match when you guys were all still involved in tag teams. It went to a double disqualification when you and Jim Neidhart interfered. Any memories of the first time those two hooked it up, one-on-one, mano-a-mano, when one was a rocker and one was a member of the Hart Foundation?
I remember having that, but I'm trying to work. You have
it was a televised match on Wrestling Challenge for February sweeps when they'd give you some better matches from time to time, as opposed to just all squash matches.
I'd love to see that too. See how that was their first time singles.
I'm 99% sure
probably was. Yeah.
You guys did some tag team matches the Thanksgiving weekend before, But as far as the singles match
Right,
goes,
yeah,
this
I know
was the
we've done
first.
some tags, but I think
Yeah.
that was the first single. I'd like to see how that went. Because now back then, I saw Brett's biography, you know, on A&E.
Annie's favorite cable channel.
And
Annie loves a little A&E.
I don't know what it stands for, but okay. Back in Denver, wrestling a sold-out crowd. But Brett had mentioned that he, you know, started out that he liked Sean, and then other things got involved where he couldn't stand him. My memory, I don't remember he ever liked Sean. I ain't saying that. No, only just saying that I can only go by, you know, Brett would tell me things. I'll just leave it at that.
Wait, what was that again?
Huh?
Brett would what?
He would just say, he would just see little subtle comments. You could just feel there was a little, maybe just a little animosity there.
With
For
Sean
whatever
you're
reasons,
talking
I don't-
about?
Yeah. But
Now this is back
when
during
we-
the tag team days?
Yeah, during the tag
oh,
team
really?
days, yeah. Because when I saw it on and I may be wrong, so in case I am wrong, Brett, I'm not calling you a liar. But I saw like what it said on A&E's biography, Bret Hart biography, where he had said that, you know, he did used to like Sean, but I just don't remember when that was.
So even when you guys were tag teams, there was still a little tension?
Yeah, and I
Friction?
don't even know any. Well, probably from from Brett, because Sean never said anything negative about at that point. at that point, because later he did, but you know, he never said, you know, Brett's a dick or anything like that. Only scratched the surface of something like that. Would have been. We was all partying one night at some room. Well, actually, Sean and I came in. We had just come in late. Brett was there, a couple of other boys, and a lot of fans. Most of them female fans, but you know, it was some guy fans. It was a big party, and as soon as Sean and I walked in, Sean had noticed that you know, Brett's demeanor changed as far as at the party, and then I think I popped a bag of chips open to eat, and it made a pop sound, you know. And I think I was standing close enough to hear Brett say, "Oh, it's time to go. Here goes the Rockers." But I just, you know, I guess that meant it was a derogatory thing, meaning we're going to destroy the place or something. I don't know, but I didn't take it offensive at all. But I think Sean, from that point on, had, you know, he didn't trust Brett. He thought Brett was two-faced, sort of. This is just what I'm, you know, coming up with from what I've seen and what I remember. Because I think they had they must have had some kind of, I'm talking about Brett and Sean must have had their own off to the side little differences or something. Because I really saw out of neither one of them anger till way later, you know, probably what, I guess when Sean was doing HBK and Brett had won the championship or something. Would have been around 95, would have at the beginning of that.
When they first had their program, or?
No, when Brett was champion the first.
Brett won the title for the first time in October of '92, and funny enough, Sean won the Intercontinental title for the first time in October of '92.
I guess whenever it was looking like they were heading towards each other. I guess when all the animosity started.
Maybe towards when they main evented the WrestleMania in Anaheim.
Was that the one, the Iron Man match?
Yeah.
I know it was something.
I still think that match was terrible. I don't understand how people think it was a classic. I was bored to death.
How many hour matches have you seen?
I thought your matches with the Rougeaus were better
but that's
than we had in Boston.
That's a great
All
thing
right, you know
about
what?
tag
Fair enough.
That's the great thing about tag wrestling. You got four guys
instead of
to
two.
get it done.
Fair enough. It just wasn't my cup of tea, you know.
Because it was real slow.
It was 45 minutes of rest holds, you know.
Well, I'll say this. Yeah, well, and some of the best hour matches I ever saw were Kerry Von Erich and Ric Flair at St. Louis Kill Auditorium. And I remember like an hour, they're going to go an hour through. And I'd watch it. The first, you know, I knew their style, both of them, right? and watch that first 15 minutes. I'm like, fuck, I ain't gonna watch all this. But you just have to build a lot slower. You pick up the pace, like, picking up a ball rolling downhill, picking up momentum, speed as it goes. Because if you start out with a bang, you got 59 minutes left.
And I think the fans get bored with them too, because they know nothing of any consequence is going to happen until the end. Right? They've been groomed. I remember.
It's almost first half hours of popcorn.
I remember they did here in Boston. They did Brett and Ric Flair in a marathon match, and it was just. And they did. Brett won 3-2 falls, and the one at WrestleMania only had that one fall. And even that one was just for a match I was looking forward to seeing. I was kind of bored with it. I'd rather see them have a kick-ass 30-minute match where you don't know.
I'm with you on that.
Where you don't know when the ending is going to come, and go from there. But again,
remember, like I haven't seen many movies lately, but remember like Dead Poets Society and movies like that that were 3.5 hours long that you had. It was so great when it was over, but for the first hour and a half, you were like, man, I'm about to turn it off, and you luckily just stuck with it long enough, like, oh, here it comes. Now it makes sense. Oh, that's because of that. Oh, okay. Now, that was great. But in the first 45 minutes, you almost didn't see the rest.
Well, and I mean, you hate to say it, but earlier in the night, and again, we fast forwarding quite a bit, look at the reaction Warrior got in a 90-second squash with Triple H. The place went crazy. They loved it. They had fun. They were excited.
Triple H too.
What's that now?
He was doing the 90-second jobs with Triple H too. I knew he was doing them with Andre.
That was Warrior's comeback at WrestleMania 12 in '96 for a very short run. But he squashed Triple H in a short order, and the place went nuts. And as opposed to just that match that just went on forever, where they just did nothing. I remember it's WrestleMania, and I was reading the Boston Sunday sports page as it was going on because I was just bored with it. But one man's opinion. We'd love to know what you think, fans. As Jackie the Joke Man gives me the signal, leave your thoughts in the premiere chat if you're with us on Thursday night, or afterwards in the comment section below. As always, we ask you, give us that big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders in just a moment.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon. But we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty. But our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Dan Marty Jannetty here, having fun on Wrestling Insiders as the party with Marty continues. Different look for the man this week. He's got the new shades. He's got the hat on backwards. He's a man of style, if nothing else.
But truth be told, I ain't moved until right there in my suitcase in 4 weeks now. Is this the third? Is this our third? Just the third.
I think, yeah. January 27th, 1990. It's the first televised Saturday night's main event of the new decade as Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior team to defeat Mr. Perfect and the Genius in the main event. Lanny,
sneak in there.
lifetime undercard guy, a man that didn't have to worry about quarantining alone last year. He was able to keep himself occupied in more ways than one.
You want to explain that to him?
Well, I think the fans that are longtime fans of the show know that Lanny enjoys a little bit of the self-service, the fellatio. You know, him and Annie could probably teach each other some tricks.
Did I tell y'all, though, that match in Denver, it was a sold-out
That's
crowd.
the new one now, Denver, and it was far from sold out in 1992. There was probably 2,900 people there for a classic match.
Where's this? For who?
That match you and Sean in Denver.
That wasn't in 92, February. Oh, was it? It was, wasn't it?
92, yeah.
That's right, because we went into
Business was dead.
93 was that Rumble. But
yeah.
Him and that's right.
Yeah. See, it's good you got me around for something.
I could have swore that was trying to think. It felt full, or like you
could cut the electricity with a knife.
Was it even at McNichols Arena, or was it somewhere else?
That I don't know.
Because it felt full, but at McNichols you could see it all. You know, now that I think about it, on that show I told you where they've got that match,
yeah.
It does look like a smaller venue on that, and I just figured it was because it was a home camera. You know, they couldn't get the whole crowd in.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got off A&E, didn't we?
Do we have a guest? Oh, I think I know who that is. I can't see, but I guess he made it in. Someone very interested in meeting you, Marty.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Well, Marty, as we continue again, January 27th, the first Saturday night's main event on NBC of the new decade, and Lanny Poffo's in the main event. Did you ever think that you would hear those words?
Not as Lanny Poffo, but as a genius.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I like Lanny a lot, not so much.
I like Lanny, too. I don't like Lanny as much as Lanny likes Lanny, but that's probably a good thing.
Yeah. But I just couldn't grab the whole genius. I mean, I understood it. I knew what it was. But
was he a smart man in your opinion?
Very. That's why I think that's why they gave him that thing. And he would write sportsy, really, outside of the ring. But it's just the character to gimmick yourself, the whole frisbee. I don't know. I guess to me that's I hate saying it because I want Lanny to.
You think it was a favorite of Randy?
Well, possibly that, but I think it was a solid. Open match.
Well, and for the majority of it, that's exactly what he was. He was either a manager or he was a first or second match guy.
That does not.
How he wound up. He worked Hogan in a singles match on the Saturday night's main event, ending '89. So I mean, he for a couple of months.
Looking good with it.
He got a good position in that managerial role almost. But that match was more, if nothing else, to try and build the tension between Hogan and Warrior. What did you think of that being set up as the main event for WrestleMania 6?
Which one?
Hogan and Warrior in Toronto.
I'm trying to.
This fly is driving me nuts.
Yeah, I know what they asked me twice.
This feels like that episode of Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. But as far as that thing, I don't know, because which way did they end up going? You have to give me a little more to work with. But is that where Warrior won?
Yes. Well, we'll get to WrestleMania 6, but were you surprised to see
shit.
babyface versus babyface heading into Mania, world champion versus Intercontinental champion?
Only those two could have got away with it at that time, because that wasn't you didn't see that for a main event type thing.
You could see that there was something coming because, like we mentioned as we chronicled 1989, Survivor Series 1989, for the first pay-per-view ever, who ended the show? It wasn't Hogan. It was the match you were involved in with Warrior. Instead of Hogan posing to end the show, it was the Warrior doing his thing after your team went, even though you were eliminated, went over the Heenan family.
Was that where he took the tape and wrapped around us for about with the promo for it?
Yep.
Warrior.
Do you think, well, you know what, I want to delve more into the Warriors' title reign once we get a little closer, but at that point, do you think that was a solid main event, or do you think, would you have kept Mr. Perfect hot and maybe go with Perfect and Hogan?
That'd have been good.
They had some good house show matches, and they drew fair.
The Warrior and Hulk were blowing the ceiling as far as their popularity.
Yeah.
So and hadn't they already done the Mega Powers with Macho by then?
Yeah.
And him. So
that was at 5. Yeah. So that was the year before.
Yeah. So I'm thinking you couldn't do that again. Like here's the new, this year's Randy and Hulk. So I guess they got the idea. Let's have them go. The two superpowers go against each other, but I can't remember the match now, how it went, or I know I watched it.
You don't have to worry about remembering the match yet, because we're not at WrestleMania 6. I'm just wondering, that winter as the build began, just as a talent, do you think, if you had the magic pencil at that point, would you have gone with Hogan and Warrior in the main event? Or would you have groomed a heel for Hogan at that point?
I always think for the main event of a big thing, I would think get a group of heel. And
babyface and babyface is tough though.
Yeah, especially for a big show.
Yeah. I mean, the fans were torn over that one, but again, we'll go more in that direction when we look at the event itself.
Do you remember the match? Was it a good match?
The first,
I hate to say there's two non-workers, but those two non-workers in the main event.
I think with Hogan and Warrior, the first time you see it, it's really good. But after that, it's kind of like Hogan and The Rock from WrestleMania 18. First time you see it, it's really good.
I thought it was good, but that's the only time I saw it.
Exactly. The second time, it's going, but one man's opinion. As we jump into February.
By the way, I said non-worker for Hulk. Hulk is the best worker because it's all about the asses in the seats. And that's the best worker you can be.
Not the asses in Annie's hotel rooms.
In Denver, I was the first one.
As we delve into February of 1990, the TV tapings, it's the debut of Akio Sato and Pat Tanaka, the Orient Express. Your old buddy, Pat Tanaka from the AWA, makes his way to WWF. Were you happy to see him debut with the company?
Definitely, and I'd known Sato from being over in Japan for so many times. So I knew he was a good worker and a great worker. Tanaka is a great worker. In fact, he's working some of my friends right now. I hope you give her some of that money back, Pat. But they were good as a team. And like I said, Sato was good, but Pat was just great. You could tag Pat with anybody. It's going to be a good team.
Very underrated.
Yeah.
I remember a good friend, the Jackal, that unfortunately passed away, a former commentator and a true wrestling historian. He called it spot on when he saw it live, that when they started to use Tanaka as an enhancement talent, in Worcester they did it, a superstars taping, almost a squash match, 1, 2, 3 kid against Tanaka, that he said was just completely off the charts. Unfortunately,
I can imagine
it
that.
was heavily edited once it made it to TV to put the kid over. But live, he said, the
man.
unedited version of the match was out of this world.
I can imagine those two. Oh, wow, they both do some stuff.
You and Pat have had some fun over the years.
A lot.
Lot of-
Too much.
Too much fun.
At certain times.
A lot of medicine.
A lot of medicine back in the day. Too much
A lot of medicine. I think you could make the Sheik blush on certain nights.
You know, to ever tell you about the time we went 11 days. It was an 11-day tour. We pretty much, I think we took a nap on day 4.
There was that much medicine.
Yeah, it was
around the
straight through.
clock.
And we flew back home to Orlando. Right by, well, I was living in Orlando at the time. Flew back to Orlando, and because we wasn't ready, the tour was over, and we wasn't ready to stop. You know, we still had. You can't just have medicine and put it in the cabinet. That's not what you have to do at all. And, and 11 days.
How would you travel with cocaine on a plane?
I didn't say cocaine. I said medicine.
Well, you know what I mean. Well, what would you do?
Man, trying to get the police busted in here. Look, here goes a pair of
Well, I
now.
think the statute of limitations have passed from
No,
1991.
I got something in my pocket now.
No, you don't. No, but how would you transport it? I know
kidding,
Michael
by the way.
Hayes hit
Oh,
it
man,
in an anal cavity at one point, but
Well, I don't know. That's him.
he looked like a packet of
You
Kool-Aid
could-
when he
you
burst.
could- You know what was funny? It was so prevalent in the. No, I shouldn't put it that way. Let me say it was.
It was prevalent. Maybe more than prevalent. Maybe you're underestimating it.
There was a time with you could when we were on the plane, and you didn't have any, you needed it. You know, because sometimes you needed the medicine to keep going. That was for real. That was why even guys that didn't really party too much, you know, it was when they was putting us on the roads 30, 40, 50 days in a row.
You needed a little medicine.
And they found out, the guys that never done it found out, oh, this keeps me alert, you know, so everybody's, but you'd walk down the aisle of the plane and just slowly like doing like this, and they called it I forgot, I think Jake Roberts, somebody called it, oh, you're doing the nut checker, right? Because you're looking back, you know, and it looks like you're walking down looking at everybody's nutsack, but you're actually looking down in the sock because there would always be a lump. Everybody had it down there. And
So that was the key.
And you see a lump, you're
It
like,
was the sock lump.
Hey, come here, let's go run back to the bathroom.
Long before Mick Foley's Mr. Socko, you had the sock lump.
Here's a time coming back now while we're talking about hiding and stuff. Jake Roberts were coming back. I think I've already told this, but Jake Roberts came. We was coming back from Canada, I think, and you know, they sometimes they will and won't have the dogs out. They had them this time. And, you know, Jake had it was as far as I know now, it was just a bag of weed. And one of the guys we're going through, and the dog is going crazy at Jake, and I'm behind him thinking, oh man, should I try to get it from Jake? And then they'll come from me. But the dog's going crazy, and the guy's going, Jake, steak robbers, going to Scott him. And he goes, how you doing, brother? And he's shaking his hand. He goes, I don't know what's wrong with him. And he's pulling the dog back.
The dog was just trying to do his
yeah,
job.
he was doing his job. And the guy was getting mad at him. And he said, Jake's like, well, I got to hurry now. See you later. Get the hell out.
My favorite that the Sheik ever told was the time that on a
When he stuck his
trip
stuff in
to
somebody
Australia,
else.
well, that's a little further down the road when he was Colonel Mustafa, but during the Sheik days, he and the Junkyard Dog hid their crack rocks in the bottom of a bag of popcorn that the two of them shared on the way to Australia.
Damn, the creativity when it comes to certain things. He ain't got none of that in matches.
Now, can you
putting a match together, but it becomes hiding a little bit of yahoo.
Can you imagine now if that's a plane with 3 seats in the aisle, being the third person with the Sheik and JYD, having their popcorn filled with crack rocks on the inside of it, all the way from wherever they were going from to Australia. I couldn't imagine the Sheik on a normal day flying with him all the way to Australia sitting next to him. Never mind with a popcorn bag filled with crack.
You know, I've always said, we are so lucky, the boys, so lucky that didn't have the cell phone cameras back then. We wouldn't have been in jail so much, or...
Can you imagine what social media would have looked like in '86
Oh, my
with
gosh.
some of the guys?
There would have been no WWF.
It would have been done. It just would have been the animals and the World Wildlife Foundation. Also in the February of 1990, we saw a bit of a transition, freshen up the tag team. As we mentioned, the Rougeaus hit the road. Jimmy Hart, of course, was the master, it seemed, of managing tag teams. He was given the formidable unit of former Intercontinental Champion, the Honky Tonk Man, and Greg the Hammer Valentine. Greg was certainly a new look. It was almost like he was trying to emulate Andy.
When did Beefcake and him do the Beefcake
the Dream
and
Team?
Greg? Yeah.
That was 85 into 86.
Okay, so that was first, then came, okay.
Yeah.
Because that was on that biography. Man, that thing is, they covered everybody.
Why was the Dream Team on the whose biography were they on?
That were doing that was the Treasures. They were looking for the Treasures.
I see. Yep. Okay, so that makes sense.
Beefcake, and they were looking for that robe, Hammer's robe. And
I'm sure Greg added a lot to it.
Did
Did he look a little down?
Was that?
Did he look a little down?
You know, he would have stretched the tourist face if you ever make him smile. His lips were so damn tight.
Well, it's like what Beefcake said in his book. There was only one person and one thing that he knew of that could make Greg smile.
Who's that?
You know who.
Go ahead and say it.
B.
And guess who went over that Denver match?
Well, you know what? I don't even know if I ever told you this, but we had a man, semi-challenged, I guess to be kind, Commissioner Von Johnson. He was actually the driver of our car when we got hit with the Sheik. He was the middleman between Annie and Greg. Anytime Annie needed to get a hold, because Annie was afraid that the wife would answer. So the commissioner would have to call Greg to set up ass-eating sessions.
And so what happened, that match went 24 minutes. We had the fans on their feet from the beginning to the end.
Rocking. But anyway, in all seriousness, what did you think of Greg Valentine and the black hair? You talk about a rib.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yes.
After getting to see him, even if you'd never seen him before, because he's just got that snook, you know, that fish, like it looks like a snook. It just looks more like that fish when he had that black hair. You know, I mean, after seeing him from when I met him, and I don't know, to that point, probably 10 years, 8 years. Yeah. And we had a lot of road time together because we had a couple of friends in Buffalo that when we used to hang out with a lot. Because we, you know, anywhere in New York, we'd make our way to them, or they'd make our way to them. So us, so we had a lot of time together, Greg and I, with party and then girls.
Now, Greg was a medicine man, the Sheik said. He enjoyed his medicine almost as much as his Boston visits.
As far as I know, he always did. I don't know too many boys. Yeah, I guess
weren't,
I could.
like you said, it was very prevalent, the medicine.
Yeah, I'm sure there was I know there was a few, but it didn't seem like many. Yeah, I mean, and the ones, no, I ain't gonna say that.
Oh no, come on now.
No, it wasn't bad. I was just to say, the ones that weren't into it almost seemed nerdy to everybody anyway.
Well, you know, this is an interesting one. Again, we're kind of jumping.
Not to say the Rougeaus, but
is that the second or the third, Joey?
Third.
That is the third.
That is unbelievable.
Actually, no, that's the fourth, because the last one we did was the fourth.
Yeah, he told you that. He told you that.
We jumped. We did extra.
Yeah.
We gave them overtime this episode.
Told you that.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to ask the question I was just going to ask because I found it very interesting. Well, because we'd kind of be jumping towards 1994.
Oh, okay.
In a very interesting period in the business. But you guys get so much. If you want even more than that, where do they go, Marty? You know.
To the Patreon store where you can join for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
That was a very weak plea. You almost sounded like one of those.
I can't do it as good as you.
What's that? The ACPS commercial for the animals at Christmas time.
Oh, those
when
are
they
horrible.
play that sad music with some dog in a cage
and
that
they
hasn't
want you to
eaten in 3
donate
months.
20 a month. They
20 a month, and
can't go 10 or 5. It's got to be. If I'm donating, why can't I name my price?
And you get the free blanket.
Yeah.
Or some
and
other
a doggy
piece of
hair
shit that you
and
won't
one
use. All right. Oh, you never know where this show is going to go. Again, folks, give us a thumbs up. Join the YouTube channel. It's free. Share the link. The Patreon, you can give us a tip so we can bring you more legends. We got great merchandise on eBay that you can buy for your wrestling man cave and help keep Wrestling Legends working. They'll give you a personal thank you on the air. And, of course, patreon.com/Marty Boston Wrestling. Early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, including New Jack, the final interview series, all 6 episodes.
For how much?
Less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Dunkin' Donuts, maybe not so much. But you also get our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD series, which has been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show, thanks to the Sheik. Patreon exclusive videos, and again, the knowledge that you, yes, you yourself, that fine individual you see brushing your hair and brushing your teeth every day, are helping keep wrestling legends like Marty and all the other greats that come in this studio working. That's what it's all about. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the family. We want to keep his hair brown, baby. Browner than Annie's tongue. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marty.
And the Denver floor.
Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Saturday, July the 8th, 1989. In the opening contest, Tim Horner, replacing Hillbilly Jim, beat Boris Zukov. Mr. Perfect with the win over Hercules. The Genius defeated Paul Roma. Brutus, the Barber Beefcake, victorious over Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Bushwhackers beat the Brainbusters. Superfly, Jimmy Snuka with the win over the Honky Tonk Man. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over Macho Man Randy Savage. If you were in Edmonton live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for Wrestle House 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Prime Time, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition. Between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting, we can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for Wrestle House 2.
Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. Fans, as noted, we need your help in creating our next Tuesday night tradition on Indiegogo as we return to Tampa for Wrestle House in less than a month's time to tape episodes with 9 featured superstars. We have some great perks for you, whether it be autographed items, live experiences, advertising opportunities, great ways to immerse yourself in the Boston wrestling experience. Keeping wrestling legends working is a great passion of ours, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling family on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. I use Marty as an example. It turns into 3 very long days of taping. is doing multiple days is the only cost affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring him in once per month or even once a week in a much more relaxed atmosphere. It would make great programs even better. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform like this to simply come in, share their experiences with you to enjoy for decades to come, and then go home. That's why we continue to push and plug it, simply because we need more fans to get involved on Patreon, or we risk not being able to do the talk shows anymore. We give you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders on the Patreon, access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. We have Patreon exclusive videos, plus you help keep the wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the Iron Sheik, Paul Bearer, Kamala, Vader, Demolition, Harley Race, and so many more telling their stories. Up next, we wrap up this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. Majo Ouellette of Ms. and Mrs. Fame's Main Squeeze. This week, John Cena Sr. remembers the late, great Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, Terry Funk's health issues, the passing of Chris Youngblood, and more.
All right, wrestling fans around the corner, around the world. Johnny, before we even begin tonight, Sunday, a very special day, of course. It's Money in the Bank down in Corpus Christi, Texas, but we have to send out a very special happy birthday, a greeting to the MWF Junior Ambassador, a man you've met several times over the years, has officially hit the big 1-6. He's not Baby Marati anymore.
Wow.
He's looking forward to Halloween Horror Nights.
So am I. I'll be there. October 25th through 29th, I'll be there.
We're going to maybe even cross paths, because we're going to be there the same day.
It could happen.
I might come up to you and go, boo.
I'll be there the 25th. Get in there around, leave here at 7:15. Should be
AM
there.
or PM?
AM.
Oh, you're an early morning
Yep,
guy.
should be there by 11.
Yeah.
11:30.
Well, we'll have Linda pick you up at the airport.
Ooh, no need. I use the Universal Shuttle. They pick me up and take me.
Oh, they have a shuttle?
Free, yeah.
Well, you stay at the high-priced
I
ones.
stay at the high-priced.
I stay at the more moderate Universal hotels, and they don't offer that amenity.
No, that's because you're cheap.
Well, what are you going to do? You know what? You want to know why I got to be cheap? Because of the one we're wishing a happy birthday to. He is not inexpensive.
Then you should do it upright. If it's a birthday, do it upright.
Well, his birthday's in July, not
right,
in
that's
October.
what you're saying. But you know what? Give him the big bang on Halloween Horror Nights.
Don't give him any ideas.
Oh, stay
Please.
right inside the park and have a hell of a time.
We're going to have a hell of a time. He knows that. Even the senior of the two little Maratis is going to be coming down for the first time with us as a group since 2003. So that is going to be a very memorable occasion for our unique brood. I don't know. Linda usually is prepared for Halloween Horror Nights year-round, as her broomstick is never put away.
Wow. Okay. Moving right along.
Buddy, I don't know if I'll see you on Sunday, but happy birthday. I love you. Unique night in the world of professional wrestling, Johnny. The WWE Universe is back. Tonight on SmackDown, the fans were there live. Yep. I think certainly added to the ambiance of the presentation.
No question about that. It was good to see it. You could see the wrestlers responding to the crowd responding to the wrestlers. We're getting there, slow but sure, but we're getting there.
And for the fans maybe in the local area that haven't heard, WWE Raw returns to the TD Garden Monday night, September the 13th. It's going to be kind of lousy, Johnny. It'll be the first event in that building since it opened in 1995 I have missed, because I'll be at the Cauliflower Rally Club in Las Vegas.
I may be in Florida.
You may be in Las Vegas.
Either one, we'll see.
Well, hopefully our little MWF helpers will be there passing out flyers. I think that's a great way to let fans that may not be familiar with this program know. Maybe we could do a two-sided card, one about the event and one about the talk shows.
Well, if the boy wrestles, I'll have to be there.
Who's the boy?
John Cena Jr.
You may be the only person that could get away with calling a man with such muscles the boy.
Believe me, if he can call me the old man, I guess I can call him the boy.
The fruit of your loins.
There's 5 of them. Love each one of them.
Well, and Majo loves your loins.
Heard that, Moniz?
Majo loves your loins.
No, it's going to be great to have wrestling back here in Boston. I only wish I could be there live. But you know what? The quote-unquote other guys are going to be in town. They had to switch their date to just pre-Halloween bash, Wednesday, October the 27th at Aganis Arena. It's going to be AEW Dynamite LIVE Live.
I'm
you know,
ready.
maybe you can wear a Halloween costume. And
When are they coming in?
Wednesday, October 27th.
I won't be here.
Oh, that's right.
Halloween Horror Nights.
Well, that'll be the day after I come back. So you know what? I'll bring a sign, and I'll say I'm John Cena Sr. for Halloween.
Whatever you want.
All right.
It's easy enough to do. Justin Roberts text me. Was hoping I'd be there.
Oh, really?
I didn't have the dates, so now I
Oh,
won't
that's
be there.
too bad.
Yeah.
I think you really would have
well, they asked me.
enjoyed a different experience than you're used to from WWE. But
Well,
they'll be back.
I'll be getting Moni scared, so.
All right. Well, and Mahjong.
We'll see.
All right. And that, well, I won't even go there. But there was that
don't
other
go
one.
there. Don't even go there.
She looked like the Halloween Horror Nights year round.
Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right. That's why you're fabulous and she's not.
That's right.
That's right. All right, Johnny, on to the world of professional wrestling. Jokes aside, birthday greetings aside, a very sad time for us. Like I told you yesterday, it felt like a baseball bat to the gut when we learned of a man we were just talking about on one of the recent episodes and across our Wrestling Insider family of programs, the passing of Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff earlier this week. Johnny, a man we had right in this very studio. He was right in that very chair you're in right now. We did an individual in-depth interview with him. We did that great, one of my favorites of all time, that big WrestleMania 1, mid-'80s WWF Boom Roundtable, me, you, wrestling historian The Jackal, who was also passed away along with Paul, Cowboy Bob Orton, and the Iron Sheik. That was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun at Kowloon afterwards. I don't think you joined us, though. I think you had to dash off
I had to go
a little early for that one. But, you know, again, it probably comes off as a cheap plug, but if you want to enjoy them, they are available on our streaming service at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where for just a couple bucks, you get access to hundreds of studio shoot interviews just like that with Paul. Great way to remember him, maybe get to know him in ways you didn't before. His background in football, different injuries that he suffered breaking into professional wrestling, the old school way, you know, cleaning toilets with a toothbrush. The career he had in the territories before moving on to WWF, going to WCW, the extreme injury that he suffered in WWF that caused the atrophy in his arm, which didn't leave him the same Paul Orndorff that he was before, which I know affected him. And then once his time came to an end in WCW, went on to become a heck of a trainer at the power plant in WCW before WWF ultimately bought them out back in 2001. But Johnny, again, as I said to you yesterday, the heart hurts. But as usual, you had a response that resonated.
Well, I basically said, you know, I guess my response was pretty simple, that a lot of us feel bad, feel hurt by the loss. A brother passes away. We're all saddened by that. A great superstar, a Hall of Famer passes away. But I say to you, knowing Paul Orndorff after that interview, take a look at the tape you sent me from YouTube. That was not Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. That
You're
was
talking
a man,
about the recent video.
Yeah, that was a man that was hurting, a man that was sort of in another dimension. And you know, as much as we love people, we have to sit back and look at what's happened, where we are in this journey. And my thing would be, Mr. Wonderful would not want to continue on a journey that way. God in his infinite wisdom, who does not will death, who cries, who weeps when people die, knows when a journey is over. Paul's work here was finished. And when it's finished, it's time to go home. Life is a race. It's a race for the end. The end is the ultimate, in heaven and glory. And there's only one winner when you get there. That's God. Jesus takes care of everyone. So Paul Orndorff ran a hell of a race. He reached the finish line, and now there's no question in my mind about it. one of the greatest that I know, along with some of the other greats, is now at peace. His family is now at peace. I'm sure it pulled their heartstrings to see that happen. I watched my own father reach that stage in his life where he was not coherent. He would talk about things. It was just horrible. And you know, there's such a thing as quality of life and quantity of life. If you can have quantity but have no quality, what's the sense?
Yeah.
And so Mr. Orndorff, in his own mind, made a decision, I believe, that he had to leave. It was time to go. But let us not dwell on death. Let us dwell on what he left us. Let us dwell on the smiles he brought to our faces, the villain that was in the ring, the man that spoke at the Hall of Fame in 2005, I believe, the man that did the very thing here. It's a celebration of life. That's what keeps the person alive, regardless of where he is. We all know. But celebrate that. Think about the smiles. His own son said, "You know Mr. Wonderful, but you don't know my dad." Big heart. He'll always be dad, papa, papa. You will never know this man who loved me more than he probably should. But you know what? That says a lot for the man that we knew, the WWF, WWE, and WCW. Rest in peace, Paul. The glory is yours now.
Well, you know what I think would be fitting, Johnny? If we give him the old salute there.
No problem with that.
Grab one, brother.
I'll grab
one.
my...
No, one of these.
Fabo Pop?
Of course.
Sure.
To Paul Orndorff and a life well lived, salute.
Salute.
A man's man. I really enjoyed getting to know Paul. You know, what really, and you know the wrestling deaths bother me an awful lot, especially when it comes to someone that we knew and worked with. But if you look at that original lineup for the Back to the 80s WrestleFest, a Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose down the street, you know, 2 of the 8 featured superstars are gone now. You know?
Yep, we lost the Animal, and now we lose Paul Orndorff. But you know what? I just sit back and I get...
2 good men.
Yeah, but I kind of, you know, I sit back and I look at the Lion King. The opening of the Lion King. It's the circle of life. One day, Simba, this will all be yours. And so think about it. We have to concentrate on the fact that we will have a circle of life, that each one of us will finally go wherever it is we go. I believe there's a heaven and I believe there's a hell. That's just what I believe. You may believe something else, but that circle of life is so true. And be like Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. Live each day as though it were your last. Enjoy and appreciate those who are with you. Children, parents, embrace, love, care, lie together, cry together, dine together. Because you never know, as I say to everyone, life is like a candle. It only takes a gentle breeze to extinguish the flame. So remember, I kind of look at different things, but that opening of the Lion King, I'll never forget that. It's the circle of life. And as long as we're part of that circle, we need to enjoy it. We need to convey joy. We need to convey happiness. We need to be there to reach out and support and help, which Paul did. Always. Never did I ever hear Paul Orndorff say no, as long as I knew him, ever, to anyone. So we need to take that as an example. The body is gone. You can never take away the spirit, which is the life, the soul of the person we know. And the memories he leaves us with, those will be with me and those of us that knew him forever. So let us not weep, but maybe have a little bit of rejoicing, because a man in pain and agony is now at peace with Jesus, our Lord in heaven. I believe that. You may believe something else, but whatever it is you believe, the man is now at peace. Please, you have to understand.
And you know, Johnny, I didn't care for the comment, but I gave it a lot of thought when a fan insulted me online during one of our shows, when they said it almost sounds like I was trying to pitch death when it came to our 20th anniversary event, November the 13th. And you know what? For someone that doesn't know me maybe I can understand where they're coming from. But, you know, we're not trying to pitch death. It's just the matter of fact of when you have the opportunity to attend a fan reunion, a fan fest like this, you never know who's not going to be around for the next one. We say that at the Cauliflower Alley Club every year, which is a nonprofit organization that raises money to help out wrestlers in their times of need, to help with sometimes afterlife expenses. CauliflowerAlleyClub.org. It rotates on the graphic on the YouTube version of this program. You never know which, and Harley Race, I think, as a matter of, was the first person who I heard use that phrase. You never know who's not going to be here next year. That's why I like to go to all of them. And you know what Harley said is very true when it comes to what we're going to have on November 13th. We're going to have a plethora of legends from what I consider to be one of the great eras of professional wrestling. But you know what? If we do it again for a second time, who knows who might not be able to be there from the first. Look at the original lineup we had just a year and a half ago. 2 out of the 8 are gone. You know, it's tough. But we got the cue in the back from Howard Miller. Johnny, any final memories of Mr. Wonderful? Hulk Hogan's greatest drawing heel opponent in WWF. They had a house show in Toronto that was so hot, they wound up having to move it to the baseball stadium, and it drew 65,000 plus for a house show for Hogan and Orndorff. That, my friends, is a hot program.
That is a good memory. There you go. No, I think I basically said it all, and I concur with what you're saying. I remember doing an autograph signing in Rhode Island. I was down there with one of the legends, Chief Jay Strongbow. And it was funny.
I remember that.
Yeah, we had some great conversations, Chief and I. He talked to me about Fabopop and some other stuff. And 2 weeks later, there's no Chief Jay Strongbow. So Dan doesn't push death. I know him. He might push a lot of other BS, but he doesn't push death. And I'm on his side this time. You know what? This is an opportunity for all of us who love this business, all of us who love professional wrestling, to meet the legends, the men and women who built what it is today. Because you know what? I'm only going to close with this. It is the circle of life.
All right, wrestling fans, again, you know, the tickets to the big event are going to be on sale to our Patreons on Sunday, Money in the Bank Sunday, and then to everybody on Friday, August 6th. You'd hate to say, geez, and I'm not going to mention any names and almost curse them, but I love Wrestling Legend X. And then, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll see him next time. Say you were a Paul Orndorff fan, and the last time you had a chance to meet him, you missed it. You're not going to get that chance again. That's why even things like, just to shy away from what we do, an event like WrestleCon, WrestleMania weekend, you never know who is not going to be there the next year, and it's inevitable. I mean, it's going to happen. You're going to lose some people every year. So when you have the opportunity to, and even if you don't live in the Boston area, if you have the opportunity to attend a reunion, a Hall of Fame ceremony, like what we do with the Cauliflower Alley Club out in Las Vegas, and I know there's a new Hall of Fame that's going to be opening in New York sometime soon. Take advantage of those opportunities, because you never know when it might be the last chance to get that picture, to get that autograph, to have that moment. You'll never forget with that wrestler to say what they meant to you. So just keep that in mind. That's what we're trying to quote-unquote sell. Memories, experiences that will last a lifetime with you, not something morbid trying to take advantage of a precarious situation. But with that said, right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders in just a moment.
The World Wrestling Federation was live in San Jose, California, Friday, July the 16th, 1999. In the opening contest, WWF Tag Team Champions, the Hardy Boys, retained the titles over Edge and Christian. WWF Hardcore Champion Al Snow retained the title over Steve Blackman and Hardcore Holly. WWF Intercontinental Champion Jeff Jarrett retained the title over Test. The Rock beat the Big Boss Man in a nightstick match. D'Lo Brown with the win over WWF European Champion Mideon in a non-title match. The Big Show defeated The Undertaker via disqualification. Road Dogg victorious over Billy Gunn in a dog collar match. The Godfather beat Prince Albert. Kane and X-Pac with the win over the Acolytes. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Stone Cold Steve Austin retained the title over Triple H via disqualification. If you were in San Jose live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger art print, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan, direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we continue to talk about the latest, the greatest in the world of the King of Sports Pro Wrestling. Dan Marotti, along with the debonair John Cena Sr., the man that makes the ladies go, ooh la la, especially a certain French woman on a reality show on the USA Network.
Moniz Loft has got a TV show?
No.
We get the Moniz Loft Challenge
You're
coming
close,
up.
you got the M.
But
it's not Moniz, it's Marjo.
Moniz Loft Challenge in Ogunquit is coming up. She said to me if I dropped her off in Ogunquit, she could get a ride back to my home in West Newbury. Challenge accepted. So
really,
get ready, folks. If you're in Ogunquit, go to be in that area. Hopefully, I'll be able to give you the date when it's going to happen. It's a challenge. Cena never, ever turns down a challenge. So it's the Moniz Ogunquit Challenge. It could be you.
Is this a real thing now?
A lucky wrestling fan that might be the one to drive Miss Moniz back, or I've already said, drive Miss Moniz back, and who knows? Have dinner with Fabo, Moniz, and yourself.
Maybe Tony Atlas can show up in the Sanford Sunmobile.
Love to have it. Love to have it.
Dear Lord.
Yep.
You want to know, I actually, not to get back on the Paul Orndorff kick, but because he had a pass with Paul, and I know he's not really an internet guy, I texted Tony to let him know, and I said, isn't life too short? And how I ended the text. And, of course, no response. But
that's okay. Let it go. Like I said before, let's talk about positive. Let's not bring negative to the fans. You know what? It is what it is. It happened. It's over. It's done with. Let's move on. We've got big things to tell the fans. We got more news to give them. Let's move on.
I still think it'd be a hell of an episode of Judge Judy. Could you imagine Tony and I walking in with Judge Judy? Talk about must-see TV. Imagine Judy yelling at me and Tony. I think that would be hysterical.
Well, first she'd throw you out.
She'd throw me out? Why?
Throw you out. And Tony, just to make a comical comment, fans, he wouldn't be able to eat chicken wings while he was standing there.
He'd probably want Judge Judy to walk on him.
Oh, God. Moving right along, fans. But anyway,
All
see
right.
how we're having fun?
We try and have a little fun along
Tony.
with some serious subjects to go along with it. But we talk about health problems, Tony. Johnny, I'm sorry.
No,
what about the veteran from the Double Cross Ranch in Amarillo, Texas? Another individual that has hit certainly some difficult times in 2021. A man who you have to say really overdid it during the body of his career. If you look back at some of the things he did in his 50s in Smoky Mountain and in ECW and in Japan, it's mind-blowing.
I have some of those tapes.
I mean, you go back to just the style that he worked and the schedule that he worked as the NWA World Champion all the way back in the 70s. And then in his 50s, he's doing landmine matches in Japan with Oneida.
Yep.
The infamous IWA King of the Deathmatch tournament where we finished the tournament with Cactus Jack in 1995. Some of those barbed wire matches that he did in ECW.
Staple matches, thumbtacks, nails. Him, Sabu, and Foley have set the bar for these crazy...
Way too high.
Yeah.
Too
You'll
high.
never be... And you know what? Terry Funk, I had a chance to work with him. Honorable, what a hell of a guy. I got to tell you something. You know you work with Terry Funk because he's the real deal. Let me tell you. I can tell you. He was kicking me and he was kicking me. But you know what? It was an honor and a privilege. What a wonderful human being. And what a knowledgeable man about the business. I tell you,
yeah.
we chatted for
He
hours.
grew up in it.
We
I
chatted,
mean, he was born into the
yeah,
business.
We
His father
chatted
was
all the time. And it was great. And to see that news where now he's suffering from Alzheimer's, dementia, oh, mother of God. You know, you're in my prayers.
I've really got to dig into the archives because at one of the Cauliflower Alley Club reunions in Las Vegas, he did a promo for us. But, you know, the one thing, again, I kicked myself. I really wish, whether it had been in studio or even, you know, in maybe a private hotel room in Las Vegas, just the chance to try and book him and sit him down and do a great, even just scratch the surface of a career retrospective with someone like him that has done so much in every promotion around the world, literally. You know, a missed opportunity and one that I regret.
Well, there's a man that gave his body, heart, and soul to this business and to the fans. You know what? Please, let's hope everything goes well. Let's hope things work out well. Certainly in my prayers and the fans' prayers, I know that. All the best to Terry Funk. But once again, that's not the type of news that you, I, and the fans want to hear about. Another legend, another situation. I was shocked when I saw that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, again, it's almost where do things really lie right now? Don Morocco on his podcast said that Terry had advanced dementia and was in assisted living. Tommy Dreamer on a podcast appearance he made said, you know, Terry is in an assisted living facility right now, but he speaks to him on the phone regularly. You know, they have coherent conversations, so maybe it's not as bad as it was presented by Don Morocco. Maybe it's something that varies by the day. I don't know enough about the disease, I guess.
I have a friend, her mother has that, and one day you could sit here and be like talking to a college professor. She'll know who you are, talk to you about the weather, the world, the news. The next day you'll walk in and it's like, oh, and who are you?
Really?
Yeah, it's such a horrible, debilitating disease. It strips you of everything, your integrity, your dignity. It's like, it's such a sad thing to see a great mind, hers, Funk's, all these other elderly people that I see, and some young folks, to be able to carry on intelligent conversations and then go back in the next day. When I was an orderly at the hospitals and the nursing homes, I'd walk in and it was like, oh, good to see you, John. Hope everything's good. I'll see you tomorrow. Walk in the next day to the room. Hi, Dan. How you doing? do I know you? What do you? And then there's that angry side.
Yeah.
Where they, I'm
Get a little
telling you, it's
feisty.
vicious. It's vicious. So just remember that advanced or non-advanced, it's a horrible disease. And I would say that both Morocco and Dreamer are on the right page, because Morocco may have experienced that higher end, while our good friend, and Morocco's a good friend also, Tommy Dreamer, a wonderful human being, is experiencing that other side. Unless you live with it and see it, there's no way to tell.
Just sad all around. Again, Terry Funk is a gem when it comes to this business. Even WWE, and you know, sometimes they're even selective when certain people pass away, who they honor and recognize and to what degree. Even they went out on Twitter and sent a kind of a, not a get well, but kind of a motivational tweet to Terry Funk. You know, if anyone is going to get through these tough times, I'm paraphrasing, it's Terry Funk. And I thought that was very classy of WWE to do that.
One, as Terry Funk would say in his own words, one tough son of a bitch.
Well, isn't it something, though, a brawler, this wild child, again, landmine matches, thumbtacks, fire, any violent device you can think of when he became the hardcore legend in the 1990s. But isn't it funny, though? Think of the fan base that ECW would attract, but all they'd have to hear are the first few lines, or the intro. I'm not a musical person, but the introduction to that song Desperado, and it would almost bring them to tears. It was almost like a religious event when Terry Funk would come out, you know, for the old gunslinger ready for one last fight, so to speak.
And he retired and never retired. That's the thing about Terry Funk.
I think he had more retirements than you.
Yeah, well, there you go.
His first retirement, my God, in the early 80s. And fans, if you've never seen it, it is an awesome piece of footage. As far as, have you ever seen his first retirement speech in Japan after the match when he took the microphone and he started screaming, "Forever"? I don't want to ruin it, but fans, look it up on, it's not a WWE piece of footage. Look it up on YouTube. It's awesome. And I think, I don't have Google next to me, but for some reason 1982 pops into my head. But again, he came back and he tried to get into movies and he'd come back, he'd leave, he'd come back.
He was in movies. He did well.
Oh
too.
yeah, he did.
Well.
Yeah. He'd be what was that, Paradise Alley with Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah, he did well.
And then he had that run in 1985-86 with WWF. He worked WrestleMania 2.
Mm-hmm.
He worked WrestleMania 14 when he teamed right here in Boston with Cactus Jack against the New Age Outlaws in the dumpster match. He had those classic series of matches with Ric Flair and Sting in 1989 in WCW. And one of WCW's great mistakes, they decided to stop using him as an active wrestler and make him a commentator, and then Terry was ready to hit the door at that point. And then, you know, he's someone, he could pick his own shots, where he was such a, not just a legend, but an icon in Japan. He could go and make huge money there anytime he wanted to. And then as the 90s progressed, you know, Smoky Mountain, he's in his early 50s, and he's moonsaulting for the first time. And then he's going on to ECW, and he's having these wild hardcore brawls. He was, in 1994, part of WCW, feuding with not Dusty, but Dustin Rhodes. They did a great angle there, too, if you go back and watch some of the WCW pay-per-views from mid-1994 towards the beginning of 1995. Did it all, seen it all. He had that run in WWF first, which I thought was ridiculous, is Chainsaw Charlie when he came out of the box with the chainsaw. I think everybody knew who it was, and then, which I thought was kind of nice of WWF at that point, he went on to sign a contract with WCW while he was still under contract with WWF. But since they had nothing for him, and he was Terry Funk, they decided to let Terry go on to WCW, and it was almost dead at that point anyway. After a few months of Vince Russo booking. But anyway, you know, I think a trivia note is, I think he was actually Bret Hart's final opponent. Bret had that horrible concussion from that mule kick that he suffered from Goldberg at Starrcade 99, but Brett, being the professional that he is, went on to compete for a couple of more weeks with a serious concussion. And I think the final match, if I remember, it was a hardcore match between Terry and
Funk
Brett.
and Bret Hart.
Yeah, and I don't think that helped the cause for poor Brett.
Well, I can say this, those kicks in the head should be illegal. I'm just telling you, having gone through it, it is not nice. You can say that people lean into them. You can say somebody did the wrong thing. The fact of the matter is, it's dangerous. And, you know, I can only say this, that with Terry, all that stuff that Terry has done, I'm sure that's not helping his brain or his body.
Well, again, I imagine the man is in a heck of a lot of physical pain. You know, sometimes what doesn't feel so bad as you're doing it when adrenaline kicks in certainly hurts the next day. I can only imagine how it hurts a couple of decades later.
Well, he lost his wife the year before, correct?
Yes, very nice woman that would attend the Cauliflower Alley Club every year. I tell you, I think I've told the story on the air before, but one of the quote-unquote maybe mock-out moments of my life was at the Cauliflower Alley Club. There's a TGI Fridays restaurant, open air, in the casino itself. And I don't remember what the circumstances were, but I wound up having dinner with Ken Patera, who is a character and a half. We were talking about the old WWF, WWF territory when it was more New England based. And just having some laughs. We talked about him coming here, which we still haven't had happen. And as we were having this nice dinner, Terry Funk walked in. And Terry Funk sat down and he joined us for the dinner. And then it went from me and Ken to Ken and Terry. And I'm just sitting there like, you know, I loved it. It was a great memory. And then maybe an hour or so later, Vicky Funk walked in and she said, "Who wants to dance?" And she was ready to go all over TGI Fridays in Las Vegas. So that was a fun night, a fun memory from a fun reunion. Would still like to have Ken with us, though. He's a gold mine.
Make the call.
He's a treasure. Well, who knows that we haven't. But right now we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show. Stand by.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Before we go, Johnny, I wanted to mention another one of the brothers that passed away. Didn't get a heck of a lot of attention because, you know, probably because he wasn't a WWF superstar in his time, but Chris Youngblood passed away, the famous Youngblood family, the son of Ricky Romero. The entire family received a Cauliflower Alley Club award. For fans that may have be a little bit older, fans of the territories, I'm sure they're familiar with his body of work. Him and Ricky Steamboat were a fantastic tag team down in the Carolinas. He found great success in world class, but maybe his greatest success was in the island of Puerto Rico. I know he was sitting with Tony Atlas, as a matter of, you talk about what's that game, the Seven Shades of Kevin Bacon, or something like that. He was sitting with Tony as Bruiser Brody was murdered in Puerto Rico that night. Isn't that I wouldn't call it a fun fact, but an interesting fact.
Wow, there's another story for another time.
I believe he was talking about doing a drawing of him as everything went down in the shower area with Brody, as Tony has told the story. So, heck of a career. I know he competed over in Japan, I believe. I might be wrong, but I think he was in some of those All Japan tag team tournaments that they'd have every October, and just kind of one of those guys that if you were in the business, you'd recognize as a high-quality talent. But again, nowadays especially, if his body of work isn't available through WWE Network, maybe kind of a forgotten son, so to speak. And he should be remembered. And another fun fact, towards the end of his career, this one is kind of fun, he feuded with a very young Steve Williams.
There you go.
And do you know which Steve Williams I'm talking about?
No.
Not Dr. Death.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Austin 316.
Really?
When he had that long, flowing blonde hair.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So that was kind of the tail end of his career. He feuded with the young Steve Austin. He opened his own wrestling academy. So, you know, the young bloods within the industry, they are a very well-renowned, very well-recognized, well-respected family. And you know what? We send a tip of the cap to them as well for the loss of Chris. Again, a very kind of a somber episode, Johnny. I guess we'll have to try and perk things up for the fans next week.
We'll do it.
All right, wrestling fans, for John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Don't forget, if you're on Patreon, if you were going to be part of the original Back to the 80s WrestleFest event last year, you're going to have a special link available to you on Sunday to get your all-inclusive VIP packages and or general admission tickets for our WrestleFest Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. And then the tickets go on sale to everybody Friday, October the 6th. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. We'll see you next Friday night after SmackDown. You and yours be well, good night, stay healthy.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early, ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. As always, very interesting insight from Mr. Cena. Don't forget, all new episodes of Wrestling Insider's fabulous Fridays premiere at 10 p.m. each week after SmackDown. Again, folks, we want to keep doing this 7 nights a week. We need you to hit up the Indiegogo campaign. The link is in the description box below. We want to find a new co-host permanently for our Tuesday night Wrestling Insiders after Tony Atlas took the cash and abandoned ship. Hopefully right around a month from now, we'll be in Tampa chewing the fat with around 9 featured superstars we want to tape content with. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did if you're still sticking around right now, please give the video a big-time thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. It lets YouTube know you enjoy what we do, and they'll showcase our video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet. There are millions of fans that don't know we exist, but once they find us, I think they'll love us. Again, I know you are a high-quality human being if you're listening, and like any fine quality human being, if you had fun tonight, like you're out at a bar or a restaurant, use the amazing Super Chat button here on YouTube, the little gray $ symbol under the premiere box. Give us a tip of any size. We have a big news coming. We have a big week of news ahead, and we need your help. If everybody helps a little, it goes a long, long way. Again, folks, the eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items of superstars from every era. Every purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but gets you an on-air shout-out from one of our Wrestling Insiders hosts for helping our team. The link can be found in the description box below. Again, folks, what a weekend to consider it. We need you guys to go from being our friends. We need you guys to go from being fans to becoming Boston Wrestling family members on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, you know the drill. Early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider weeknight talk shows. Access to the world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that has been seen by millions online and millions on the Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusive videos, perks, and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling legends you know and love working. You'll also have first crack at tickets to our Back to the 80s WrestleFest live wrestling event in Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, as we celebrate 2 decades of Boston wrestling. Again, you can find the link in the description box below, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Fans, I've said it before, I'll say it again because it's usually copy and pasted. It feels like the ending of the old Saturday night's main events on NBC. We have to say farewell, but it's always a little sad as we'd love to talk wrestling all night long. I know one thing that Howard Miller suggested here in studio was using something called Discord, where the fans can chat and interact before shows, after shows. I don't know enough about it to say that it's something we're going to do, but I'd be interested in your feedback if any of you fine individuals use Discord. As always, we love your feedback on this week's episode, every episode in the weeks to come. We can't produce the shows without you. Your input counts. Your input counts. Again, weeknights, 10 p.m., except for Monday, where it is 11 p.m. after Raw, when those mainstream wrestling shows are done. Join us for the premieres of our live talk shows. I know we can keep this family growing because we have some of the best wrestling fans in the world with us. Until we speak again, enjoy these summer weekends. There aren't too many of them. We'll be back tomorrow night with the first and former Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion Tiger Mulligan for Wrestling Insider's Stern But Fair. Hope you'll join us. There is potentially a live Money in the Bank watch-along on the horizon. Not guaranteed, but I'm trying to see if we can get some help to come down. And with that said, love to you all. Good night from Boston.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.